my grandfather, and I miss him. I really do. He was one of the most instrumental men in my life, Al Minervini. And I watch President Trump with his grandkids, and it's amazing to watch him. This is with Kai, who's a fabulous golfer, by the way, and they're out playing over the weekend. Check this out.
Is there a dream that you're still trying to chase, or have you reached all your dreams?
You were asking questions like you're a television comp. I thought I was just going to come out and play around the golf with you. And
You're
asking questions like I'm on television. Yeah, no, look, you become president. That's a dream, right?
Yeah.
Can't.
I don't think you.
Now you can. No, you dream now you want to be a great president.
Yeah, he is. So far, he's been the best president I think we've ever had. And then it got a little funny, too.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Your taxes are coming down. See, everyone's happy, honey.
That's awesome.
You've done a good job.
I think he was in Bedminster for that. I'm trying to see from the trees, maybe. Everybody there knows him and loves him. President Trump, thank you. Kai, great job. We'll see you all tomorrow, folks. That's going to do it for us. I'm Grant Stinchfield. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Thanks for watching.
Live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, October 13th, 8 p.m. On the East Coast, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in, everybody. It's Slick Rick sitting right there. He's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado sitting next to me. He's got some news. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down on a Monday night. Hope you all had a great weekend, whatever you did. Slickster, what's coming up in sports tonight? Anything big news?
Well, we got to recap the odds makers, Big D. Big odds makers weekend, right? I'll give you the rundown on that, give you the numbers we have. And we got baseball scores tonight. We got Monday Night Football. Bill Belichick's back in the news. Mark Sanchez is out of the hospital into the prison. So we got plenty going on tonight.
Okay. Well,
that's some story, man.
Oh, man.
When the night you guys gave me the little lowdown on it, I had no idea how bad it was.
Yeah, it's bad. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I'm good.
Have a good day. Lots coming up in the news. I know you've got some interesting stories.
Yeah, I had a nice day, though. Shelley Long Film Festival.
Good.
I spent all day with all of Shelley Long's favorite, biggest fans, and we saw all of her films. And it was. I went to the Islander game, and it was even more boring than that.
Okay, very good.
I wish I was at a Shelley Long film.
That was a long one. Yeah.
Now you've got a big story coming up the year. We talked about on the phone earlier today, and one of our favorites, Mike Benz.
I want to get him on the show in the worst way, but yeah, he was at the National Conservative Conference, and boy, there's some room for optimism here. The media won't pick up on it, but boy, if Trump wasn't president, we would look like England right now.
Oh boy, you're right about that. So we'll get into that here tonight as well. Mrs. Delgado, how are you?
Do you really want to know, Damon?
Nope, not at all.
No.
But I don't want to get emails from the chat saying why I'm so mean to you, so I'm holding my nose and my breath when I ask you that.
After Friday night?
So just say fine, nice weekend, and let's move on.
There are no bathroom stories I will be sharing this evening.
Thank God
I had
for
a
that.
very, actually, a kind of a relaxed weekend, which was nice.
Good. Less phone calls for me.
I got to enjoy some of my favorite teams losing.
I wish I was joking.
Like Dallas and the Jets, so I enjoyed those games.
Okay.
Yeah.
No bike riding?
Oh, yeah, of course I did. And,
how many miles?
Only about 42, but my fastest pace of the year at 23 miles an hour.
Nice, you're booking.
Wow.
Hauling.
How about this? The New Islander rookie, the 18-year-old, skated 23 miles an hour today.
I believe that.
23 miles an hour?
Oh, this kid is something else.
Just an absolute.
No, I'm talking about Delgado.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were moving.
Okay. Where'd you go?
Were you drafting somebody when you did that?
Oh, yeah. It's like NASCAR. We just get in a line and just next guy
If someone
up,
drafts too much, do you want to get off and punch him?
That's me.
You draft too much?
Oh, I'm a wheel sucker.
If I was the guy in front, I'd be trying to lose you. Left, right.
I'm a complete wheel sucker.
Okay.
And I tell everybody, I'm going to suck wheels as hard as I can, and then I'll hit the front.
Okay.
Shut up,
Rubber
David.
meets the road.
All right, so lots to do on a Monday, but right now let's get into tonight's first word. Well, as many of you, I heard what President Trump said recently about his chances of getting into heaven. He said, I don't think there's anything that's going to get me in heaven. I may be in heaven right now as we fly on Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I've made life better for a lot of people. Now, that's vintage Trump, raw, unfiltered, and straight from the heart. But let me tell you something, my friends. The president's got a better shot at those pearly gates than he might think. The question of who enters heaven has perplexed theologians, philosophers, and everyday believers for a millennia. In religious traditions, particularly Christianity, heaven is often depicted as the ultimate reward for a life of virtue, faith, and redemption. Yet the criteria for entry are not as rigid as one might think. Grace, repentance, and divine mercy play pivotal roles. Nobody earns their way into heaven by their own deeds. Not me, not you, not even Donald J. Trump, the 45th and 47th president of the United States, a figure whose life has been marked by ambition, controversy, and unyielding self-belief. The president himself now wonders about his eternal prospects. However, upon closer examination, it becomes clear that President Trump not only qualifies for heaven, but will absolutely secure his place there. The Bible is crystal clear on this. Romans 10:9 says, quote, if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you will be saved. That's the deal. It's not about a resume of good works. It's about faith, grace, and submitting to God's will. And when Trump says he's not sure he's heaven bound, you know what I hear? Humility. That's right, folks, humility. In a world full of self-righteous phonies strutting around like they've got a VIP pass to the kingdom, Trump's out here admitting he's not worthy on his own. That's the starting point of salvation, recognizing you can't do it alone. At the heart of Christian doctrine is the concept of grace, unmerited favor from God that no amount of human striving can earn. The Bible emphasizes that, quote, all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Romans 3:23, placing every individual from saints to sinners on equal footing before divine judgment. Trump's life, like anyone's, is a tapestry of triumphs and flaws. Critics point to his brash rhetoric, multiple marriages, business dealings as evidence of moral shortcomings. Yet these do not disqualify him. In fact, they underscore the power of redemption. Now let's talk about the man's heart. You think God doesn't see what Donald Trump has done for the country, for the people of the country? He said it himself, quote, I've made life better for a lot of people. And he's right. Millions of Americans, hardworking folks, forgotten men and women, saw their lives improve because of his policies. Jobs came roaring back. Taxes have been slashed. The economy humming like a finely tuned engine. He stood up for the unborn, defended religious liberty, and took on the globalist elite who wanted to sell the country down the river. Now, I'm not saying that punches his ticket to heaven. Nobody's saying that. But Galatians 5:6 talks about, quote, faith working through love. And you can't tell me Trump hasn't shown love for this nation and its people. He's fought for them, taken slings and arrows, and he's kept on swinging. That's the kind of heart God notices. Trump has openly professed his Christian faith, attending church services and aligning with evangelical leaders. In a 2015 interview, he described the Bible as, quote, the ultimate book. And his administration's policies, such as appointing conservative judges who overturn Roe v. Wade, resonate with pro-life advocates. These actions suggest a commitment to values that many believers hold dear, potentially tipping the scales in his favor. And let's not forget the scriptures. Acts 2:38, Peter says, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins. John 3:5, Jesus himself says, quote, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. It's right there, plain as day. Salvation isn't about being perfect. It's about turning to Christ, seeking his mercy, and letting his grace wash you clean. Trump's no saint, neither am I, neither are you. But he doesn't have to be. The only perfect man who ever walked this earth was Jesus Christ, and his blood paid the price for all of us. Amen. All Trump has to do is seek him, confess, and believe. That's it. And who's to say he hasn't done that? Only God knows the man's heart, and I'm not about to play judge and jury. Heaven's gates, according to Scripture, swing wide open for those who seek forgiveness. Beyond theology, Trump's tangible impacts on society provide compelling evidence as well for his heavenly admission. As president, he brokered the Abraham Accords, fostering peace in the Middle East. Look what we saw today, a region fraught with millennia-old conflicts. This achievement aligns with the biblical call to be quote-unquote peacemakers, Matthew 5:9, who are promised to be called children of God. In a world where division often reigns, Trump's role in normalizing relations between Israel and several Arab countries and nations demonstrates a capacity for unity that echoes heavenly ideals. Economically, Trump's policies emphasize American prosperity, reducing unemployment to historic lows before the COVID-19 pandemic. The Bible praises diligence and stewardship, as in the parable of the talents, Matthew 25:14 through 30, where faithful servants are rewarded. Trump's business acumen about building a multi-billion-dollar empire from his father's foundation exemplifies this. Detractors could cite bankruptcies, but these are framed as resilient comebacks, much like Jobs' trials leading to greater blessings. Culturally, Trump has championed free speech, challenged elitism, resonating with the underdog spirit found in biblical stories like David versus Goliath. His Make America Again slogan inspires hope and patriotism, virtues that, when directed towards communal good, align with heavenly citizenship. In Philippians 3:20, believers are reminded that, quote, our citizenship is in heaven, but Trump's effort to uplift the nation could be viewed as preparatory work for eternal harmony. Now, some of you might be thinking, what about all the controversies, the tweets, the brash talk? Well, let me tell you this. King David was a man after God's own heart. He wasn't exactly a choir boy, was he? Nope. Moses, Peter, Paul, none of them were perfect. They messed up. They repented. They trusted God's mercy. That's the path. Trump's humility in saying he may not make it to heaven, that's the kind of self-awareness that opens the door to grace. Matthew 22 has that beautiful line, Lord, I am not worthy that you should enter under my roof, but only say the word and my soul shall be healed. That's the attitude Trump's showing, whether he knows it or not. What truly seals Trump's heavenly fate, though, is his quintessential humanity. Heaven is not reserved for the flawless, but for those who reflect God's image amid imperfection. Trump's authenticity, his tweets, rallies, unfiltered commentary makes him relatable in an era of polished politicians. This transparency through divisive fosters connections, much like the apostles' raw emotions in the New Testament. So to President Trump, I say this. Sir, you have done more for this country than most leaders in a century. You fought the good fight. You've gotten the scars to prove it. But heaven, that's not about your accomplishments, your buildings, or even your presidency. It's about faith in Jesus Christ, the one who paid it all. Amen. If you haven't already, find a quiet moment, maybe on Air Force One, as you said, and talk to God, confess, believe, and trust in his mercy. The Bible says it, and I believe it. No sin is too big, no life too complicated for God's grace to cover. Your heart for America, your willingness to admit that you are not enough on your own, that's the raw material God works with. So we're rooting for you, Mr. President. Keep seeking, keep fighting, and trust that God's got a plan for you, just like he does for all of us. Your entry into heaven is not merely probable, but absolute, rooted in the boundless grace of God, your contributions to peace and prosperity, and your embodiment of human redemption. While earthly opinions vary, divine perspective sees the potential for good in every soul. Your story reminds us that heaven is for the imperfect, the ambitious, and the forgiven. In the end, as Proverbs 21:1 states, the king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. He directs it like a watercourse wherever he pleases. Trump's path, directed by providence, leads inextricably to eternal reward. Thus, we can confidently affirm Donald Trump will absolutely get into heaven. And that's tonight's first word. All right, let's take a break. We'll talk about that when we get back. Paul Nolan, Rick Delgado, Slick Rick, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night. We're back right after this.
That was great, Damon. That was fantastic.
Live in the chat.
That was the first word in the Daily Bread. Chat. What's going on in the chat?
I'm glad my mic was cut there. I said amen like 3 times.
Oh, yeah. Me too. New Jersey girl.
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh, did you?
Troy Malone, Kathy Curley, Lorraine Donato, Bill Moore.
I heard it.
Delay. Marianne Mack in the chat. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, that was great, man. Pump my tires.
Yeah, that was.
Ken Bach, now Big D spews his doctrine upon the public. Very dangerous to say Trump is definitely headed to heaven, according to the big dummy. If that is true, then anyone can be assured of heaven. Trump never speaks of Jesus Christ, but he sure can cuss. Where's the change? So if, according to Damon doctrine, to be humble opens the door of grace, there'll be a lot of humble people who don't make it, because humility on its own, it is works. Damon says Trump will absolutely get into heaven. Wow. So now anybody can make it on cheap grace and lustful godly love. Very bad advice. Okay.
Wow. Why would you read that? That he just took whatever points he wanted.
I want to. This is what some people get. This is where.
But I don't understand. Like, did he not listen to the whole thing, or he listened to the parts?
I don't think he listened to any of it.
The whole time he was writing that while you were talking. What was that, like an 11-page letter?
My wife did a beautiful video on Instagram that she posted on Saturday of these children holding our birds. And somebody goes, I would never let people hold their birds with all those diseases on their hands, bacteria. My wife's like, really? That's how people are. Something beautiful, something great moment. And that's the kind of response you get.
Those are the Katie Porters of the world.
Yeah.
Sick.
And then the best is when you go look at their profile, it says like
8 followers and
God-fearing or loving and yes.
Juicy JP.
Good gravy.
We got Woodrow and Bowser.
Damon, say hi to Racing. She's at the Brewers game. Oh, okay. Very good.
Oh, the Brewers game. That game is just first pitch, just thrown. Top of the first, 2 outs. Man on first. Brewers and Dodgers, no score. That's going to be, I'll tell you, the Brewers got a great team. They're all home, too. They're in Milwaukee. But I don't know, the Dodgers with Ohtani, I don't know. Just they're a tough out. That's a world championship type of roster there. But we'll see. We'll see.
You know, I can't believe that. What's with someone with that kind of, like,
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, getting a brand new week started. Slick's going to do sports. Delgado and Nolan got some news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. We just did the first word. And I really wanted to do that tonight because I heard that moment with President Trump. And my first reaction was, God, that's kind of sad that that's kind of his view, right? He needs some better spiritual advisors around him to tell him. So that's kind of why I wanted to dig into that.
You know what? I saw that too. And then I saw, I think it was on CNN, they were talking about it. And they were actually like, I want to say, they were pleasantly, to me at least, they were pleasant to listen to as they discussed what they saw in Trump. They said, this is why this guy connects with people. He goes, because this is the way regular people talk. And they weren't like, coming down, because if you, and the guy explained, he goes, if you see something like that written, you read it a certain way, but when you hear him say it, and with his inflection, the way he presents it, he comes across as like anybody you're friends with would have that same conversation with you, which makes him relatable, which makes him likable, which makes it so people
vulnerable.
Go, oh, I get it. Right.
He showed vulnerability there.
Right. Yeah,
sure.
And if you watch the clip, it's very interesting because he's shaking his head. He's like, I don't think I'm gonna make it. That kind of attitude towards it. But that's that lends to what Damon was talking about. About being able to reflect on yourself, saying, I know I'm a flawed person. You know what I mean? I know I'm flawed. There's probably a whole lot more people better suited than I. But I think he made a great point without it coming off like he was trying to make a great point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it was just a discussion.
Well, none of us are worthy. No one's worthy of it. No one's worthy of his grace, his mercy. But today is I wasn't going to bring this up, but it might as well. Today's my 2-year birthday of being born again, where I fully turned my life over to Christ, October 13th, 2023. And my life has never been better. Like, I was one of those guys who was just like, God schmod.
Yeah.
I had to, it was all about being analytical, and I needed this, that. When I had the most incredible out-of-body experience, it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me, and I just think if anybody's playing with the idea of just surrendering, it's the greatest thing you could ever do. So that's why that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that, and it's the best 2 years of my life. Just wish it's all his timing, but sure wish that timing was earlier. I'll tell you that.
So our friend Michael Knowles, I think it was, who posted something that got me thinking about my original reaction to it. And he said something to the fact, I wish I could find it. I should have bookmarked it so I could get to it, but I can't. I'll find it. But he said something like, listening to that, people's reaction of kind of like mine was to say, oh, it's immediately so sad. He said, compare that to what you'd get, to show that vulnerability, to show that he's recognizing that he doesn't know that he'll make it because understanding that you're flawed, got me kind of rethinking my initial reaction of it. It was just sad. And I thought, well, actually, maybe it's humility that I'm seeing instead of sadness. And maybe I'm thinking about
That's
this
what
wrong.
I saw, vulnerability and humility.
Yeah. And being humble, thinking, I'm not worthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, let's do 20 minutes past the hour. We'll do some more on that. Let me see if I can find Knowles' tweet, because it was really well said, as he always says.
I still think he's such a great guy for Turning Point. He's so cool, calm, and articulate, great memory. Nobody's Charlie Kirk, of course, but I really like that kid. And a friend of the show, by the way.
Here it is. Right at the top, I just totally missed it. Unpopular opinion. President Trump's self-effacing joke about personal unworthiness is more in line with the traditional Christian understanding of salvation than the popular modern belief in once saved, always saved. So, and I thought, So that was kind of a jumping off point. So, all right, 21 past the hour. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, before I recap the odds makers, let me get into live scores right now. Major League Baseball AL Championship Series Game 2. Right now, Seattle leading the series 1-0 and leading this game 10-3 in the top of the ninth in Toronto. So Seattle looking to take a commanding 2-0 lead home for Game 3. Dodgers and Brewers just underway, bottom of the first. Game 1, National League Championship Series. Monday Night Football, doubleheader tonight, Big D. Well, believe it or not, Aaron, how do you like this one? Falcons 21-7 over the Bills. We were talking about this game earlier. I'm glad we didn't pick it, but Mike, the guest on Friday night, he did pick the Bills, and not looking good right now, Mike. There's 8 to go in the second, and they got a lot of work to do, the Buffalo Bills down in Atlanta. Bears and Commanders, no score, just underway, 11:28 to go there in the first. So let's recap the weekend. First of all, Big D, the records right now. Aaron is coming in at 17-11, very respectable. Slick Rick, I broke the 500 chain by going 3-1 this week, so I came in at 15-13. And the guests haven't done bad, a respectable 8-8. Big D. Possibly 8-9 if Mike loses tonight, because he did pick Buffalo. But let's get to the games real quick. NCAA, I had Georgia. They won 20-10 over Auburn. Aaron had Oregon, and I didn't see that upset coming. Indiana with an upset win 30-20. Mike had Navy 32-31 over Temple. He had the win, but not the spread, because it was 9.5 points. Week 6 in the NFL, I had Seattle 20-12 over Jacksonville with the win there. Boy, Sam Darnold really looking good right now. The Patriots, Aaron came in with a good win there, 25-19. They covered over the Saints. Broncos, Mike had them over the Jets 13-11, but he didn't have the spread. Jets did come in within the spread. The spread was 7 points. Raiders over Tennessee 20-10. Well, that cost head coach Brian Callahan his job. Second-year coach out the door. And we got Aaron on the Chargers. That was a loss for her. That was over Miami. They did win the game 29-27 on a 44-yard Dicker kick there, but unfortunately they did not cover the game. So Unbelievable. There, Mike had the Steelers -4 over the Browns. They did more than cover. They won 23-9. All the Steelers do is win games. They're now 5-1. Aaron had the Bucks over San Fran. Good pick there. 30-19. Boy, they really did good there. They're looking good. Baker Mayfield on an MVP type of season already. And we have the Panthers 30-27 over the Cowboys. Now, I wanted to warn Mike when he picked them, Big D, but I know we were a little tight on time on Friday night. But I wanted to tell him, do not pick Dallas in Carolina. Sure enough, Dallas not only did they not cover, they lost outright. Rico Dowdle with his second 200 total yard game. Rico Dowdle, who they let go last year. Good move, Jerry. I think Jerry was at the strip club, Big D, and having a good time there, unfortunately. And then we had the Kansas City. That was a good one. I had that one 30-17 over Detroit. They were laying 2.5 points, and they won. I just knew the Chiefs weren't going to lose Mahomes. They had to get to 3-3, and Detroit is really banged up in the secondary. And tonight, we got to pick the odds makers tonight. Aaron, who are you going with? We're only going to be able to pick Chicago and Washington. No score as of yet. Who do you have? Chicago is +5.5. So Commanders are laying 5.5.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Commanders here, laying the 5.5. The Bears have been competitive up until this point, and they're coming off the bye, so they're probably going to be pretty fresh. But their defense is still shaky coming into this game. They're allowing the most points, I think, per game in the league right now. And Jaden Daniels, I think, is coming in ready to roll. That knee is not bothering him, and I think he's going to roll.
I agree, and I'm going with the Bears. I'm going with the Bears, though. Actually, I'm going to take the +5.5 because I know that Washington probably is the odds-on favorite, but I have to root for Chicago. It's the only way I can save face for Dallas. So, and my fantasy, I need a big game today from Swift. So I'm taking the Bears, Big D, and I'm getting the 5.5. And James Franklin, $49 million buyout causes Penn State campus to uproar. How do you like that one? Penn State, unbelievable. That was the big. Well, I'm not so surprised with those 3 losses in a row. They fired their head coach James Franklin. You saw that?
Oh, it's a disaster. Adidas, supposedly the word on the street that is Adidas called Penn State and said, the guy's got to go. We'll pay the buyout.
Oh, no.
Really? Killing us.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That was the word.
Bad news. So
He's going to get paid like, I saw the math broken down. Whatever it is, it's $48 million over the next five and a half years
for doing nothing.
To do nothing.
To do nothing. Unbelievable.
Yeah, please don't coach our team so we lose.
They were number 2 in the country when Oregon was coming in for the whiteout game, which they lost that, and now the next 3 after that.
And now Oregon's got some troubles.
Disaster.
That's a wrap.
All right, we'll get into the news of the day. Anything happened today? Oh, I think so.
Oh, boy.
We'll get into all of it when we get back right after this.
I'm not going to take that loss.
I don't know how that makes sense. I'm going to take Chicago to make up for Dallas.
Boy, what a cockamamie way to get to a pick.
Well, I had no choice. I can't root for the Commanders. I would never root for the Commanders.
Oh, that's why.
Okay. They're Washington.
I didn't
if they
realize.
win, they're going to be tied with Philly. I'm trying to. My season's pretty much over after yesterday. Week 6, I'm already in the tank. But oh man, Aaron Glenn, you got to lose a coach. That's the one thing you do have to lose. Aaron is the coach.
We have to lose everything. Get rid of the entire team, start from scratch, and move it to Connecticut or something.
Let's get Eric Coleman. Big D, how about Eric Coleman, head coach? Now you don't want that job.
I'll take anyone.
I don't think he
Eric don't want that job. He played with Aaron Glenn.
Wait, how about the Tiger News? Tiger Woods PR. Oh my God.
What now?
What happened there?
I missed that. I didn't see it.
Oh my God, you guys didn't see it? Look it up. Tiger had a collapsing disc
Oh, jeez.
in his back that he replaced.
When was this? It must have been just a little while ago.
No, he put it out like Saturday.
I didn't see it.
And what happened? Did they replace
I
it?
guess the surgery was successful, but my God, I think he's
Poor kid.
I don't think he'll ever swing
I
again.
don't think he's going to be coming back. What a shame.
Rumble, rumble, howdy, rumblers. Ratchet, TJK 37.
You know, I was thinking about.
After experiencing, I'm sorry, Paul. After experiencing pain and lack of mobility in my back, I consulted with doctors and surgeons to have tests taken. The scans determined that I had a collapsed disc in my L4-5, disc fragments, and a compromised spinal canal. I've opted to have my disc replaced yesterday. Oof. And I already know I've made a good decision for my health and my back. On Friday, I underwent lumbar disc replacement surgery in my L4-5 lumbar spine for lower back symptoms. The surgery was deemed successful and performed by Dr. Shiraz Qureshi and his team at the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York.
Yes, send me that because that's what I need done on my back. My disc is crushed.
Well, maybe that'll set that might set the precedent for people to do that surgery. But it just goes to show you the pain he was playing through and what he was going through in the last, couple of years, Just incredible. Wow. I think that might be retirement for him, though. But if anybody can come back, it'd be Tiger.
Basically.
Well, he could jump on the senior tour and make money, right?
Yeah.
He's vowed to never play.
Oh, did he? Why is that? Because it's just below him?
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, October 13th. Slick's doing sports. Brought to you by our good friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Use the code at checkout. It'll save you up to 50% off. They've got some great deals. Go to mypillow.com/LFS6B for all of those deals for this audience. Delgado's got some news coming up in a second. Paul Nolan's got news as well. Well, given all of what happened today, obviously, I wanted to go back and remember last time the Prime Minister of Israel was at the White House with President Trump, and they had a joint press conference. And just to bring you up to speed and remember what President Trump talked about then, here's today's episode of Diaper Diplomacy. Roll it, Aaron.
I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago, they introduced me, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. Think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart. If you want to know the truth, I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart, otherwise you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from there. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
And that, of course, set the stage, amongst many other things, to lead to a day like today. Rick Delgado, what's going on?
Yeah, well, Damon, the biggest story in the world right now has to be the historic dawn of a new Middle East, as President Trump is hailed for his work during remarks to Israeli lawmakers today at the Knesset. After all the living hostages were reunited with their families, the president received repeated standing ovations from the Israeli parliament during his more than hour-long speech earlier today, as he declared a new start to a new era in the Middle East and peace for for Israel. Again, the hostages were released to the Red Cross in Gaza earlier today before being taken and reunited with their families in Israel more than 2 years after the Hamas launched its deadly assault on October 7th. Here is the president wrapping up his speech to the Knesset. Cut number 2. Check this out for yourself. President Trump, cut 2.
So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Good
so
luck.
there it is.
Thank you
that
very
historic
much.
speech to Israelis, the Israel Parliament. He called it a brilliant point in time. He told the Knesset, generations from now, this will be remembered as a moment that everything began to change and change very much for the better. Of course, there were signs. I don't know if you guys saw some of the stuff on social media, all the signs and things that they put up throughout the nation of Israel. One message on the beach so that Air Force One would see it, thanking the president as he flew in. Multiple, street signs and billboards that were put up to celebrate. And of course, after 2 harrowing years in darkness, those 20 courageous hostages have been returned to their families. The 28 more precious loved ones that are coming home to be laid to rest in the sacred soil will be do so in a matter of time. So just an amazing day for this president and his goal that he set out to end this thing once and for all and bring peace to the region.
It's still stunning to me, though, the way the liberal media on like CNN, they portray it. They show Netanyahu getting a smattering of boos, and then they cut the clip and they don't show Trump getting rousing applause. Then you have people like Obama and who was it, Warren and Michelle Obama. All these people coming out saying we're happy about the peace. Not one word about Donald Trump.
Right. They don't mention Trump because they don't want to give him. They don't want to give him. They don't want to give him credit. But here is
you know who did? The former president, whose instincts, of course, have always been better than his entire party and remain. That is President Clinton.
I know
President Clinton put a statement out today, directly naming Trump and talking about the work he's done here. And to your point, Paul, nobody else did. Almost nobody.
I believe Hillary did also. So what I think
she did too in a video.
I think they're both
actually
puckering up to stay off the
try to stay off the
Comey kill list.
Yeah. Speaking of things that were being said about the president, here's a C-SPAN caller, cut number 4, on what this Israel-Hamas deal really means, and you can hear it in his voice how it gets broken up. Cut number 4. Check this out.
Democrat, good morning. What'd you think of the speech?
Yes, hi. That was I'm going to get choked up. A momentous speech. And I'm a conservative Democrat living here in New York, where this example of bringing peace to everyone, but there should be a lesson to all of us that we can all live together. I think the future, if the Gazans really accept the goodness and the money that's going to come from the Arab community and from the world community, it can be a different world. And I'm sorry for being so emotional, but It's a great moment in history for everyone. And we have to reject hate. We have to reject Antifa. We have to reject Mandami. And we have to come together as human beings. I'm an old guy. Life is short. And we should live it with love. All right, thank you.
That's Philip.
So there you have it, a conservative Democrat from New York City of all places.
Yeah, who sees what's about to happen there? This is what kills me about the whole. The Jews are running everything. The Jews own the government. The Jews are running this. The Jewish people can't even decide not to elect an Islamic Marxist communist mayor in New York City. I don't think they're running anything. They can't even get together on that. I mean, this guy in New York City, what's about to happen there? I don't blame this New York, the Jewish population for being emotional about what they've seen. The most pro-Israel, pro-peace president in our lifetimes ever, and it's not even close. And here's New York City about to elect the enemy. Everything he's fighting against.
Yeah,
you know, you see mobs of Muslims in the street of Times Square, or in the roads, or speakers at 5 a.m. blaring Islamic prayer. Yeah. I mean, we're watching the takeover in New York City. To me, it's like, at what point could we saw they started introducing Islamophobia in 2012? This is all by design. This is
no. It's in 2001. Right after 9/11, they started, you can't really say that because that's Islamophobic.
No, I think as a nation, we had to forgive them, and they're all not like them. And that's when the Obama administration went haywire. And if you say one bad word, you were allowed to hate them in 2001. Remember, that's how they rallied us into war. There was a big, remember, it was the George Bush pep rally.
Right, you just couldn't hate the ones that were here.
It was cool to kill them all then, but then we weren't allowed. It just, anyway, you see what happens in England and what's going on with Tommy Robinson, what's going on in Ireland, and all these in France. It's a takeover. And nowhere in Islamic nations do these people pray in the streets. They do it in these cities as a flex to say F you to everybody who's not Muslim. It's disgusting. I got to be honest with you.
Well, there was one Democrat, actually, that that's currently elected in office. I know we don't hear from the Free Palestinian crowd. They seem to be nowhere in sight.
Yeah, of course. Where are they?
Where are they? They're all hiding in their hovels because they're afraid to admit, oh my goodness, he actually took our speaker, our podium away of Free Palestine because he just did it.
Yep.
Here is Senator John Fetterman, Cut 7, talking about how Democrats can't seem to celebrate anything. Cut 7, check it out.
Absolute elation. I mean, how can we all celebrate this thing? I mean, you've had human beings held underground for over 2 years and tortured and beaten and starved, forced to dig their own graves and things. Now they can finally come back home. And now everyone should be celebrating these things. And clearly the Palestinians are, and people in Israel are too. And now there are people in our nation, some of those aren't really celebrating or even acknowledging a thing. And that's part of the truth there too. It really was never about peace. It was more about an anti-Israel agenda. And now, why can't we all, where you are politically, this is a huge development, and this terrible, awful war is going to come to an end. And now you can rebuild Gaza, and these families are now reunited. That's a big thing, and it's a strange time if you can't celebrate this.
Yeah, exactly.
Who had Fetterman as the smartest Democrat on their bingo card?
Yeah,
hands down.
It's not even close, by the way. Other than Clinton, the Clintons, I guess, because you're right. I did see Hillary in some interview actually say it too, to say his name. Nobody else would even acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't acknowledge his name. And I don't want to hear from Anthony Blinken or Joe Biden or any of Biden's people about, they just took the groundwork we laid and brought it across the finish line. Give me a break. Are you kidding me? You guys left American hostages in Gaza, and you were all positive and advocating for Hamas to survive and for Iran to have nukes. Get out of here. Hear from you losers. All right, 17 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. More news after this.
history lesson on Thomas Jefferson and the first draft of the Constitution.
By the way, happy Columbus Day, everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. Especially you Italians.
And thank you, Child of the King, with a $47 super chat. Damon, the best first word you have ever delivered thus far. Great job. So many years beyond President Trump's. Heard your declaration. Very nice, Child of the King. $47.
Thank you.
47 for 47.
In the YouTube.
I get it.
Yep.
How about Obama out there today? See this video they released of some interview he did?
Oh, my God. He's horrible.
I mean, this guy. Just
talk about irrelevant.
He looks irrelevant too. Trump has broken him. He's just he may not know it yet, but he's
got so many skeletons in the closet where the smoke is fire. Let's be honest. That guy's did all the freak offs, the creepy stuff he said. But what was that that artist, the singer with his wife talking about like a threesome and
really?
Yeah.
He said something in this interview something like, it's hard to watch the ideals that me and Michelle and our administration put forth about America, not like some, and I'm thinking, what ideals are those?
Yeah.
The ideas that you hate America, that you went around the world apologizing for it, that you think it's systemically racist. What ideals exactly should Trump have been hanging on to from you guys that you portrayed to the world? Give me a break.
You know, that whole leading from behind thing that got nothing done?
Like what?
That what you're talking about?
Behind them.
Speaking of behinds,
anybody checked on
Obama. Exactly.
Anybody checked over on Blue Sky today? What? I can only imagine.
Blue
I can only
Sky.
imagine what the.
I think they all threw themselves out of a 10-story window.
Look at this, Cheryl Hines over there on Fox.
She doesn't exercise in jeans like RFK does. That's. I always found that.
I love that show, Curb Your Enthusiasm. She was great on it. And they didn't get political there, really. One of the things they did political was funny, too. They did it right.
Let me see here. I got some stuff down.
With the MAGA hat?
Yeah, he had a red hat.
Yeah.
And everybody thought it was a MAGA hat.
He's trying to sit at the sushi restaurant and there's no room. It's so tight. So he puts the MAGA hat on when he gets out of lunch with the jerk.
Good stuff.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday, getting a brand new week started. Glad you're in, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. Thanks for giving us a few hours of your weekday nights, 8 to 10, right here at Real America's Voice. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing news. Paul Nolan's got some news coming up here in a second. Let's do another sports update brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell at MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. As we get ramped up here, heading into holiday season pretty soon. We got about 10, 11 weeks away. Now's the time. Make sure you get your stuff on time. If you're going to shop at MyPillow, use code LFS6B. And, of course, you can send us your receipt to LFS6B at yahoo.com and pick out something free from our store, live from studio6b.com. There's always great new stuff going in the store. I think there's some new stuff that went in this weekend. So go check it out, live from studio6b.com. Right there on the homepage, you see everything that's new. Slick's got sports. What's going on, Slickster?
All right, big deal. Let's do some NASCAR news. Denny Hamlin just scored the biggest and most emotional win of his NASCAR career. This is Samuel Stubbs of NASCAR News. It's rare to see Denny Hamlin get emotional after a victory, but on Sunday, after winning in the NASCAR Cup Series for the 60th time and clinching a spot in the championship 4 at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Hamlin shed a few tears. Those tears were mostly because Hamlin's 75-year-old father, Dennis, isn't doing well, according to his son. As clutch and historic as Hamlin's win was, it's the personal aspect of what made it so special. 60 wins is more than just a nice round number. Hamlin's 60th win ties him with Kevin Harvick for 10th all-time on the Cup Series wins list, and Hamlin drove a Hall of Fame-worthy final 15 laps on Sunday to earn it. Very impressive win there. So we're going to keep on track in NASCAR, but I do want to get to this Mark Sanchez story, which is really taking a life of its own, I should say. This is from Barstool Sports, and this is a tough Sunday for Mark Sanchez, who was discharged from the hospital, went straight to jail. Mother of his child child says none of this is surprising. John Rich, Barstool Sports. What a week for Mark Sanchez. I'd have thought there was nothing Mark could have done with his life that would make him more famous than the butt fumble, second billing behind his name. Honestly, at the end of the day, I'm still not sure being stabbed by a 69-year-old greaseman because you allegedly viciously attacked him after he got in the way of your drunk and wind sprints behind a bar will overtake the butt fumble as far as what you bring up when you talk about Mark Sanchez, obviously the famous butt fumble. It's much closer than anything else. Much like the butt fumble, it's certainly going to trump going 4-2 versus Tom Brady, beating the Patriots in the playoffs and leading the New York Jets to back-to-back AFC Championship games. Ironically, the butt fumble just went from the most embarrassing moment of Mark Sanchez's life to something he now hopes it's seared into people's minds. So it went on to say in a sad interview, you feel bad for the guy until you remember the picture warning. It's not pretty of the man he reportedly attacked when the news of this story first broke last weekend. The internet went so quickly from holy bleep, pray for Mark Sanchez, to holy bleep, what a piece of bleep. So bleep, bleep, bleep. And anyway, story just goes on to talk about his wife of his child actually said she's not surprised. I mean, obviously, he's got a couple of things going on. When he did come out, he did say that he is recovering slowly. When I initially heard the report, I said maybe he's recovering from alcohol, but no, he just means he's recovering from the stab wounds. Yeah. I haven't heard anything forward whether or not he's going to get help.
Sounds like he hasn't recovered yet from the alcohol. Sounds like he hasn't admitted he even has a problem yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. That's got to be drugs and alcohol. He needs help.
He needs help, and I haven't heard anything as far as Fox Sports. I don't believe they've made any press release as far as what's going on with that, other than I'm sure they're going to have to suspend him.
I stopped with sports, so I don't really pay attention like I used to. I kind of quit it all. When you guys talked about this on Friday night, and you guys explained this story, how absolutely heinous it was.
Oh, yeah.
I'm fully stunned. I mean, this is he's going away.
Yeah, he's going to jail.
Well, yeah, he's got a pretrial. He's set for pretrial on November 5th, so I guess we'll find out more about that then. But this man was really seriously injured.
He's going to go to one of those
country club
type things because of his fame and money, or do you think he's got to really do real time?
That's a good question. I don't know. Depends on what happens.
Depends on, it's Indiana, right? Is that where this is where it happens?
Boy,
so I get along what their laws are there.
That poor son of a gun who's working and just living his life, 69. You got a 6'2", 235-pound ex-pro athlete at 38 years old. That's an impossible win.
And apparently
the fact that he survived it is a miracle.
Who has an anger issue along with alcohol.
I mean, the guy's truck was blocking his car. Why is he getting into a car being inebriated?
That's the first question I'm asking. Hookers and coke. What was he doing back there? He wasn't doing wind sprints wrecked.
Yeah, and he had a game the next day too for Fox. Anyway, Big D, that's a wrap in sports. I'll bring you up to speed on the Monday night games in the next sports segment.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. Paul Nolan's got some news. Mr. Nolan, what happened today with the Pakistani Prime Minister?
Yeah, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif announced on Monday his intention to nominate President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, for his role in brokering the historic ceasefire and the hostage agreement, between Hamas and Israel. Let's pray this thing lasts for decades, but the nomination would mark the second time in a matter of months that Islamabad tapped the U.S. president for the prestigious award. And in June, the country nominated Trump for his role in securing the ceasefire agreement between India and Pakistan. I think this clip does the talking for us. I believe it's clip 8.
For his outstanding, extraordinary contributions to, first, stop war between India and Pakistan, and then achieve ceasefire along with his very wonderful team. And today, again, I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize, because I genuinely feel that he is the most genuine and most wonderful candidate for Peace Prize, because he has brought not only peace in South Asia, saved millions of people, their lives, and today, here in Sharm el-Sheikh, achieving peace in Gaza is saving millions of lives in the Middle East. Mr. President, I would like to salute you for your exemplary leadership, visionary leadership, and I think that you are the man this world needed most
at this point in time. World would always remember you as a man who did everything, went out of the way to stop 7 and today 8 wars.
Just incredible. You know,
this is the beauty of Trump. This is the beauty of Trump. This is in the middle of Trump's speech. That guy didn't give a speech. This was Trump's speech. And Trump turned to him and said, see, these guys haven't learned yet. If you say something to him in private, or you say something around him, or you say something that he gets wind of,
He's gonna call you out.
He's going to put you on the national stage and make you say it. He turned to him in the middle of his speech and said, how'd you like to come up here and tell me what you told me in private? So what's the guy going to do? You go, okay. Comes up there and says that.
Keir Starmer, he mentioned something to Keir Starmer, and Starmer comes over, and then he's like, all right, get out of here. You're not on the mic.
He said, it's good to have you here. Yeah, I didn't ask you to speak.
But, you know, in addition to that, he introduced numerous world leaders in attendance for signing the ceremony in Egypt, and Sharif, who reaped the praise, obviously, as you saw. There was all the world leaders were like trying to get a piece of Trump, and this has to kill the globalists. This has to kill all those people who wanted to run the government into the ground with one world government, sell everybody out. I mean, this picture.
This made a big deal today, so
It's nice.
Yeah.
the biggest ever, right? To come back and get big signal. I got dumb I was gonna die in a bit.
It's good stuff, man. It's the big question will be, we'll ask in the chat and on the, how long do you think this will last in years?
I don't know. You know what? You know what kind of jumped out at me when I was thinking about that? I'm like, what made them finally say, you know what, this is about it. I don't think we can do anymore.
So much carnage, so much death.
Because I believe it or not, I go back to that strike in what do you call it, Qatar. I think it was that strike in Qatar where, you know, Trump is like, oh, we had no idea about it. I think that was his sign of saying, we know exactly what we allowed them to do, and they'll do more if you don't fix this. Because remember, they were housing the big money guys for Hamas in Qatar.
Yeah,
so I think that could have been the turning point where this all kind of started.
Oh, are you saying that Trump and Bibi have been closer than anyone thinks during this, playing a little 4D chess?
Could be.
All the haters and grifters on X are in
I'm going to dissent a little.
not a good mood tonight.
I don't think so.
Not a good mood tonight.
But I think that Qatar hit had something.
All right, 4 minutes to the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do. Hour 2 coming up.
About your first word, Big D.
It's the first hour.
People are still saying Damon's first word was great. Boy, you hit a spot with that.
All the first words, by the way, are at livefromstudio6b.com exclusively.
Wow.
You want to see them?
Child of the King sent 20 Real America's Voice gift memberships. Thank you, Child of the King, in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you.
The YouTubers.
Good to see
How do
you.
YouTubers?
The YouTubers are good.
Oh, the favorite
Usual
with the
crowd.
YouTubers.
Oliver's mom, Cats B, Bowser Roadkill, James Reed,
Fishing Mom,
Brazil,
Tala,
Moon Pie,
Cindy Bowman,
Turnpike Man. Don't forget Turnpike Man. Jeffrey
you can't
Koenig,
forget Turnpike Man, but he can't.
Chris Allen, my man, Chris Allen from downtown.
Andrew Loudermilk,
We got Vicky Hino giving us Thessalonians 2:7-8.
Broke Spoke, Lee's Bees.
Teresa Lang, Delgado is correct.
What am I correct about?
Probably what you just said. You were talking about.
Oh,
It's all.
yeah, I think that Qatar thing had something.
Jeffrey Koenig.
I don't know.
What's up, buddy?
Too naughty. Are we supposed to call it
Marianne
Qatar now,
Mack.
not Qatar?
Qatar.
Well, the people
I
know
call
as
it both.
Qatar.
I call it
Qatar or Qatar.
I can't keep up.
Yeah, different pronunciation.
Like Ghislaine or
I think
Ghislaine.
President
I don't know.
Trump calls it Qatar, right? I'm pretty sure.
Well, the people are
I've
known
heard-
as the Qataris, so you would think the
That's what I
country's
always call
Qatar.
Hey,
Right.
we got over here, my man over here, Jeff Koenig. What's up, buddy?
Julie GB, KT Frog, J Buck
All right, let's
169.
see here. We've missed a lot of stuff. All right,
Kusia,
so
47.
Delgado, I'm going to move
C.
down your Senator Graham,
Yep.
your California,
What's up, Billmore?
social platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to move down my opening story that I didn't get to. So, got Senator Graham here,
Mm-hmm.
California social,
Yep.
and then Glenn Beck.
Right.
Boy, that Glenn Beck thing he did about Jefferson, I was going to send that in, and it was such a great historical look. Yeah, can you put those?
And before Glenn Beck, you have those. You have cut 1, 11, 12, 13.
I got to get all that in?
Well, you don't have to, but top of that segment. We probably won't get it all. We'll keep moving it down.
Okay. But I'll start with Graham.
Was that a Sunday show?
Senator Graham?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live from Studio 6B, Hour 2 on a Monday, October 13th. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado, Paul Nolan doing the news. I've got some news as well. We're focused obviously on President Trump today. And man, this guy just never stops. His schedule flies. Gets to Israel, does all this, flies to Egypt, does this meeting. Now he's on his way back to D.C. so he can give Charlie Kirk's wife the Presidential Medal of Freedom, I believe, tomorrow.
Right, it's his birthday tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the man just... The man never stops. And, of course, I saw... Who was it? I actually think it was Caitlin Collins in one of the moments that I could actually stomach watching her. She said, man, you never want to be on a long trip on Air Force One with Trump. He said, because you'll get no sleep. He'll come back there and God only knows what time to talk and ask. If you want to ask questions, he just never stops. He never stops.
Unbelievable.
The press has never had it so good. We said this in the first term and now again in the second term, even more so. They've never had it so good. And they'll tell you about the Biden administration 4 years. They've never ever had it as good as they have it now.
No, I mean, think about everything he continues to give them. Just every single day, there's something.
Gold.
Every single day, all weekend, but there was something going on.
Gives them gold.
Then today, he doesn't stop.
I mean, Delgado needs a nap, and he's only like 60 years old. I mean,
Exactly.
Trump's 80, and he's
not even 60.
Guy doesn't even sleep.
No.
I mean, the big story with Biden is what ice cream he ate that day.
Right.
Or
Exactly.
what time he called a lid.
Was it a cone or a cup?
Because they found him wandering around the White House naked again at all hours of the morning because the sundowning was off.
Biden comes out today and says something about this. He names President Trump, but basically says, I'm glad he picked up the framework that we laid down and got it across the finish line.
God, framed all right. Framework from what is
Him and Anthony Blinken and Obama. Are you kidding me? Please just exit stage
So
left.
Kamala, something to the effect of, I called Joe, went to voicemail. I haven't heard from him.
yeah, somebody asked her because he's starting treatment, and God bless him. I hope he
wish him
works
well.
out. And she says, "Oh yeah, when I heard, the most disingenuous, gold-plated phony ever."
He's a fighter.
Kamala Harris. I called him.
right
left
away.
Left him a message. Oh, so you talked to him? Well, no, I didn't talk to him. I left him a message.
Yeah, he's a fighter. I know he's a fighter. Fighter? The guy couldn't get out of a paper bag.
Just, yeah.
Even Biden goes to her.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He's like, oof.
That book she wrote was just a bash fest. Why would he take her phone call?
I don't know.
I was reminded, I saw on socials of her Columbus Day speech, or as the BS they call it, Happy Indigenous Persons Day, or whatever the hell they call it.
Yeah.
Did you see J.D. Vance's tweet today? Oh, my God. It might be the best tweet ever put out by a vice president ever. To Elizabeth Warren, the president told me that he did this in your honor.
He's trolling too, man.
Chuck Schumer again. It was called the most famous Palestinian, and he was on some morning show, on Sunday morning show, and they said, well, why do they have to Why do they keep taking shots at you, Senator Schumer, saying you're a Palestinian? And there's Schumer having to defend it. And I swear to God, I wish I had the clip. He's like, well, I don't know, blah, 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 blah. And then he starts stumbling and fumbling, and he can't even get his thoughts together. He's so rattled by it. And he says, well, it's not about me. I'm thinking, really? It's not about you.
Since when?
It's been about you for about 70 years that you've been in the Senate, you fool. Not about me. Oh, good to know.
Watching him talking about the polls a week ago. Oh, I don't trust the New York Times polls, and it's a right-wing bias.
Yeah, right-wing bias on New York Times. Yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Somebody else was on the Sunday show, Delgado. Who was that? Lindsey Graham made his way over there, of course?
Lindsey Graham. Somehow this guy, he's the epitome of politics when it comes right down to it. He showed up on Meet the Press, hosted by Kristen Welker on Sunday, and they started talking about, of course, the indictments of Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, and former FBI Director James Comey. They sparred over the indictments during the broadcast as Welker pressed the senator on whether President Donald Trump was directing the DOJ to target his political opponents. Of course, Lindsey Graham, in his own Lindsey Graham way, waved it all off. You could check that out here. Here is Senator Graham, cut one. On with Kristen Welker from yesterday, Meet the Press, cut number one. Check this out. Oh, that's the best way to listen to Kirsten.
From the executive branch.
I think our Justice Department in the hands of Biden crossed every line there is to cross. I think within 3 days of announcing he was going to run for president in 2024, he did that in 2022.
But what about Trump?
He had 91
Senator, what about
indictments.
Trump?
What about Trump?
Now, I think the grand jury is going to take care of this, but you didn't care any about this. You didn't care that Letitia James made up charges that no one's ever faced.
But Senator Biden never publicly called for Trump to be indicted.
He had 90. Biden regretted that they didn't do it before the election. Jack Smith surveilled my phone records and 8 other senators. Jack Smith introduced his brief against Trump October the 24th before the 2024 election, violating every protocol just to politicize the election. So this may bother you that people are being held accountable. It doesn't bother me one damn bit.
Yeah, one damn bit.
Lindsey's good for a sound, but every once in a while he gets on the right side of something.
I
finally
accidentally bumped into that. The second that thing started, I'm like, do I watch this on a beautiful Sunday morning?
Oh, my God.
All I kept thinking is, my wife's like, what are you watching? That woman's making you nuts.
Yeah.
I'm yelling at the TV, would you shut up and let him talk?
And what's amazing is she actually said, but what about Trump? Because that's always been the goof, is we goof. It's like, oh, you know what they're going to say. But what about Trump? She actually says it out loud several times during that clip. It's amazing. It's an amazing piece to watch. Of course, critics on the left have condemned both the indictments they're damning, alleging that they were brought at the behest of the president seeking revenge on his political rivals. So there you have it. That coming from yesterday with Lindsey Graham on Meet the Press with Kristen Welker. It was, again, the first 5 seconds of that clip was priceless because she was moving her lips and nothing was coming out. It was great. I don't know if you saw this. Glenn Beck, a fellow broadcaster in his own right, you may have heard about him. You know who he is?
I've heard of him. Yeah.
All right, good. Turns out he is, he revealed a little bit something that happened over the weekend. As Glenn Beck revealed that the FBI under Director Kash Patel is seeking help from him in exposing an alleged Antifa network. In a post on Monday on X, Beck claimed that the FBI showed up to my house to discuss my TV show exposing the Antifa network. He mentioned about 3 agents coming to his home, insisted that the agency is dead-ass serious about uncovering the network stuff. He went on to thank President Donald Trump and Kash Patel. But if you ask your run-of-the-mill, everyday Democrats what they think of Antifa, well, you'll get stuff like this from somebody like Keith Ellison. Here's cut number 12, where he claims he doesn't even know what Antifa is. Cut number 12. You got to see this to believe it. Cut 12. Check this out.
So the fact that there is no... nobody even knows what it is. The first person I ever heard use the word Antifa was Donald J. Trump. When he was going on about how there were good people on both sides in Charlottesville. That's the first time I ever heard heard anyone use the term. So now it's this amorphous thing, and if nobody's really Antifa, then everybody could be.
Yeah,
and the reason you can't find them is because they're just that
how
crafty.
he seems to have the handbook there that he put up on social media about 6 years ago.
Oh, he's got to feel so dumb.
Minnesota,
right
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just amazing. So that coming from Keith Ellison, of course, exposing that Antifa is an organization that has a handbook. As you saw from that while he was talking, he actually posted a picture of that handbook because somehow he got a copy of something that doesn't exist. But speaking of Glenn Beck, here's Glenn talking about the FBI visit he got on Saturday, Cut 13. Check this out.
Last week, I did a TV show that apparently got the FBI's attention. The topic was initial investigation, a jumping off point, shattering the myth that Antifa just, it's just leaderless and decentralized. We thought, no, it's really not. So we dove in head first and we analyzed the Antifa network, and we went from the street thugs to the support groups, eventually to the funding. Okay. To say the FBI was interested in this might be an understatement. Let's just say the FBI is turning over every single stone. It is so clear to me that they are exploring all angles of this, and they are talking to anyone and everyone that can give them any kind of information. How do I know? Saturday, I get a phone call. The director would like to send over some agents to speak to you, Glenn. And I'm like, the direct FBI agents? Yes, you said some things that they need to talk to you about. And I'm like, well, good things or bad things? They'll be over. So they sat in my living, 3 agents sat in my living room on Saturday afternoon for almost 2 hours.
Yeah, he went on to talk about what they spoke about. Here's the second part of that, talking about the Tides Foundation. I know you've mentioned this a bunch, Paul, in some of your reporting. Cut 14, check this part out.
And it was surreal at one point. I talked to him for about 15 minutes just going over the Tides Foundation and saying, if you understand Tides, you'll understand how difficult your job is going to be. And this is information that I first gave on Fox years ago. Let me just say this. Finally, we have an administration and an FBI director that is willing to go in deep, not surface, but deep. I can only imagine what we could have avoided if anyone in an administration would have done this in 2011. But if I were in that imaginary group of Antifa, which, by the way, has imaginary leaders leaving the country to go maybe to imaginary countries outside of the U.S. right now, I would be very concerned. If I were part of anything that was sending money their way or assistance their way, I don't know. I might be a little concerned because the FBI is dead ass serious.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, there was also a Rutgers professor who tried to leave the country over the weekend. Who was a specialist on Antifa and got to the airport, got all checked in, and all of a sudden his flight was canceled. Ooh. Well, his tickets were canceled. His flight still went, but it went without him.
Yeah. You know what? I really hope Beck does one of his chalkboards of the history of Antifa, and he starts bringing all the points and parts, the way they're connected. If you're not following Data Republican, she's done a great job on this. Andy No, obviously. I'm so happy to hear this because Antifa is, this is the Marxist rules, right?
Yeah.
To be subversive from the ground up, bottom up, destroy, normalcy, destroy civility. This is good news.
Yeah. Between the education, boys and girls locker rooms, all that stuff. And then, of course, accuse them of what you've been doing the whole time. That's kind of their hallmark.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday. Sports, news, and some commentary on what President Trump really accomplished here. What it means, right when we get back, right after this.
years later, he admitted that he was threatened and strong-armed out of his position. You never hear people talking about the Freemasons or the Fabian Socialists or the Club of Rome, all of which are real, all of which are powerful. He was all over it, man. And I remember him and Alex Jones had a beef because Alex Jones would be bringing this stuff up, and then Glenn Beck would be doing a 10-time better presentation of because Alex Jones, blowhard. He's so abrasive, And Glenn Beck just laid it out so clean.
But he also had a bigger platform to do it on, too.
Yeah, true story. But if you never saw the movie The Obama Deception or Endgame, you look back on those films, they were spot on. By the way, Baker Mayfield, speaking of Christians, when you see guys like him who turn their life around, turn their career around, he's turned it over to the Lord, and he's just like...
He laid out that guy with that shoulder when he dropped his shoulder.
I love it, man. I'm rooting my butt off him.
I remember when he came out of Oklahoma, I hope the Giants draft. But they didn't get.
Well, the Bills just got in. They're making a game of it.
Yeah, I can't see the Bills losing this game. They'll come back. They got plenty
Down
of time
by one
left.
score, that's it?
Yeah, they're going to come back.
Did you see that?
Penix?
Yeah.
Did you see Levin saying that he wants the U.S. to go after every single Muslim nation and obliterate them all, just put the threat to death and rest and put it all... Like he's saying, let's go all out and kill them all.
Seems a little aggressive.
It was a minute 40 clip. I was going to send it in, but it seemed a little aggressive to me. But I got to be honest with you.
When did he say that?
Oh, I'll find the clip. It was on my feed.
Look it up right now.
But let's is there some point we got to touch the third rail and say that Muslims are trying to take over the planet? Am I allowed to say that?
No.
I think we have all known that since the Crusades.
Sound like the blues on a Monday. Buy gold and get free silver. Hello. That's what I said. Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month, in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. And our friends from Birch Gold were nice enough to send Big D that exact coin of silver right here, and it's got both the Gadsden and American flag on one side. It's got Birch Gold on the other, and it is heavy and actually quite beautiful. Really, really nice piece, and you get this free all month. If you every purchase of $5,000, gold's up over 40% since the beginning of the year. Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Plus, they'll send you this free silver coin honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current and former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They are waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. Birch Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, tens of thousands of satisfied customers. Many of you, of course, listen to this show, are part of that community. And I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. If you haven't done so already, text America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, America to 989898 Do it today, and you can get one of these free, beautiful coins from Birch Gold with the Gadsden and the U.S. flag kind of crisscrossing on the back. I know you can't see it on that shot, but it's really a heavy coin and quite beautiful. So text America to 989898 from our friends at Birch Gold. Well, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, as I've been telling you, there's only so much government's going to do. If you want to make America healthy again, it's going to start at home. And, of course, that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know their products are the gold standard to keep you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist you in all of the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue, weight loss, so much more. It can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. If you want to get that ivermectin, that's the way to do it. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice. twc.health/voice today in order. twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. All right, 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, LFS 6B. That's the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. And if you do, make sure you send us your receipt showing that you used our promo code at checkout. Gives you a great savings. Plus, you can pick something free off of our store at livefromstudio6b.com, and we'll send it out to you. So, Slick, what's going on in sports?
All right, BD, couple of doubleheaders tonight. NFL football right now, Monday Night Football, 2 games going on. Falcons lead the Bills 21-14, 7 to go in the third. Falcons running back Bijan Robinson, over 150 yards and a touchdown. They're only in the third quarter. Amazing. And the Bears right now holding on to a 13-7 lead over the Commanders. Commanders with a big stop there on the 40. 5:30 to go in the second quarter there. NLCS, National League Championship Series. The Dodgers and Brewers, no score there. Top of the 5th. Great game. And Mariners right now bombed the Blue Jays, actually 10-3. That was the American League Championship Series. Game 2, taking a commanding 2-0 lead back to Game 3 in Seattle on Wednesday. So good stuff there. And one quick story I want to get to, Big D. Bill Belichick breaks silence amid reports of looming exit from North Carolina. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart Sports. Once again, North Carolina head football coach Bill Belichick is saying that you can't believe everything you read on the internet. I've heard that one before. Reports that the legendary NFL coach may be negotiating a buyout with North Carolina following a 38-10 thumping at the hands of rival Clemson percolated online last week. Such reports were further fueled by the suspension of a defensive assistant, prompting some to question whether the school would use the scandal of a defensive coach giving improper benefits to a player's family as a pretext for parting ways with Belichick. Belichick addressed those rumors Monday with reporters. That's just categorically false. There's no truth to that. I'm glad I'm here, Belichick said. When asked if he believes his plan is working, Belichick was emphatic. 100% yeah, it's a learning curve, but we're all in this together, Belichick added that he feels like North Carolina will experience success like everywhere else I've been. Hard to argue with the big coach there, Big D. But I'm not so sure about that. Belichick has discussed, per sources, options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another media team, is what's being heard behind the scenes. So he's talking a different story. I guess he has to save face, but I don't know.
Penn State.
Speaking with forked tongue. Yeah, well, maybe. There's a couple of, hello, Tennessee. They might need a job, too. He doesn't have to go too far there. Tennessee, that'd be the NFL, that is. That's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
Hello, Penn State.
Nittany Lions.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, leave your girlfriend home, though.
All right, Slick. Yeah, because that's not going to fly there.
Definitely not.
That is not going to fly over there. Yep. What's happening in North Carolina? I can tell you that.
No, sir.
23 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Paul Nolan's got some news as well. Mr. Nolan, I know we were talking about this to open the show. Mike Benz has caught your attention. What's going on there?
Well, those clips I have are going to take longer than we have, but, in relation with this, you like the Federalist.
I do.
Like the Federalist. Yeah. Sean Davis. Can we all agree Sean Davis is as good as it gets?
Sean Davis, Molly Hemingway, many good people over there. David Harsanyi. There's so many good writers and thinkers over at the Federalist.
They have been labeled a terrorist organization or a threat and conspiracy theorists. There's nothing conspiracy theorist about that website. But Senator Cruz had, as ranking member, had a committee for people to testify on behalf of the First Amendment speech and press rights. And Sean Davis, this is what he had said there. My name is Sean Davis. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of The Federalist, a conservative digital media company focused on politics, culture, and religion. I am a Christian, a conservative, and a political commentator and a reporter. I am also the victim of illegal and unconstitutional censorship by my government. I was targeted, my publication was targeted, and me personally. First Amendment affirms and protects 5 God-given rights: free speech, religion, press assembly, and petition. In my capacity as publisher of the major national media outlet, which produces news and opinion, and infringing on or an abridgment of any one of those 5 rights can be cataclysmic. Unfortunately, my publication, our writers, were all directly targeted for destruction by my own government, using my tax dollars. Even worse, much of the targeting was done in secret by individuals and institutions who were desperate to hide their illegal, unconstitutional actions against us. This long-running conspiracy to drive us out of our God-given First Amendment rights is illegal, unconstitutional, and unconscionable. Sadly, many senators who sit on this committee either refuse to condemn or fight these censorship efforts or outright supported them. In the summer of 2020, at the behest of the foreign government-connected organizations, Google attempted to demonetize The Federalist for its apparent crime of criticizing American government in response to the media coverage of COVID-19 and the violent Black Lives Matter riots that raged throughout the country. The apparent article that triggered the outrageous attack on us and our First Amendment rights was entitled "The Media Lying to You About Everything, Including the Riots." That article is on my X page. It's worth the read. I have clips of Mike Pence when we come back on X. Paul_Eggs Nolan. Give me a follow. I do follow back. Paul_Eggs Nolan, and we can discuss.
So we'll talk about Mike Pence and the progress we've made since what happened to the Federalist did happen, and I did see Sean Davis's testimony, and he laid them to bear in that testimony for about 20 minutes or so. So, all right, 26 past the hour, we'll get to Mike Pence and what he says the progress being made on this. Plus, we'll get to that Obama clip I told you about.
And I never get agita, ever.
You never get the agita
over here.
You don't get the agita?
I don't get the agita over here. I can eat a cherry bomb.
You get a little verklempt sometime, maybe? No.
I do get verklempt.
It's a New York thing. Chat live in the chat.
Sure is.
Who out there? Rumble chat is rumbling. Don't Laugh at My Groin is in there. KT Frog is in there.
Don't laugh at my groin again.
MAGA Patriot 63 is in there. Leadman 4. John D 6307 is in there. Hassenpfeffer. That's just an awesome one.
Delgado, do you think
no, I still have the California. Actually, the California thing lines right up with Paul's stuff about censorship. That'll work perfectly. Zink and Ivy, Drake and 99. Howdy do. Yaddle do.
Dudley do right.
Too naughty. You are too naughty. Keir Starmer, come up here. Get back in line. That was the best.
What the hell's going on with Katy Perry?
Katy Perry.
What a joke.
What is it?
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
On my yacht. Yacht Rock Radio.
California.
We're doing a little Yacht Rock Radio over the
I
weekend.
think I want to squeeze the Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, California girls.
Who's going to be the girl in this relationship, I ask?
I got the Levin clip that Paul's talking about here. I haven't seen it. It's 2 minutes, but play it. what he says.
Belinda McMeck, I should say. Jumping over to the Twixers, Commander Mike, Tumbleweed Farmer, 417 Raiders, Santa Fe, Mockingjay. MAGA Texan is in there. That's a cool profile picture, MAGA Texan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's really cool. I like the MAGA Texan profile picture. Ann Miller's in there, Casey 58, Nancy Springer Smith, Tumbleweed Farmer.
How about that shameless plug of my X feed there?
That was pretty shameless.
Snuck that right in.
Twice.
At the 53-second mark.
I saw you're up to 10,000 now, Delgado.
Am I?
Minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Monday night, brand new week. Hope you had a great weekend. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Delgado and Nolan doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. And let's get back to Paul's news, because we were led into the Sean Davis thing, which was a perfect lead-in to censorship and the great work that he did. Molly Hemingway reported on it. Miranda Devine, of course, all the great reporters who back in the day. Michael Schellenberger, of course, Matt Taibbi. I'm sure I'm forgetting a lot of great ones who did report on it.
Glenn Greenwald was pretty good.
Glenn Greenwald, yep. And he did testify. But you said Mike Benz went out to where was he? Conservative what? National Conservatism?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where many great speeches have been given, and he was out there. So tell me about what he said, Paul.
So, they asked him to come in and talk about the state of affairs, but he said, I'd like to start with some of the good news, because if Trump didn't get in there, the censorship that was put down through CISA would have absolutely obliterated us. The things they got away with, the Biden administration forcing censorship and the algorithms and the hundreds of millions of dollars put into it and the manual labor behind it and all the people who were chasing down dissidents who said something about the vaccines, said something about the stop the steal, said something about, the corruption of government at all levels, you immediately flagged. I would get, on my old Facebook page, I would get 400 engagements on a topic. I would have, an endless debate on every subject. And once I started really ranting about COVID, I was done. My page was done. I would get a red box around it with an exclamation point saying dangerous content. So it's pointless. My page is burned. But free speech was under attack, and the fascists and the Marxists have been interbreeding so long, and they're telling us that Trump's a fascist, but he's not. And they're telling us that we're not for free speech. But meanwhile, they were busted with the censorship and with this government shutdown and the money that's been pulled from USAID. We have this wonderful news. Aaron, if you could roll the first clip.
I was asked to talk to you today about AI censorship and the new machinery of control. But that's a dark topic, so I want to start with some light and happy news, which is that on the topic of free speech, here in the United States, we are winning. We're actually winning at warp speed in shocking ways at the federal government level. We're actually winning at the federal government level in the United States on so many fronts that once seemed impossible that advocates of censorship are having to come up with new and creative ways to try to stop our momentum. So let me quickly recap the wins from the past 9 months. It was announced in February and it was finally closed on July 1st, just a few months ago. USAID was formally shut down. For folks who've only followed that issue in a cursory manner, you'll appreciate the magnitude of that as we get deeper into this story. But USAID alone spent tens of millions of dollars per year for the past 7 years funding censorship organizations, censorship technology, the AI censorship technologies that we'll cover, censorship institutions, censorship centers at universities, and that is gone, baby, gone. At the State Department, the Global Engagement Center, which was the original gangster of the government censorship world, it was created initially to stop ISIS from spreading terrorist propaganda on Twitter and Facebook, and then after the 2016 election was repurposed to stop Russian propaganda, which meant Trump supporters or Brexit supporters or anyone in the transatlantic community who challenged U.S. foreign policy with respect to maximalism around war or around, frankly, any globalist foreign policy agenda. So the Global Engagement Center, which had $60 million in annual funding and over 50 full-time positions, is gone, baby, gone. It's done.
You know,
nice.
And you think about what they got away with. You know, the amount of censorship that the U.S. was doing on behalf of England, and England was doing on behalf of the U.S. So they couldn't. Oh, we weren't doing it. Right. You know, and they had this nice little synergy where anybody who talked about Brexit, well, U.S. companies would be going after anybody. And we see where the censorship is in England. A woman today was going to go to jail for saying that she doesn't want to hear about the Quran on the street. This is a Christian nation, and the police locked up this 64-year-old woman. And, it's all the time. They're making 30 to 50 arrests a day for people who write something on their social media feed. Scary. In fact, somebody who was, I believe it's a cartoonist who was visiting America, made 3 jokes on their Twitter feed, and they landed at Heathrow and were arrested promptly for hate speech.
Yeah,
which is outrageous. Wow. We have the other clip too, if you guys want to watch it. If you guys find that it's less than a minute, if you guys you good with that? Yeah.
At the Department of Homeland Security, CISA, the cybersecurity turned cyber censorship agency, which played the lead role in the largest political censorship event at that time, I think, in human history, the censorship of the 2020 election, in which tens of millions of people had their voices turned down to zero or almost zero through social media censorship, coerced by CISA at the Department of Homeland Security. They are now out of the speech police business. The National Science Foundation, which is a weirdly star player in all of this. You'll be hearing from Director Bhattacharya later on why science needs free speech. Well, the National Science Foundation was the biggest domestic money gun to fund censorship organizations and AI censorship technology. During the course of the Biden administration, they expended over $100 million in grants around misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, infodemics, information literacy, digital literacy, you name it. It became the science of censorship, and now there is a hard ban at the National Science Foundation on any grant that so much as mentions the word misinformation in it.
I cannot understate how important this is, guys.
No, especially on a national level, a federal level, when you have the federal government actually advocating for these kinds of things that you're talking about, not only it chills your speech, but it chills how you think. And it affects everything you do, and people don't realize it. I've got a clip that, it's interesting that you brought this out, because I've got, it's almost like they said, okay, we've lost the centralized push on censorship, Paul. We need to decentralize. Let's get to California. Let's start there, because that's exactly what they're doing in California. This is coming out of, let's face it, Gavin Newsom's office, as California is trying to punish social media platforms for aiding and abetting the First Amendment. Senate Bill 771, currently awaiting Gavin Newsom's signature, would impose, check this out, meaningful consequences on social media platforms that allow users to publish hate speech, depending on who defines what hate speech is, per legislative analysis from the state Senate Judiciary Committee. So basically, it's any speech, because they can determine what hate speech is and what it isn't, and it's a direct affront on the First Amendment. As a matter of fact, in the UK, you mentioned it as well, they are dealing with this in 12,000 arrests this year, which is insane. And back to my point about what you're allowed to say and how to say it. Here's this clip from, from GB News. This is cut number. What 11. Do I have? Cut number 11. Watch what this woman says. She says the phrase "born and bred." Watch how she reacts when she realizes what she said, because I believe she probably believes that she's going to end up in jail for this. check this out. This is cut 11. You got to see it to believe it. Check it out.
This is the most insane story I have seen all week. A Reform UK councillor has been reported to the police after comments made on an STV interview about anti-migrant protests in Falkirk. Have a look.
True unrest, and it's scary. It's scary as a local resident, somebody who was born and bred here. I shouldn't have said that.
Well, do you see why this is? People sometimes think that Reform are very much against having people
that just
here.
Came out. It just came out. Just
that's unfortunate for you.
For being honest.
And this is why.
Even the agony she has on her face just because she said born and bred. She's clearly conditioned to think that's wrong. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing racist remotely about saying you're born and bred somewhere. I'm born and bred in London, right?
Yeah.
This is why I'm a free speech absolutist. I may be repulsed. I may be disgusted by what you're saying, but I'd fight to the death for your right to say it. And that's where any form of attack on free speech, even if it's the most vile leftist saying the most vile things about this country or the most hateful things, I'm not playing that game because I don't want anyone being the arbiter of my truth. So this is disgusting. I really hope the world's waking up to this.
Yeah, according to this, California lawmakers are trying to say that they're pretending that SB 7071 doesn't actually punish the companies for platforming potentially offensive speech. It merely makes them liable. Well, liable is punishment, right? For aiding and abetting violations of civil rights laws or conspiring to do so. Just amazing that this is happening not only in the UK, but now it's trying to grab a foothold in law in California, Damon.
So, Paul, back to Ben's. Do you think so? What he's outlining there, as far as the good news, do you think it makes some kind of difference, or where will we see the difference? Is maybe a better question.
Well, I think we'll see the difference on places like free speech, like on platforms like Facebook, that has made the push to come back from this censorship role that Zuckerberg admitted. I think YouTube's forced to do it because YouTube desperately needs the U.S. government to protect it in court cases in places like London and England, where free speech is under attack, where they could be now held liable. So they have to play ball with Trump. So I can't see this not being a massive win, especially with the government shutdown. Once this stuff keeps getting exposed.
Wait, there's a government shutdown?
I didn't know. Everything's going great.
I don't care much about it.
Anyone noticed it? No, of course not.
Maybe we start shutting down the IRS while we're at it. Those bastards don't know how to stop stealing everybody's money.
I think they didn't they lay off like 50% of their workforce, or was that? Yeah, they furloughed half their workforce.
Yeah, maybe they could stop charging 40% of every dollar you earn, and then the other. What do they end up? What's the new study show? They get 53% of every buck you earn.
We've got to get to day 61, though. Remember?
Yep.
We've got now. It's projected to go at least 35. I don't know where they come up with these numbers, if they actually mean anything, but at least that's a projection right now.
I'm going to bet on it.
And again, I continue to see. I mean, I don't really want to harp on this. But I can. What'd you say? You're going to bet on it?
He's been hitting his parlay. He's betting his parlay here.
I know. Delgado's. I don't know what we've created here. He's
the prince of parlays.
I'm a degenerate.
Yeah. Well, that was before.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. I keep seeing Republicans. I don't know. Republicans out there saying the Republicans should use the nuclear option to end the shutdown.
No. What?
And I've tried to think. Well, what am I missing here? What am I missing? And they argue that somehow you can get the same results that we're going to be able to get through Russ vote after day 61 some other way. And why would you take Russ vote off the playing field? Why would you take him out of commission to then look like you're caving to Schumer and say, okay, we'll end it ourselves? Am I missing something about this strategy?
No, you know the strategy.
Because I see people today, the Republicans can end this if they wanted to. They could use this nuclear option.
Yeah.
And it's being pushed by Republicans on shows.
Because they're all the same. There are no Republicans and Democrats that actually think that. They're the uniparty.
End it ourselves.
Exactly. It's the uniparty.
All right, live from Studio 6B. We'll wrap it up. A little more news and sports. We'll try to get to everybody here when we get back on a Monday night.
I got that Mike Benz thing was 30 minutes and it was all fantastic. It's on my X page. It's really worth watching. That laugh is fantastic. The laugh is so great.
That's the Aaron laugh. No,
Yep, Paul's doing
we
it.
approve of your laugh.
Delgado's doing it, Aaron. Just so you know.
It's our favorite laugh.
Not me and Slick.
It's our favorite
not
laugh.
us.
And I noticed your hair, and Slick didn't. So just remember who's on top, Aaron.
Who remembered it first?
Slick didn't say anything about your hair, and Delgado and Paul are making fun of your laugh.
No, we love your laugh.
Me?
We think you have the best laugh on TV.
I've done nothing.
Damon,
but praise.
What, you cut your hair, Aaron? You cut your hair?
Damon doesn't want to put your laugh on the air.
Oh, you went darker. You went darker.
He keeps your laugh hidden in the.
Slick, you got to notice these things for girls.
I know. I think no self-awareness here.
He demands you notice it about him, but no. You know.
Yeah, trust me, she still didn't spend what you spent, so don't worry.
Yeah, I hope not. She might have.
First thing I said was, you go to Slick Stylist because it's the same color.
I don't spend that. Stop. No.
$450? You don't spend $450?
I'm about $160 every time.
You guys know my haircut
Every 2
budget.
weeks.
3 weeks.
My own buzzer.
Every 3 weeks?
3 weeks. Yeah, but I gotta. I mean, forget about it. I'd be calling me Whitey Ford if I come on a show without that. I gotta admit it.
You can tell from looking at me that I'm saving money right now.
I'm with you, Fran. I just get my buzzer. I get one haircut every 8 weeks, and I do it in between.
Yeah, Paul.
Paul, don't be giving out any haircut directions or advice here.
Conversation.
Maybe we could. I'll bring my buzzer in.
Patches over here.
I'll get your hairline. You get mine.
Chat, live in the chat. Who that? Jake Buck.
Who that nation?
C. Holly.
You can come to me last big day. If you have time, I'll either do scores or I'll do the story and the scores if you want to do that.
What's left here?
I just have the transgender thing in Minnesota.
Right, we got sports
and scores.
Paul's got something, I think.
We don't have to do it as well, but the vaccine study that came out is really a great story.
Delgado's got something, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm all done with mine.
Oh, you're done? Okay.
Yeah. But I have some fillers, some quickers.
Okay.
Some quickies.
You got anything from
you need
Moss?
A quickie?
Well, let's do. I got this Levin clip,
something
Paul.
quick.
Does this work, Aaron? You got audio here? All right, live from Studio 6B. 13 to the hour. Okay, good. Real America's Voice on a Monday. So let's do a couple quick hitters here. We'll get to some quick hit stories as well to wrap it up. Man, this went so fast. Show's already over.
Yep.
Let's do another hour. I'm jacked up on caffeine.
Here's the Obama clip. I mean, how you sit there with a straight face, with your legs crossed, your arms crossed, so like trying to be like so nonchalant. And this is what he says. Listen to this clip.
I mean, what was unusual for me was obviously a lot of what I represented. Yeah. A lot of what Michelle and I had tried to project, the values, our thinking about America. My successor seemed to represent the opposite.
Right.
Not seemed, did.
Yeah.
And
to clarify.
Yeah.
So I think there was a lot of anger, a lot of
how delusional,
sadness.
Yeah.
Well, no, you know what?
Some fear among a big chunk of the country.
I think it falls upon it's the responsibility of the interviewer to say, you know what do you mean by that? What failures are you talking about? Because the only thing I mean the successes or whatever he's trying
ideals?
to say.
What are your ideals of America? Please let us know.
The ideals for failure were what he specialized in, right?
Yeah.
Lead from behind. We're not that good. We're failed. You know, we're a bad nation. Let's apologize to everybody. We should be knocked down a few pegs.
Yeah.
let's turn us into a third world nation. That's what he stood for. That's what his radical husband stands for as well.
So you're saying, you're taking the reverse look and saying that's actually paying Trump a compliment. He's
Right.
everything you're not.
Yes.
So you just didn't tell us what those ideals are, but we all know because we watched you go all over the world apologizing for the nation, telling everybody we're systemically this and systemically that. And
right. And he set a record for the most drone kills of innocent women and children and non-combatants. So this guy was a Nobel Prize, and he was just a neocon puppet like the rest of them. He played ball and got his Marxist agenda off the ground like he did in Chicago as a community organizer. This guy is a scam. Every time he turns around, it was about race. In the audience, in the chat, the 90s, didn't it feel like that whole white versus black thing was over? In the early 2000s, did it not feel like after 9/11, especially, it was like everybody was together? He was a hate merchant. He was a divider, and he was a rotten guy to the core. And he's obviously as criminal as it gets. So I really would love to see some truth about him coming out. Ask me how I really feel about him.
Here's one more clip. Paul mentioned this before. I have not seen this, but this is, well, you want to set this up, Paul? What is
Well, no, he's just saying, like, look, let's be honest. I mean, I am not Israel first, but I'm definitely second because I am Islam last. And I'm afraid he's going to keep saying this because I don't want someone to come running here yelling Allah Akbar and blow us all up. So,
I got better plans right now.
I just, I'm just curious. Does anybody here think we should just go in an all-out, just attack every one of Israel's enemies?
All right, so here's Levin on his Life, Liberty, Levin weekend. Let's see what he's calling for here.
The time is right with the Trump peace plan to use this historic achievement to go to the next level, to protect us, to protect the West. That is, challenge the root cause of the problem, Islamist terrorism. And to be clear, I believe the only leader who can do this, who is bold, courageous, strategic, and have a real shot at making it work, is President Trump. Our State Department keeps a long list of terrorist organizations and the countries they are operating within. Beyond that, we know where the major actors are based. You can go online and see on the internet. Many very good groups, research groups, think tanks, they've laid it all out. It's right there. Of course, they're not only in the Middle East, these terrorist organizations, but many are. And it's a good place to start, particularly since we have this outstanding foundation, this platform, the Trump peace deal. The president is singularly qualified and capable of extending his diplomatic, economic, and yes, military reach into these countries where he has built special relationships to begin the difficult and complex process of unraveling, starving, isolating, and eliminating these terror operations. Some of these countries will welcome such an initiative, as their monarchies or their military dictatorships fear for their own survival, because these terrorists seek to overthrow several of them. I'm thinking of countries like Jordan and Egypt, among others. Some will resist because they're harboring terrorists or have been funding terrorists or somehow promoting terrorists and have relationships and understanding with terrorists, such as Qatar, such as Saudi Arabia. Yes, name them.
Yeah. I mean, raise your hand if you have a problem with that. What?
No, I understand what he's saying now.
Exactly. By the way, if you saw the story today of one of the hostages who was interviewed, he said, I will tell you that Hamas was extremely worried about Donald Trump. It may be the reason that was kept some of us alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he said they were very petrified, I think is the actual word he used, of Donald Trump.
Yes.
They wanted Kamala Harris elected.
We played that clip on here about 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago.
Well, this just happened today.
Are you sure? Because we in the white background.
No, I think it was the same guy. They just.
Oh, they re-interviewed. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah.
So, I mean, at what point now? How long does peace last, or do we want it to last? Do you want to go full tilt here? That's a big question.
You know what? I think going full tilt is mischaracterizing it. What he's trying to say there is using all the all the tools that the president has at his disposal.
Economic, financially.
Political, plus his relationship. And if need be, it's like, hey, you can use some of our guys here. We'll help you guys root these guys out militarily. I think that would be probably, especially for the ones that are looking to say yes.
From a diplomatic standpoint, how about call out these leaders of these nations to absolutely call out the fundamental the terrorists, like and decry the rape gangs, and beat down on these zealots or these crazy bastards. I mean, like, how about somebody call out the clerics who promote this stuff? I mean, maybe that's the path you go. Well, does it escalate, and does that lead to more guys running into buildings strapped with bombs?
Right. Well, you know what always happens with the clerics that come out and try to say, that's not what we're supposed to be. That's not what the Quran says. Those guys end up getting blown up. That's why you don't see them anymore.
Well, the CIA did that study about blowback, and so that's an interesting. Where does it lead? So it's a question that's got to be asked. But at this point, right now, I mean, can we not say that what's happening in New York City is not going to be England, especially when they force people into Nassau County and into Suffolk County, and Long Island becomes the same thing in 10 years?
All right, 55 past the hour. Let's wrap it up with a little quick sports. Slick, what's going on?
All right, Monday Night Football, Big D, fourth quarter, 8 to go, 21-14. Falcons continue to lead the Bills. Bears and Commanders, 13-7, 14 to go there in the third. Commanders on the move, though. Dodgers 1-0 over the Brewers, end of 6. They drew first blood there in NLCS Game 1. And the Mariners earlier tonight defeated the Blue Jays 10-3 to take a commanding 2-0 lead in the ALCS. And that's a Rapid Sports. Big D, over to you.
Okay. All right. Slick Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. So I did want to try to get to Rich Lowry today over in the New York Post. We don't have time to get to it. Maybe I can get to it tomorrow. But he wrote a great op-ed today about Trump, the Knesset speech, a ringing endorsement of the U.S. and a pledge for peace. It's on our socials. Maybe I'll try to touch on it tomorrow night. It's a really good piece, though, from Rich Lowry over at New York Post. As always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, and all emergency personnel, all our truckers, all our farmers, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, live from Studio 6B audience. Thanks for a quick one. Man, the show was fast. We'll see you tomorrow night. We'll be back 8 p.m. right here, Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.
$1,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click.
A massive Trump hater is now on the president's side. Foster parents are no longer allowed to be foster parents unless they support the LGBTQIA2+, all of the alphabet letters, which is a crazy story. But we have to talk about President Trump's breakthrough in the Middle East and who the president needs to apologize to. Yes, there needs to be a heartfelt apology from the President of the United States to this specific group of people. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We love seeing each and every one of your emails, whether you have thoughts, comments, concerns, criticisms even. Yeah, we allow criticisms here because we actually believe in free speech, unlike the libs. Send all of that to tpt@tpusa.com. I'd also love your thoughts on who I think the president owes an apology to after brokering peace in the Middle East. You can also go to the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel where you see exclusive content not aired on Real America's Voice because there's too much to get to every single day. You can find all of that content, including the show, on our YouTube channel, Turning Point Tonight. You can also see my speech from Thursday at North Dakota, University of North Dakota, the speech in full. Got a lot of comments and emails about that. Appreciate all of you who watched already. But if you haven't, go check it out on the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. First up, we have to talk about President Trump brokering peace in the Middle East. Remember how President Trump wants war, according to the libs. He wants the world to self-destruct, and unfortunately has solved 8 wars at this point. Again, terrible situation going on there if we are the lib media who doesn't want Trump to succeed at anything. I'm sure you've heard the news by now. 20 hostages alive and released by Hamas, the terrorist organization that started this whole thing 2 years ago. President Trump took a couple months, but did ultimately come to a consensus between the Israelis and the terrorists, and the hostages that remain are back, and some of the remains of hostages are also coming back as well. An unbelievable thing that the President of the United States pulled off. And remember, according to all the libs, Joe Biden could have done this, but he didn't. So Trump had to do it. And therefore, Biden should get some credit too, according to a bunch of the stupid lib media. But there is somewhat of a downside, to say the least, of President Trump again solving the biggest one of the biggest global conflicts in the world right now. And I believe the president actually owes a certain group of people an apology. Overweight, purple-haired, terrorist-supporting jihadist feminists need an apology from the President of the United States. The Queers for Palestine movement, who has been ardently taking over college campuses for the last 2 years, need an apology. Why? Because what are they going to do with their time? They obviously don't go to class to actually learn anything because college is an entire scam. They are going to need something to do. And because they're now going to be bored, President Trump owes these overweight lesbians an apology. An apology is needed. Because what else are they going to do with their time? Instead of taking over dorm rooms and buildings on campuses, instead of barricading themselves in libraries, they are going to have to do something else. And unfortunately, they don't know what else there is to do. What is the next Omnicause? They wouldn't be put in this position if it weren't for President Trump. And for that, he owes them an apology. Again, what are the purple-haired, overweight sociology major lesbians going to do with their time now? I actually do have a suggestion, and I think that President Trump should take me up on this initiative. Now, we've all seen pictures of the Gaza Strip. It is, pretty destructed. Kind of did the whole FAFO thing there with Hamas, and, well, they found out, indeed. And as journalists are pouring back in, you've seen the rubble, you've seen the pictures of what Gaza is now. It needs to be rebuilt. And might I suggest that President Trump, in atonement for his terrible, terrible situation he's put these college sociology majors in, should create an initiative that allows these people to fill their time, and fill their time by going to Gaza to help rebuild. I would be willing to allow the American taxpayer to fund flights for these college jihadists to go to Gaza and help them rebuild. TPT at tpusa.com if you have any thoughts. If you would be okay with President Trump, again, trying to make amends with the people that he's so fervently hurt by solving the global crisis in the Middle East, what are they going to do? I think I have a good suggestion for them. We, the taxpayers, can fund several flights over to Gaza, and they can go there and help the Gazans rebuild. I think it's the least that President Trump could do for, again, those overweight, purple-haired lesbians who have been supporting jihad on their college campuses. I think it's a win-win for everybody. The Gazan area can get rebuilt. That is, of course, if they know how to build anything. I'm not entirely sure on that front, but they have something to do, which is really the main goal. President Trump, by brokering peace, put these people in a terrible position. And maybe he can do something about it. Good news, though, is in other places around the country, the Omnicause has lived on. In Portland specifically, where it's, again, totally peaceful and there's no problems at all in Portland, beside the rioting and burning outside of federal facilities, but that nobody, we don't want to show that if you're the lib media. In Portland, they have found a new cause. They have been rioting outside of the ICE offices for many days now, and it doesn't appear to have any end in sight. We talked to several people, including Savannah Hernandez, who was on the ground in Portland, saying, yes, they are continuing to riot in Portland. So thank goodness the Portland libs have a new thing that they can protest against. But over the weekend, they did something unexpected that actually changed my mind on the entire issue. They didn't just riot in the streets. They didn't just sit down in front of traffic. They didn't just, quote unquote, protest. They did it naked. We're seeing some harrowing clips from Portland over the weekend. As you can see, not only did they protest, they did it in the nude. I, for one, have never been moved by a protest in this way, but I can honestly say that because they're doing it naked, I have changed my mind about the entire thing. Little known fun fact, all of the major wars have been ended because of people protesting, not only protesting naked. Again, as you can see here in the communist hellhole of Portland. If protesters not only protest and riot, but do it while in their birthday suits, you can end conflict. Thankfully, the people in Portland have something to do. I can't with this. Thankfully, the people in Portland have something to do because President Trump has taken away the thing that they are so fervently protesting for. Now they can protest in the nude and change the hearts and minds of maybe 3 or 4 people. Actually, I'm not even sure if it's that high. I actually don't know if anybody has changed their mind because the Portland people have taken their clothes off. And by the way, too, I know this is censored, and I don't encourage you to actually go look this up, the actual raw videos of this, but it's not like it's doing your eyes a favor. Let's just say that. Let's just say the body type of the folks that decide to do this with their time are not appealing enough to probably change anyone's mind. But yet they're still doing it bravely and boldly in Portland. Now, thankfully, not only in Portland, libs are promoting violence in other places as well. Now, not necessarily in the nude, although I think it would be hilarious if the Virginia Attorney General candidate did actually do something like that. Jay Jones, the guy who, wanted to kill his opponents, because that's a normal thing that happens on the left. But it continues across the country. In New Jersey is the newest instance of libs promoting violence in a school board race. A school board, by the way. It's not like we're talking about like a huge power vacuum. We're talking about a school board. And again, I'm not saying that school board is meaningless. It's just a school board, though. New Jersey school board candidates were caught red-handed sending vicious sexual messages about a conservative female board member in a group chat labeled B word needs to die. This B word needs to die. While we are, I guess, thankful in a way that, again, these libs have found other causes to direct their violence towards, we wish they weren't doing it overall in the first place. You see some of the pictures of this conservative mom and this guy, who has recently dropped out of the race in the Marlboro Board of Education, as well as his running mate. There were 3 seats open, 5 people running. And because of this, they've actually dropped out of the race, which in all seriousness is actually a good thing. I think Jay Jones in Virginia should learn a thing or two. Hey, maybe if you want to kill your opponents, you shouldn't be running in that race anymore. But again, the heartless libs who apparently think that violence is okay are totally cool with that guy continuing to run. Maybe if they protested naked, we actually might have something on our hands here. I realize this whole thing has been very satirical, going back and forth between snark and real war, but honest to God, congratulations, President Trump. This is a major achievement. All the libs are big mad about it. The ones being honest about it, which interestingly enough include Hillary Clinton, are saying, yeah, this is actually a pretty cool thing. And then you've got a bunch of other libs who are literally saying, producer Glenn was telling me about a tweet earlier that he saw that somebody was saying, I don't want this to be a real because that means he actually did something positive, which is exactly the way that libs think so often and in so many cases. We have a ton to get to today. There's been... With the pro-life movement where it is, right, the biggest knock that we get hit for is, well, why don't you then fund, foster care? Why aren't you trying to adopt? And the obvious response is, well, we are. But actually, that's being turned away in so many cases. A really interesting story out of Massachusetts that we got to get you all hip to. Also, speaking of overweight lesbians, J.B. Pritzker made some really interesting comments. I'm sorry. I gotta not laugh at my own jokes. J.B. Pritzker made some really interesting comments about voting, which we'll get into some of the numbers around that. Voter fraud doesn't happen, guys. It just doesn't happen. Trust J.B. Pritzker, the man who can eat himself his way through several restaurants at a single time, which if you don't understand that joke, go watch the show from a couple months ago. But a ton to get to here on Turning Point tonight. TPT at tpusa.com. Also, go subscribe to our YouTube channel where you see unseen clips as well as the entire show. In case you missed any segment, our YouTube channel. We're also on podcast. We're all over the place. Just search TPT. You'll be able to find us. TPT at tpusa.com is the email. Don't go away. Ton to get to. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the intent to mock the libs and their terrible freaking ideas. TPT@TPUSA.com is the email. You can send us any comments, concerns, criticisms, thoughts. What should we be covering? Also, in addition to what we're already covering, you can go to our YouTube channel, Turning Point Tonight, on the YouTubes or Rumble or my personal Facebook. You can find all this content all over the internet, as well as exclusive content that you won't see anywhere else. We got a ton to get to, including like I said, the voting fraud that doesn't exist. But before that, I really want to touch on this in, I guess, kind of a more serious note, especially with Charlie's birthday being tomorrow. We all saw the insane things that were posted after Charlie's death, people celebrating and saying this is great. And we did what I think was actually appropriate. We made sure that the folks that employ those people know the kind of person that they are employing. The difference between cancel culture and what we were doing is, well, conservatives were getting canceled for saying things that are true, while these people are getting canceled for saying what they believe, which is a whole different thing, especially if you work at a place that wants to keep the other employees around them safe, especially the brands that those employees, that those employers have. You don't want somebody who thinks it's good that someone dies working where you work, because that poses a threat to not only the business, but pretty much everybody involved in the business. Well, it's been about a month, and because of that, I think a bunch of the lib outlets are now feeling more comfortable with posting stories that are effectively sob stories of people who got fired. I have been open about this, but I think more people should have gotten fired, and I'm hoping more people do get fired for what they said amidst a tragedy of us losing our friend Charlie Kirk. But the New York Times and NPR both had big, long sob stories of, oh my gosh, how will these people continue on after being fired for just speaking their mind? Holy cow, we've got right up front. Here is this lady from the New York Times. This is the New York Times that highlighted that lady who posted exactly that. But just to give you a little bit of context to set it up, they couched it in a way that kind of pitted two different people against each other. A guy named Arnold, who I'll leave his last name out, he's a former mayor in a small town in Texas. And by the way, we love this guy because he had gotten criticism before for changing the town's holiday parade back to the Christmas parade, among other things that he did. This guy is great. He himself in the article, just to kind of give you a short breakdown and summary of it, has said, hey, I don't really like the vitriol and people being at each other's throats, but the response to Charlie Kirk's assassination changed him in a way where he said, yeah, we do need to notify these people's employers. And one of them was this lady. The New York Times tries to couch her in this. She's just a nice person. They say once in 2022, she decided to join a nationwide protest for abortion rights by adorning her uniform with a small red bandana. After an hour of hazing and harassment, she works at a fire department, I think is a paramedic. She ended up outside the firehouse in tears. Yeah, if people don't like what you're showing up to work in, by the way, and they decide to tease you a little bit, that actually is something that could happen to you. She then goes on to say, she texted a friend and said, the culture is the exact opposite of tolerance. Correct. That's not something we do here on the conservative side. We don't tolerate everything because some things are not good for the society and the culture. She ended up writing on her Facebook page after Charlie Kirk's death, good riddance. Only a few hours after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, thoughts and prayers to the other guy. That is what she said on her Facebook page. Now, the Texas mayor that we talked about previously saw that, and him and a bunch of people said, whoa, this lady works for the community. She works in the firehouse. And this is not something that we can tolerate in our local community, especially with somebody that we pay for. And here's what I think is super interesting about this. The New York Times whether on purpose or for some last shred of journalistic integrity, actually gives the whole story, but they do it in a way that makes it seem like, wow, look at this poor lady who got fired from her job. They go on to say Myers got called into a meeting with the fire chief the morning after Kirk's death, the morning after she posted this insane thing. A few colleagues had noticed her Facebook post, but her profile was set to private, which, by the way, is not a good argument. Oh my gosh, how dare the internet see something that I posted freely to the internet? Like, okay, that's not a good argument. Nothing on her account listed that she was a firefighter or paramedic in Comal County. This is where it gets super interesting. And again, the journalistic integrity that the New York Times has is all but gone, except for they did mention the rebuttal to this later on. It says this: Myers apologized to the chief for her lack of professionalism. That's just what it is. Celebrating someone's, it's just a lack of professionalism. You hate to see people be unprofessional. Also, interestingly enough, too, it's in the New York Times piece, which I think makes conservatives look good. One of her colleagues said she could stay at his house. He is a conservative who thought Myers' posts were horrific, but he hid her car behind his house and offered her a bedroom for the next few days, which, again, only conservatives do that. Find me the lib that will defend the conservative when things are going wrong in the conservative's life, and you'll find me the first one of those types of people. But it's interesting the New York Times mentioned that, because they also go on to mention this, again, making this whole sob story. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this poor person got fired. Here's where, to me, it all comes together, and I have zero sympathy for this person. It talks about how she went to then stay with her mother, but her mother mistook her distress for regret. But Myers says she wasn't sorry for what she had written. Okay. So, 1, she decides to post good riddance. 2, she then gets called in by her boss, the fire chief, and says, oh, I'm sorry for the unprofessionalism. But then when the New York Times writes an article about it, she honestly says, nope, wasn't regret. I don't regret what I wrote at all. Good. Go have fun finding employment somewhere else. I've said this a number of times. More people should have been fired for the way that they handled this, because, in my opinion, it shows the true colors of who people are. And when someone shows you who they are, believe them. In this case, people are deciding to show the world that they have apparently no heart and don't care about the death of somebody that they disagree with politically, and therefore are happy in the worst cases, celebratory in the worst cases, about somebody dying, which is horrible and horrific. NPR also had a really interesting article that said effectively the same thing. Like I said, I think we're past enough time to where the libs think, well, this is now acceptable and appropriate for us to be putting articles out about this. They go on to profile some girl named Alexandra and her employee. Alexandra posted something which the context is a little bit iffy, but she effectively is saying a similar thing of like, hey, well, it's fine because, well, Charlie said some bad things, which, by the way, isn't true. But even if it were true, that's still not okay that you think that this is how you're supposed to respond. But then NPR did the same type of profile piece of, it's so troubling and sad that this poor young woman got fired. But what really gives it away is the fact that they had to sort through how many of these people, and this is the best one they could find. In the article, the further down you go, it says that less than 3 hours after the X post that highlighted Alexandra's post, her employer fired her. There was no conversation, Alexandra said. And then it goes to say this later on in the article. She had just started the cybersecurity job 2 weeks before. Yeah, if you're in your probationary period, the bar for acceptance is going to be pretty high. Nobody wants somebody who is going to say something this awful about, again, a human being who was murdered in cold blood. But don't sit here and pretend that this is just some awful thing when the reality is this particular individual, and this, by the way, has to be one of the quote unquote better stories for them to lionize, especially because they're trying to make the point that it's so unfair. This lady was working for this company for 2 weeks. Like, this is the best that they have, right? 2 weeks, by the way, not past any probationary period, and any person with a real sense of how business works doesn't want a person like this working for them. There's a little bit more that we can get to, but for the sake of time, and because I want to get to, there's a bunch of other stuff. The foster care story in Massachusetts, and good old Governor J.B. Ham Sandwich Pritzker. I don't think that's generally a nickname that he's called, but I heard it somewhere and I felt like it stuck. We want to get to all of that. So tpt@tpusa.com, your thoughts, send them over to tpt@tpusa.com. If somebody that you know said something horrible and horrific and is yet to face consequences for being a bad person, not for what they said, but for the person that they are. If they show you who they are, believe them, send it over to tpt@tpusa.com. We'd love seeing each and every one of your emails. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Turning Point Tonight, on YouTube, Rumble, all of the social media platforms. We'll be right back after the break. Don't go away.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
To Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of terrible lib ideas. tpt@tpusa.com is the email. Love to see each and every one of your emails. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel. We got all the channels, but YouTube specifically, we're really excited about the growing audience over there. Exclusive content. You can see my speech from Thursday at North Dakota. Fantastic time there. Again, albeit a tragic situation, but overwhelming the amount of support that turned out for Charlie's tour that continued on at the University of North Dakota. You can find that speech on our YouTube channel, as well as exclusive content, and all of this show is ultimately there as well. In case you miss a segment, go ahead and go to our YouTube channel. This I thought is really interesting. One of the biggest knocks that conservative pro-lifers get is, well, why don't you want to fund all of these communistic programs that quote unquote support kids if you want to outlaw abortion? And the common argument from conservatives is, we are trying to do all the things we can for orphans or for moms who can't support financially the kids that they're having. There are definitely a ton of conservatives who want to help those people, whether it's fostering, whether it's adoption. There's so many different ways that conservatives are stepping up. What we don't like is the government getting involved, because that tends to make things worse for everybody involved, especially the kids. So yes, we are pro-life, and we want to do anything and everything in our power to help kids who may have a more difficult go of things. Except for libs are trying to make it more difficult for us to even do that. This is a super interesting story that the libs of TikTok is bringing to light out of Boston, Massachusetts, where a couple has been fostering a bunch of kids in addition to the kids that they have themselves on their own, but got their license pulled, which, by the way, why do you need a license to foster kids? I'm sure there's some nuance there, but that feels like licensing, just the term license to me is super difficult to grapple with, because why does the government need to give you permission to do anything? But that's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the foster care system and what is required of foster parents in the state of Massachusetts. Watch this and we'll discuss.
And they were ready to keep going until Massachusetts Department of Children and Families pulled their license last spring.
Now that it seems like there's no path forward.
We certainly thought we would have young children in our home. For how long, we didn't know, but we were not done having young children in our home.
The heart of the issue, the Marvins refused to sign DCF's LGBTQIA+ non-discrimination policy, which states a foster family must accept a child's assertion of their LGBTQIA+ identity, address children by their names and pronouns, and support gender-neutral practices regarding clothes and physical appearance.
In other words, the state of Massachusetts pulled these people's licenses because, well, of course, they were a loving, caring family, but they refused to lie to the kids, which is crazy and insane. Now, we can go on to a whole diatribe here about what causes kids to be a part of the LGBT. I can never get all of the alphabet letters correct. Kind of like Justin Trudeau. Remember that one time where he's the LGBTQ2. Sorry, tangent on tangent on tangent. But effectively, what they're saying is you can't help kids unless you lie to them. Now, the question that I thought was really interesting is, okay, well, how many of these quote unquote foster kids are actually a part of the alphabet community? I'll stop trying to use all the letters. Well, according to the statistics put out by some of the bluest states in the union, they're unbelievably high. Out of New York and California, some of these scattered statistics put that number at around 30%. Almost 1 in 3 kids in the foster care system are a part of the alphabet community, which is crazy. To say that that is not a socially inflicted thing on these kids, who, by the way, are suffering through a lot of traumatic experiences having to go through the foster system, would be to, again, further lie to the community, the culture, and the society that is desperately trying to help these kids. The bottom line is Massachusetts is not allowing for kids to be helped because they are insistent on the parents, the good-hearted foster parents, especially like these people, lying to kids who already have enough trauma to deal with on top of, again, being lied to by their foster parents. And what I thought was really interesting about this clip, and I want to play you one more small section from it, is how it ended, right? The reporter there, like so many reporters, tends to try and pretend to be like, oh, I'm right down the middle, folks. It's just, we're just telling it how it is. But let me know if you can see some bias here by how this report ends without giving due time to the dad to explain his position. Watch this clip.
Well, what if you had a kid whose views about their own gender did not align with your religious beliefs? What would you guys do?
We would love and care and support any child. But if there was an issue where we knew that we would have a different position than DCF, we would just be open and talk to them about it.
In Woburn, Louisa Moeller, WBZ News.
Yeah, while he's going through his answer to what I think is a very important question, now we just fade it out and go, my name in the ABC News, and this is... I'm going to be willing to bet that guy had a very eloquent, planned out response that justifies why he doesn't want to lie to kids. But did they air any of that? No. He said, well, if we have a disagreement, and fades out to the end of the segment. Good unbiased reporting there, Miss Journalist Reporter there. Again, pretending like, oh yeah, we're right down the middle. We're just reporting things as it is. And by the way, when this guy gives his answer, we're going to cut him off and then go to a commercial break, as is usual for a bunch of libs. Speaking of libs, this I thought is an entirely different transition, but wanted to make sure we get this on. One of the overweight lesbians that runs the state of Illinois, and if you don't understand that, go watch the first segment, especially if you're watching this on social media, is talking about voting. Governor J.B. Pritzker, interestingly enough, had some things to say about why the Trump administration may be looking for a bunch of the voter rolls for various states. Well, watch this first clip, and then we'll discuss. We'll answer JB's question, and then play another clip, which I think is actually even funnier than that. Check this out, the governor of Illinois.
Another thing that's happened, and very few people paying attention, you probably are, which is they demanded, the DOJ did, our voter data. Not just ours. In Illinois, every state's voter data. Why? They won't tell us why.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because there's rampant voter fraud around the country and nobody's willing to admit that. In California, I've mentioned this so many times, literally anybody can vote. We did a story about a month ago about a lady whose dog voted. And you might be thinking, well, how do you know that her dog voted? She must have gotten caught and she must have be facing some sort of consequences for her dog voting. And yes, she is, but she got caught because she turned herself in. In other words, this lady's dog could have continued to vote had she not had a good conscience and turned herself in. By the way, she was a conservative, and that's probably why she didn't feel right about it. She was doing it in order to prove a point, which she effectively did because her dog was voting, and turned herself in because she couldn't bear not being in alignment with her own values, which is, in my opinion, admirable. By the way, the dog unfortunately has passed, therefore will be voting for libs throughout the duration of the dog's voting future. But JB, why are they wanting these voter rolls? Because, well, it doesn't seem to make any sense. I'll tell you, it's voter fraud. Interestingly enough, later on in the same video, JB answers his own question. Watch this, cut 3.
And actually, what they seem to be looking for, remember back to the 2020 elections, is they want to be able to find voter fraud, which lots of organizations have been looking for voter fraud, as you know, for a long time. There's very little voter fraud going on, very little.
Yeah, JB, that's what we're looking for. It's just funny to me. He sits there and pretends, why would the Trump administration want any of the voting rolls? It's because they're fascists. And then later on he says, well, it's because they're looking for voter fraud. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Now, just so you know, and I'm just, I guess, specifically acquainted with the state of California because I live in this godforsaken hellhole. The California Secretary of State is responsible for investigating any sort of voter fraud allegations. The entire Secretary of State's office is supposed to handle that. Now, California State Secretary of State has about 500 people employed in the Secretary of State's office. They will not tell anybody how many people specifically work on investigating alleged voter fraud. People that I know that are close to that office, that don't necessarily work there, but have a pretty good understanding of how that office works, said there are between, on any given day, 2 to 5 people working on voter fraud allegations. In other words, in the state of 40 million people, 2 of them are working on rooting out voter fraud. Now, again, they obviously can get all of it. There's no voter fraud that would ever take place that those 2 people can't root out, again, in a state of 40 million people. And of course, there is no voter fraud, according to one Governor J.B. Pritzker. But yeah, dude, that's what we're looking for. Stop be-clowning yourself. Actually, let me rephrase that. Keep be-clowning yourself, because it gives us some good content to laugh and mock you with. We got more to come here on Turning Point tonight, including one of President Trump's biggest adversaries politically is coming around to his side of the aisle. And the New York Times says, well, the only reason that can happen is because he's bending the knee, and refused to acknowledge the other argument that could possibly lead to one of his former biggest detractors becoming somebody who is supporting the president. You're not going to want to miss who that is and what they're saying after the break. Don't go away. I'll be right back after this.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through the mockery of terrible lib ideas, among many other things. TPT@tpusa.com is the email you can send if you have comments, concerns, questions, criticisms about any of the segments we did prior to that, including whether or not President Trump should issue an apology to all of those purple-haired jihadists who have nothing to do anymore now that he solved the war in the Middle East. Send that along to tpt@tpusa.com. We'll have seen each and every one of your emails. You can also go to our YouTube channel. You can find exclusive footage as well as the entirety of this show repackaged into social media form each and every day. Turning Point Tonight on YouTube. You can also find my speech from last Thursday at the University of North Dakota, which I'm not one to... I thought it was pretty good. It was a pretty good speech, I think. If you haven't seen it, would love for you to go to our YouTube channel to check that out. One of the most fascinating things in the political world right now is seeing the former detractors end up coming to the realistic side of politics. Mark Benioff, who, by the way, Charlie himself had hammered a ton because of how bad he was in the 2016 election, in the 2020 election, is apparently coming around to the side of sanity. The CEO of Salesforce, who is a major lib in so many ways, or at least has been, really interestingly gave a, wide-ranging New York Times interview in which they wrote, coming to the conclusion that he is fully behind President Trump on a couple key issues. This is from the New York Times. In a wide-ranging interview, Mr. Benioff said this week he was avidly in support of President Trump and thought the National Guard troops should be deployed to San Francisco, his hometown, and where he kind of lives. He lives on and off between there and Hawaii. He said an action that city leaders would be considered beyond the pale. In other words, this former major Hillary Clinton supporter and donor is now saying, yeah, this is too much. Enough is enough. Things actually need to change. Now, whether or not he's sincere about that, I don't know. But the realistic side of me seems to think that maybe he is, but that's not what the New York Times thinks, which is really interesting when they go on further. Too many, this is the New York Times again, too many Silicon Valley observers, such attempts to accommodate Mr. Trump are simply a matter of protecting their tech businesses. Isn't that what you hear constantly? Tim Cook of Apple, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, Sam Altman of OpenAI, all going to the White House, all participating in state dinners, all engaging with President Trump. That can only mean one thing, that they're trying to curry favor with the administration. And for some reason, well, we know the reason, the libs entirely neglect a huge potential in this that is, well, maybe they're starting to see the reality of the policies that the libs have inflicted upon this country. Maybe Mark Benioff walks around the streets of San Francisco avoiding human poop and feces everywhere he goes and thinks, yeah, maybe the libs have kind of screwed things up a little bit. Maybe he's starting to see places like Portland, Chicago that are just rampant with crime, thinking, yeah, maybe we do need some sort of order. Maybe the pie in the sky ideas of libs and how the policies they inflict actually impact the society, well, maybe that's not exactly what I wanted it to be. Maybe it's not what I hoped for, and the reality is just a little bit different. But nope. The New York Times' only conclusion is that these guys are trying to curry favor with the president. They go on to talk about the Dreamforce conference that Benioff and Salesforce have in San Francisco, set to begin on Tuesday in downtown San Francisco, bringing 50,000 visitors to the city. He lamented that he has plans to pay hundreds of off-duty law enforcement officers to help patrol the convention area, and said that San Francisco needs to refund the police. That to me does not sound like somebody who's trying to curry favor with the administration. It sounds to me like somebody who recognizes the reality on the ground and is going, oh, yeah, I know I'm bringing 50,000 people to this city. I don't want them to get, at worst, stabbed, or at minimum, but also still not quite a minimum, pooped or peed on by the homeless junkies that continue to live on the streets of San Francisco. The New York Times continues to say, over a 50-minute conversation, Mr. Benioff did not have a negative word to say about Mr. Trump or his policies. He did say, and this is a quote, "I fully support the president. I think he's doing a great job." Again, the only reason that could be happening is because he wants to curry favor with the president. So says the New York Times and so many other lib outlets, completely disregarding the potential that maybe he is seeing some actual benefits to the policies that conservatives put in place. The last thing I'll say on this is during the interview, Mr. Trump's voice could be heard in the background. Mr. Benioff was actually watching, while he was on the phone with this reporter from the New York Times, he was watching a YouTube video about the Israeli hostage release deal, which he praised the president for. But again, the only reason that he would be praising President Trump is to get a leg up with his tech business, not because he sees tangible benefits from the president of the United States, I don't know, ending wars around the world. None of that. It's because he wants to be a part of the oligarchy, would say Bernie Sanders. I almost slipped into my Bernie Sanders accent there for a little bit. Sorry about that. But that's crazy. Again, Charlie himself railed against Mark Benioff, deservedly so, because Mark Benioff was a big time lib. I hope this is genuine, but let me know your thoughts. tpt@tpusa.com. Do you think Mark Benioff is genuinely coming around to the conservative perspective after he sees the horrible failures of lib policies, or do you agree with the New York Times? Is he just trying to curry favor with the President of the United States? I am optimistic. I hope it is the former. Let me know if you think it's the latter. tpt@tpusa.com. We got a bunch of fun videos to watch. We'll end the show on a high note or a low note, depending on how you view making fun of lib videos, because the only way to make fun of them is to show the ridiculous things that they said, and maybe you think that's actually a low note because it shows where society is and the culture of acceptability in the libs. Maybe, but we'll see. I think it's a high note because we'll have some laughs coming up after the break. Don't go away.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. tpt@tpusa.com is the email. You can send anything you want to the email. Do you think Mark Benioff is being genuine in what he is saying in support of President Donald Trump? I hope he is. That would be good for us, the conservatives. As well as any of the other stories we touched on today. Send your thoughts to tpt@tpusa.com. You can also go to our YouTube channel. Check out all of the exclusive content that only goes to the internet at our YouTube channel, as well as some speeches that you've seen or that I've given, that some interviews that aren't necessarily short enough to be aired here. All go to our Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. You can find exclusive content there as well as our One More Point, our final point. I forget what it's even called, but it's only on YouTube. That's the exclusive YouTube channel. Go to Turning Point Tonight's YouTube channel. These are fun. We're just gonna have fun in the last segment because who doesn't need a little bit of fun? We're supposed to be a lighter-hearted take of the news, and I know we've changed the format just a little bit. Hopefully, we still have that a little bit of that dynamic to us. But here we've got some fun stuff. Happy Columbus Day, by the way. Happy guy who shows up to the Americas and tries desperately to stop the human sacrifice of children around the continent. Apparently that was bad, though. We got indigenous people. They're the ones who need to be celebrated. Again, the child sacrificers and not the guy who tried to stop the child sacrificers. But happy Columbus Day. Some people who are not happy about Columbus Day decide to throw paint onto Columbus's paintings or paintings of Columbus in various museums around the world. Watch this clip and I will give my very short and brief thoughts of how these folks decide to celebrate Christopher Columbus. Watch this. Those are some folks there throwing paint on a painting of Christopher Columbus there in Spain. Producer Glenn brought up a point. Who the heck is checking these people's bags? Why are there so many people that could go in a museum with just buckets of paint and nobody's like, what are you doing with that paint there, ma'am? I don't want to, assume anyone's gender here. I have some paint with me. I'm sorry. I have to have some paint with me. I'm not going to throw it on a painting or anything like that. Yeah, that would be absurd. I actually, though, have a different response to this, which is, this did not change my mind in any way, shape, or form. The people throwing paint on paintings of Christopher Columbus does not change my perspective or thought on him. However, it would have if they were also naked. As I've said earlier in the show, that is the one. In response to the Portland protesters protesting naked, that is what will change my mind on things. If you're blocking traffic, do it in the nude, and then I'll agree with everything that you're saying. Of course, that works for so many people, which is why they do it, of course. Before I get in trouble on that, watch me get in trouble on this. Here's a congresswoman talking about the government shutdown that is currently happening and why the government shutdown is happening, and all of the terrible things about the government shutdown that you haven't noticed yet because nobody cares about this stupid thing. It's happening for one specific reason. Watch this.
There is no doubt that there are so many from our community who have built their talents and their expertise around giving service to our communities through our federal enterprise, and to see this administration target them, essentially, it reaffirms what we know about this administration. Unfortunately, we're dealing with white supremacism, and they've used every dog whistle, every excuse that they can to target our communities.
When in doubt, white supremacists. Libs know like 4 words, and 3 of them are white supremacy. And I know that that's 2 words, but I guess that takes up. It's white supremacy, white, and then they know another word, but I'm not sure what that word is. That's it. That's what it is. The government is shutting down. We're firing people that don't need to be employed by the federal government because of white supremacy, whatever that is, because apparently that is the root cause of everything that's wrong in this country. But speaking of the government shutdown, I thought this was really interesting too. So I think what is going on here in so many of these instances is a lack of civics. People don't understand how the government works and the votes necessary to pass legislation. And one of those people is my favorite person to pick on, one Jasmine Crockett. Watch this from Congressman Crockett. This is probably gonna be the last one we have time for. But here's her not knowing how many votes are needed, apparently, to get legislation to the president's desk. Watch this.
Right now that there is a debate about funding the government. I've been a little bit confused because Republicans, last time I checked, are in control of the House of Representatives.
You ain't
They're
confused.
in control of the Senate, and then the president signs the bill. Okay, but I've heard people suggest that Democrats somehow have the ability to shut the government down. So can you please educate the people on what's happening?
No, you are not confused.
Okay, all right.
You are a lawmaker. You understand how this works. And, Republicans don't know how to count. But here's the thing. When you're in a legislative body, you control everything. So if the government shuts down, it's on y'all.
I also love the thickening of the Ebonics accent. It's on y'all. I don't know how to count, and the Republican don't know how to count. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. Whatever. But really, so again, from a civics perspective, does Jasmine Crockett know that you need at least 10 votes? You need several Democrat votes in the Senate in order to get legislation through. That's kind of the whole thing. The Senate is supposed to be the cooling saucer that sometimes has to cool the overheated Congress, because they need 60 votes. That's like common knowledge to pretty much everybody, I think, except Jasmine Crockett. Unless, of course, she's insinuating that conservatives have those 60 votes just with conservatives. And if that was the case, great. That would be great. Maybe we should try for that. That would be awesome. Fortunately, Jasmine Crockett doesn't know how many votes are needed in order to pass a bill through the Senate, or else she wouldn't have said that it's entirely in the hands of conservatives. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Really appreciate you taking the time. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel, tbt@tbusa.com. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, as we honor our friend Charlie Kirk. See you then. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars, and it seems to work.
It's not hard to imagine Donald Trump leading us into a war just because somebody got under his very thin skin.
We may be heading towards the next world war because we have a president that wants to pal around with Putin.
It is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy.
This guy is a viable candidate. We are talking about someone that literally may start World War III.
Donald Trump has said it. What terrifies me is he has talked in the past about nuclear war being winnable. He thinks the tariffs, and you think that's terrifying? Look what he talks about. And if he says it, he plans on doing it.
I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace.
We don't know if it will be the first chapter of a longer story of peace for the Middle East. The president's trying to frame it that way. We simply don't know.
It's a terrific day for the hostage families. It's a terrific day for President Trump. We should make no mistake about this. This is a victory for President Trump.
There is no doubt that he has done more than practically almost any administration has tried to do when it comes to ending conflicts around the world. His willingness to do so is obviously something that shouldn't be ignored and something that should be, dare I say, applauded to some degree. And you have to give credit where credit is due.
We are covering a historic moment here in Israel because for the first time in 2 years, over 2 years, 738 days, Hamas holds no living hostages in its captivity for the first time.
Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East.
Donald Trump's ideas aren't just different. They are dangerously incoherent. They're not even really ideas, just a series of bizarre rants, personal feuds, and outright lies. This is not someone who should ever have the nuclear codes.
There was this banner that was displayed on the beach in Tel Aviv, a giant thank you, just to kind of speak to the moment, Sarah, of what kind of Israel is bracing for right now, as the president is expected to be here. He's only going to be here for less than 5 hours on the ground in Jerusalem, but he'll be speaking to the members of the parliament. He'll be meeting families of hostages and hostages themselves, and partaking in that as we see him also standing alongside the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Some people on the right, they're saying don't forget about Iraq. How are you reconciling these issues?
Well, first, this is the moment that President Trump was elected for. Thank God that we have President Trump in the Oval Office with this high-stakes situation. With President Trump 10 years ago, he went down the golden escalator. And when he announced for the presidency 10 years ago to this day, he remade the Republican Party on foreign policy. He said no more permanent wars in the Middle East. He criticized the Bush-Cheney philosophy of endless quagmires. Albeit, though, he is not an isolationist. He is willing to use violent and precise force against our enemies, like taking out Soleimani or dropping the Moab, if and when necessary. President Trump understands his base extraordinarily well. He knows that his base does not want another Iraq, he does not want Libya, does not want a civil war or bedlam where the United States is left carrying the bag. But also President Trump has been morally clear for a decade: Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. And President Trump has the talent, the expertise to be able to thread that needle.
Charlie Kirk. Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right. Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. We have peace in Gaza and in Israel. It is a wonderful day, a day that Charlie Kirk himself would have been extraordinarily pleased by, excited about, and really celebrating in a huge way. And so we are going to be doing that in his stead today. Again, I'm Andrew Colvett. I'm joined by Raheem Kassam from thenationalpulse.com. Welcome, Raheem. Thank you. You're going to be with us maybe the whole show. We'll see, at least the first hour. And, of course, Blake Neff, the not-so-secret weapon of the Charlie Kirk Show. By the way, really great job hosting on Friday. That was amazing. I got to spend some time with my family, and it was much appreciated. So great job to you and Mikey and Danny.
Thank you very much.
So we have peace. I was riveted. I was by the TV this morning watching this historic moment come through the television, watching it from afar, Trump addressing the Knesset, Bibi Netanyahu addressing the Knesset. It was a remarkable display, something that I think we actually have unanimity in opinion across both the left and the right and internationally that Trump was uniquely positioned to bring about the hostages coming home, all 20 living hostages, all men, and we'll get into that in just a second, that have now been returned to their loved ones, their families in Israel. All of Israel is celebrating. They're dancing in the streets. These images are extraordinary that are coming out of the Middle East. And then President Trump had a very remarkable, I would say, speech where he actually called for Bibi to be pardoned, which was not, apparently that was a complete ad lib. And then he flies to Egypt to work with international leaders in the region to bring about a wider peace to build upon the Abraham Accords. Raheem, first to you. You are our token international representative. Try and boil down the significance of this moment and how big of a win is this for the Trump administration and the world?
You know, you can't, and by the way, firstly and foremostly, thank you for having me, and happy Columbus Day.
Yeah.
You know, I think as much as it might rankle your Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who's declared it Native American Day.
Very interesting tweet
on X. But happy Columbus Day to the world, actually. And while we're talking about world affairs,
yes,
and we think about pivotal moments in history, obviously it's a historic occasion, important occasion to mark, and it's now another important occasion to mark. I think peace in the Middle East is something that, since we were children, has kind of become a farce, right? The notion of it has kind of become a farce. And along comes President Trump. You know, I'm wearing his autograph on my chest today.
You are.
And along comes Trump, and just, you know, the way he sort of, I call it, he kindly bullies those around him, right? And he kindly bullies these people who want to fight with each other, who want a war with each other. They always find an excuse to fight in that region, right? Not just the Palestinians and the Israelis, across the whole region. And like you say, uniquely positioned to deliver something that I think for very many years now, a lot of people have thought is completely impossible. Now, I will caveat it. I don't want to be too much of a Debbie Downer, but like I say, they always find a reason to fight. And so, you know, the idea of a lasting peace, rather than just a peace, is the one that they'll now be wrestling with. You know, how do we actually make this stick? What incentives can we provide, both sides, to keep this stuff on the table and not return to and this is the problem. When you have Hamas, you have a faction that necessarily wants to cause conflict. You know, it's in the Hamas charter, right? The eradication of the state of Israel. And so as long as you have Hamas, the idea of a lasting peace is neither here nor there.
Well, and there was already reports, Blake, this morning of some of the, you know, competing warlords within Gaza already killing each other.
They have endless internal feuds with each other over who controls what. And that's going to be, that's the big tough thing. A big reason this deal happened is Trump finally got both sides, especially Israel, to agree to a deal that didn't involve Hamas immediately demobilizing. And the belief is, or he's gambling, that they'll be able to hopefully pull this off with this summit they're holding in Egypt, get all the other Arab states to have buy-in to help support that this will happen. But that's going to be the big test. Even if it fails, of course, he still ended the conflict for now, and he got the hostages out.
Well,
so
absolutely.
that is a big success.
Huge success. And Blake, you were instrumental, especially as Charlie was gearing up for this campus tour, about the Israel topic. I mean, you guys spent a lot of time working on it together. I mean, I was in those conversations too, but you were reading the books. You were kind of drilling him, prepping him, putting it together talkers. Give us an insight into what this meant to Charlie.
He just cared a great deal about it. He cared about peace. He cared about he'd always say one of the most important events of his life was when he went to the Holy Land.
Yeah.
He was able to visit the places that Christ lived around the Sea of Galilee in Jerusalem. And I think he was very aware of the hazards that could happen, you know, if, as some people would say, if Israel ceased to exist and it became just, you know, was overrun, was destroyed, you might have this fundamentalist Islamic State. They might destroy some of those sites, or they might make them very inaccessible for people. I think he found it very important that there be a free Western, non-Islamic country in the Holy Land, and he cared a lot about preserving that.
I think, you know, I think back to this, and Charlie was really keen on this war coming to an end. I mean, of all the wars, this was the one he wanted to see end the quickest. And I think part of the reason was because of the significance to younger voters. And so I'm going to play a clip here that is Charlie actually talking about why President Trump was a man uniquely positioned for this moment and why young people were drawn to his message of peace. So let's go ahead and play cut 58.
One of the main reasons we were able to get young people to vote for President Trump so overwhelmingly this last election was a reminder that President Trump is the peace president, that President Trump is able to broker the impossible peace deals. Look what he did the other day between India and Pakistan. Look at what he did in his first term. And so I do believe that President Trump is uniquely positioned here to stand with our allies, to stand on the side of civilization, but also understand that his voters, they want to return to America first, to stand with what is right and just in the world, but we do not want a potential endless quagmire in the Middle East, and I'm confident President Trump will make sure that does not happen.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the other big thing. He was always very worried that as long as this dragged on, there would be pressure for us to send troops there somehow, to get enmeshed in it, to just take on this new Middle Eastern obligation that he was not interested in. We saw that with Iran as well. And, you know, we definitely sweat a bit on the Iran one.
Oh, we did.
It was very close to the brink, but he concluded it in a way, dropped one bomb, and then a couple bombs.
Okay, well, like 14.
Yeah, something like that. But then no other casualties, no real retaliation from Iran.
Yeah.
He threaded that needle, and we were saying as this was building up that Trump has gained some credibility in his ability to thread these needles in the Middle East.
Yeah, well, so we've got Thailand, Cambodia, Israel and Iran, which was a separate Israel conflict, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Israel and Hamas. And now if this holds, this is really so far the crown jewel of all of those, wouldn't you say? Because there's no getting around it. There is an added significance to the state of Israel. We all know it. We all live in this reality where the internet is fixated on it, both those who are pro and against. And this, hopefully, my hope, Raheem, is that this would pull some of that pressure out of that conversation. We'll see.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's obviously political and, like you say, the sort of online focus. Everything in my feed is Israel nowadays.
Yeah.
And I don't, you know, just constant. But it's also a massive historical thing, right? Like, you can't really, you know, Thailand and Cambodia, sure, love them. Yeah, glad they're at peace. But this is reflective of something wider. This is when a man puts his shoulder to the wheel on something and achieves what nobody else possibly could have, right? You think about the characters, the figures that have been involved in the so-called peace process over the last several decades, right? The Tony Blairs and the Yitzhak Rabins, and, you know, everybody who's been lauded, Nobel prized, you name it. And it takes brash Mr. Trump from Brooklyn or Queens to come along and just you know,
find a deal
in there.
He found a deal.
That's what he does.
All right, we're going to continue just a second, but before we keep going with Raheem Kassam, the National Pulse, and Blake Neff, we're going to tell you about Alan Jackson. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is that Pastor Alan, he brings biblical perspectives into issues that we are dealing with in our everyday lives. So gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge. He discusses all of that. And then he brings in the Bible to explain how you can be part of the solution. We can make a difference. And his guests will also bring practical advice and expertise and powerful testimony. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact the world. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging. So go to Alan Jackson Ministries at alanjackson.com/Charlie to check it out. That's alanjackson.com/Charlie. We'll be right back.
Great News America, Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I want to tell you about YRefi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals around $300 billion, and $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Our friends at YRefi are not only going to help you with that, if that's you, but they are amazing, amazing patriots who have stood by this show, that stood by Turning Point in some of our darkest days, and I will personally never forget what they have done for the show, what they've done for Turning Point. And so you guys should trust them. If this is your problem, if you have private student loan debt, get your mom and dad off the loan. They will work with you even if you have bad credit. They'll even let you skip payments. What is it? You can skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Just give them a call. I'm telling you, they are good people. You're not going to be calling some call center. You're going to be talking to somebody that's going to make a plan custom for you. Really, really important. Call 888-YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com, YREFY.com. All right, so in the next segment, we're going to welcome back radio in about 10 seconds here, Raheem. We're going to play some of these clips from what I think is going to go down as one of the most important speeches of President Trump's tenure as president, either term. So we're going to play some clips in about 2 seconds. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of the show, with Raheem Kassam from the National Pulse and Blake Neff, our not-so-secret weapon, resident genius. Here we go. So I'm going to start with Cut 44. This is President Trump addressing the Knesset, talking about the historical importance of this moment. Cut 44.
Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East.
Generations from now, I have to say, that was exactly what I was thinking as I was like, you are watching history, and the fact that he seemed to sum that up in one powerful clip, I think was really good.
Should we play the person getting kicked out of the Knesset?
This was, I love this.
Let's do 43.
Please expel this Knesset member. Please expel this Knesset member. Please expel him immediately.
Sorry for that, Mr. President.
That was very efficient.
Very efficient.
Very efficient. So I actually have a question for the audience. I want to know which members of the U.S. House of Representatives you would most like to see be very efficiently escorted out of the chamber most. Who most would you like to see escorted out? I think the Israelis have a point here. I think they could teach us a thing or two. I know. So email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and tell us who you'd like to see escorted out most quickly. So
wait, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we have a say in this as well?
Yeah, well,
I would love to prefer an opinion on that.
You have to
I'm
email.
gonna email it. Well, today it would be John Thune for me.
Well, yeah, he's in the Senate. I kept it to the House of Representatives for a particular reason, but no, let's expand it to the Senate.
But I think the most entertaining one would probably be Jasmine Crockett. Because she'd go off. There'd be a whole thing about it. There'd be nails and hair flying everywhere.
We have a good Jasmine Crockett clip or two, I think. Actually, let's just do clip 50. This is from February.
Because we have a president that wants to pal around with Putin and wants to do everything to make him feel good, including lying about who invaded who.
Did we miss it? It was. I think we were. She said World War III in there.
Yeah, there's something like that. I mean, we have plenty of these clips. I mean, this is one of the sweet ironies of this, right? Is you've got. There's so many like this. I could play a bunch. For example. We have a whole section on our clip sheet that's libs claiming that Trump was going to start World War III. Let's go ahead and play cut 55 from the debate.
It is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy.
Oh, it's very well known. It's just such a good bit, right?
Many people are saying. That's her version of many people are saying.
I know, she did the thing.
It's very well known. But you know what? Just to interject a little bit on the vastness of this. If this was Bill Clinton or even George Bush, certainly Barack Obama, the streets of Washington, D.C. today would be lined with people cheering this peace process on. Instead, on my way over here, it's empty, it's silent, there's nothing going on here. The establishment of the city are mortified that he got it done. Because it proves their worthlessness.
Well, that's a really good point, and I can tell you, we are in D.C. Obviously, tomorrow would have been Charlie's 32nd birthday. We're in D.C. He's going to be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously. He deserved it in life. That and many other accolades that you can imagine, streets, coins. Like I'm here for all of it. Charlie deserved all of this. He gave his entire being to saving this country, and I'm so honored that the president is rushing back from one of the most monumental Middle East trips that you could imagine in the history of peace talks in the Middle East to honor Charlie. That's what it means. But yeah, I mean. This is a moment where the naysayers and the prognosticators, the elite foreign policy establishment, have all been proven wrong, and it's got to be a bitter pill for them to swallow.
It's just, I mean, I can't wait to see the next editions, or if they still exist, of Foreign Policy magazine and The Atlantic.
You read that stuff?
No, but I'm going to seek them out the next issue round.
Fair
because
enough.
I want to see the coverage of this. Because in any normal world, it would be front cover, beautiful picture of Trump, the peacemaker, all of that. And you know it's not going to be. You know it's going to be about, they'll try and ignore it. It'll be about tampon use in Djibouti or something. That'll be the front page of The Atlantic magazine next week.
Well, it's interesting. Blake actually called this out for me, but the New York Times is already complaining.
Yeah,
well, of course. So we can get into that, but we will show you some of the subdued reaction from MSM next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/RAV to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. We're saying tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav.
Trump in Egypt, meeting with other world leaders, specifically leaders from the Arab world and the Muslim world, other European leaders there also. They all signed an agreement to move the peace process between Israel and Hamas and just peace in general across the Middle East forward. All of this, again, part of President Trump's trip to the Middle East. He spent the morning in Israel, where dozens of Israeli hostages formerly held by Hamas were released earlier today. The commander-in-chief is now in Egypt for a peace summit, as you can see, with leaders from Arab and Muslim countries. They're going to have a brief press conference, and then they'll meet behind closed doors, separate from the media, as you just heard the president say. Other world leaders from across Europe are also part of the discussion. However, neither Israel nor Hamas, who are at the center of the peace agreement, are participating in the talks. Either way, though, Egypt's president actually praised President Trump for his leadership in all of this earlier today.
You are the only one who is able to bring about peace and to achieve peace in this moment. I thank you, Mr. President. What we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains and sustains, that we can deliver all of the remaining, the bodies of the deceased to their families, and this is very important.
The so-called Gaza Peace Summit that you just saw is being co-hosted by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, as well as President Trump. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, along with French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, along with President Mahmoud Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, are among the dozens of leaders expected to be on hand for today's summit and who were there. Iran was invited to participate in the talks, but declined to send a representative, even though earlier today, President Trump said that Iran had released a statement praising the move towards peace across the Middle East. We'll, of course, continue to cover this for you throughout the day and keep you updated, particularly once President Trump goes back before the microphones. For now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. It is Peace in the Middle East Monday. We're about to continue our conversation. We're going to do some MSM reaction clips to see how the other side of the aisle is receiving the good news. Many of us, but first I'm going to tell you about My Patriot Supply. Many of us are hopeful about the direction of the country. But after years of abuse and mismanagement, things could fall apart at any moment. That's why I and many Americans from all walks of life have taken action to prepare for whatever is coming next. And that starts with having an emergency food supply. Storing food in your home is not only the right thing to do, because we're living in crazy times, but it's good for your family. It's good for all of your loved ones. You've got to be prepared. Right now, you can get prepared as well with a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. It comes with delicious foods like creamy beef stroganoff, honey, wheat bread, and mushroom rice pilaf. The entire kit offers over 2,000 calories a day, which is remarkable, and it lasts up to 25 years. Who knows what the country will look like then, but when that day comes, you'll be ready. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk to order your 3-month emergency food kit at My Patriot Supply. That is mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are proudly brought to you in part by My Patriot Supply. All right, so let's play some clips here.
I want to flag this just because I saw this flit across, and it was very revealing about what we've been working with in this conflict. So they're releasing hostages. So to release the Israeli hostages, they also had to release some Palestinian prisoners Hamas wanted back. And so this is I don't even know what article it's from, but it says, I did confirm these are real people. Hamas will release Alana Hel, a 24-year-old talented pianist and musician. Israel will release Nabil Abu Hadir, who murdered his own sister for suspecting she was an Israeli agent.
Oh, gosh.
Wow. Different cultures, people.
Yeah, fair enough. So here's what you know when you know hell has frozen over, Raheem. This is a actual clip from MSNBC. Play cut 45.
We don't know if it will be the first chapter of a longer story of peace for the Middle East. The president's trying to frame it that way. We simply don't know.
It's a terrific day for the hostage families. It's a terrific day for President Trump. We should make no mistake about this. This is a victory for President Trump.
Whoa.
Stunning.
Stunning and brave, actually.
They're taking the L on this one a little bit.
They are.
We mentioned the New York Times. We should flag that one. So I'll talk about this one a bit. So the New York Times, they do have the headline that it's happening, but then they have news analysis on their front page. And it's why now? The lost chances to reach a hostage deal and a ceasefire months ago. Yeah. Which I feel is gliding over this quite long, roughly 15-month period where someone else was president and could have conceivably.
Who would that be?
I don't know. New York Times doesn't mention it.
We don't know who the president. It was AutoPen.
Right.
AutoPen was.
So they're complaining. They say, on Gaza, President Trump put few, if any, guardrails on Israel's offensive, bucking international demands for a ceasefire. Then he changed course.
It's like, how do you find something to complain about?
They're complaining about a thing that Biden had a substantially longer time to achieve, did not achieve, didn't apparently really even come close to achieving. Trump, he put a lot of pressure to get the temporary one in place right around the inauguration. In fact, that was while Biden was president, but Witkoff was doing all of that mission stuff and in the Middle East. But now, he went back and forth. He did his deal-making shtick. That is how he has done foreign policy all 5 years he's been in office, and it's gotten a lot of wins.
It does fundamentally go to their misunderstanding of the art of the deal, right? It's not just a catchphrase. It's actually a very good book, and it's a great tactic that served him well, not just in office, but throughout his whole life. This whole thing, they complain about course change. You're not course changing if you start a negotiation at $100 and you settle somewhere in the middle. That's how he's done everything over the course of his life. They want to see this weird intransigence, you know, where even when things are going terribly, Afghanistan, the withdrawal, all of that under Biden, right, under AutoPen, and they have this intransigence. We're going to keep doing it the same way, no matter how badly it was going. This is the way it's done. This is the way foreign policy works.
That's like the UN consensus. This is how they always do it.
Yes.
Every single world issue, they'll just have this inflexible position on something. They'll have a bunch of people with PhDs in peace studies or something fake like that, and they'll say like, we need to have we need to have a ceasefire, but like they'll just kind of moan about everything. There's no serious effort to broker a deal either way.
If I have to hear two-state solution as if that in and of itself is how you get there, you know, I can't stand that. It's bureaucratic. It's intransigent, and it's offensive. It's offensive to people who elect these people, who back these people to get things done. And I think the backdrop of what you're seeing on television today is a lot of people around the world who are still perhaps a little bit TDS in the way that they think are going to look at that and go, I hope, my goodness, I was wrong all along.
Well, you know, Trump is a man of action. And you talk about this negotiation. I think that's a really great way to put it. But here's what happens in a negotiation. You get new details, new information that comes in, and so you pivot, you adjust, and Trump is the best of that. He's not dogmatic. He looks at what's a fair deal, who has the leverage, and let's make a deal based on who has the leverage, right? So the hostages were a point of leverage, there's no doubt about it. But so were, you know, the bombs that were getting dropped on Gaza, right? So each side had something to win by ending this war, and I think Trump saw that, and he threaded the needle. He's got this whole 20-point peace plan that is a long-term peace plan, and that's why bringing immediately all of these other partners from the region and the world. By the way, I was like, Macron's trending. Why is he trending? Trump just completely manhandled him. If we want to play that clip, it's probably pretty funny and worthwhile. But it's another Trump-Macron handshake. We'll play it for you because it's entertaining. 85.
A coat and tie. It's usually a flak jacket and a helmet. So, an interesting change. As we see the president there with the French President Macron in Sharm el-Sheikh, the leaders of some 35 countries, according to the president, gathering there for a peace summit. Now, there is a bro shake. If ever I've slipped, we won't let go. Okay, you let go. No, I'm going to let go. All right, there we go. As they assemble for the class photo there.
They had the UAE guy came up, and apparently Trump just pointed at him. He's like, they got a lot of money. Unlimited money.
I just love that Macron and Trump just always, like,
there's always something.
Every time, it's like the handshake drama just plays out.
If you saw the wider clip, by the way, the wide shot of that, Macron is actually steadying himself with his back foot. Trump is just standing still and standing upright, and Macron's like trying to get traction on the ground.
I just love it. I just love it. You know, so we are getting some emails, by the way. I'm going to give a shout out to Kay Carla. She said my top 5 House representatives that she would like to see escorted very efficiently out of the chamber would be number 1, AOC, number 2, Jasmine Crockett, number 3, Jim Clyburn, number 4, Ilhan Omar. That would be my top one, I'm going to say. Number 5, Ayanna Pressley. And then Cory Booker in the Senate. That's
Vernon Elliott says he wants Jasmine Krotich to be escorted from
Blake. This is a family show.
I don't want to see Ilhan Omar ejected from the chamber. I want to see her ejected from the country.
Well, that's fine,
so that's a different thing.
Well, yeah.
If it's on the way, I'm with it.
Yeah, one does not preclude the other.
Yeah, okay, fine.
They're not mutually exclusive. By the way, I'm getting emails about your shirt, your sweater.
I know, and I'm ashamed to say that I don't know where it was some Instagram ad.
Oh, that's.
But do you know what? I'm very excited because I've ordered a lot of Turning Point swag, and I know that there's been so much demand. But I'm waiting patiently, and I think people should wait patiently because it's worth it.
Since we're on the topic there, Raheem, I know a lot of you have ordered stuff from the CharlieKirkStore.com, and we thank you for that. Especially, you know, it's a huge, I guess, lift as we try and keep everybody employed and all of those things. It's massive. We are about 60 or 70% of the way through those orders. So if you have still not gotten your Freedom shirt or whatever it is that you may have ordered, please bear with us. We are pulling out all the stops, and trust me, our team is working on that 24/7. So your shipment will arrive in due time.
I'm not even just saying this. I have ordered it, and I have also become a monthly donor to Turning Point USA.
Bless you, man.
And I think anybody who can do that should do that. I think it's incumbent upon us to support these people, not just because of what they're going through, because actually what they're creating and what they're doing out there. And it's probably the best. I mean, I think one of the best political causes I've ever seen in my life. Certainly the best cause in America right now.
Yeah. Well, I probably should give folks a little bit of an update on this, actually. So, thank you for that, and because I agree, of course. But everybody is fixating on the growth, which makes a lot of sense. We have, just incredible growth. I'm trying to find the numbers here right now, but put it this way: before September 10th, we had about 900 college campus chapters. We had about 1,200 high school chapters. We have now added almost 800 new college chapters, which I didn't even know was possible. But these are probably some of the smaller ones, things we didn't focus on as much because we already had pretty good saturation within the D1 schools and the big state schools and things like that. But somehow there are these smaller schools, etc. On the high school level, the last number I've gotten, that was Wednesday, so I need an update, but we have added over 1,819 new high school chapters. Wow. So we have more than doubled in a month how many chapters. And people have to understand, it's not like we make a phone call and you have a chapter. No, you got to get a sponsor at the school. They have to meet with our staff. They have to get trained. We have to, and then there's a process for becoming an RSO, registered student organization, at these schools. And so it's an involved thing. Our staff is all over the country. They're meeting with these students. They're getting them combined because a lot of these schools had multiple students that applied to start a chapter. So we're putting these teams together. It's a very involved process starting a chapter, but it is happening rapidly. Every day, dozens and dozens and dozens more. And in our student network, we have now eclipsed over 800,000 students in our network. So that's high school and college students. Before all this happened, we were about 450,000. So we're almost doubled how many students are sort of widely engaged or involved with us in one shape or form or another. So almost over 800,000. So it's tremendous growth. And by the way, our campus tours, whether that be Glenn Beck, Vivek, Megan, Tucker, whoever, Governor Gianforte, there's been no, I guess, limit, it seems, to how many people want to be involved in these. And people, Russell Brand in Oklahoma, we're going to have Savannah Chrisley, and we're talking everything's sold out. Lines out the door. We can't find big enough arenas, and we have some really fun announcements coming up of some of these new stops. So thank you, Raheem. I know everybody just seems to be so interested in the growth of Turning Point, and it's all a testament to Charlie's life and legacy and the life he lived and the message that he carried with him, and obviously the outpouring of love and support. We know that it's all about what Charlie did and what he showed us and taught us, and so we're blessed. So thank you so much. And I know you went to the memorial too.
Yeah,
if you want
absolutely.
30 seconds if you want to.
You know who I think you should have next on one of these tours, by the way?
Who's that?
The next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Nigel Farage.
We should talk about we should talk about that.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And listen, I want to talk directly to the audience while I have 10 seconds here. We've always complained about things not getting done out there in the country, out there to save America, and these guys are doing it. So support them.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. I'm going to tell the audience about some other people that are doing some good work to help save America, and that is Patriot Mobile. I always get those two mixed up a little bit. Think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters. That's why. That's part of how we take our country back. The Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major U.S. networks. So you can pick which one you want, which one has the best service in your area. You can even add 2 numbers on 2 networks, which is what I do, on one phone. So here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our veterans, this is where you do it. So right now, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie to get a free month of service with promo code Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie to get a free month of service. Check it out now. We will be right back with Raheem Kassam in just a second.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Blake, find a good email for us in just a second. But our team is reminding me, it said, maybe explain that the proceeds of the Freedom Tea go directly to keep the Charlie Kirk Show going. That is true. So a lot of people either want to help Turning Point or they want to help the show. They are, different sort of entities. We all work in concert, I think it's fair to say. But I guess that is a point of clarification that is worth making. So, yes, Blake, do you have an email?
What I have is a lot of emails asking if we replace the set in Charlie's chair. And the answer is no.
Oh.
We are at the RAB studio in Washington, D.C. because Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom tomorrow.
Yes.
So we'll be here for a few days.
Well,
but rest assured, the chair is fine. The studio is fine.
Yeah, no.
Nothing has been harmed. Nothing has been harmed.
Fair enough. Any other emails? Here we go. Let's see here.
I just keep getting asked by people where I got my shirt from, and it's terrible.
We got another list.
Yeah, I got a list.
We got AOC, Rashida Tlaib. Oh, Thomas Massey. They're mad at the master.
Thomas Massey is number 3.
That's how it is.
Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar. Yes, I love it. All right. Welcome to Back National Radio in 4 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So, Raheem, Blake was just telling us in the break that we're going to keep our focus international here, and then we're going to bring Liz Wheeler in and at the top of the next hour. I'm excited to talk with her, but we're going to keep the focus international here for one more segment. And apparently reform is surging, and according to polling, if an election happened today, how many seats you said?
It would be, if the current poll estimates that if it was held today, reform would get 388 seats, which would be a gigantic majority.
Wow. I mean, that is the rapid acceleration and adoption of reform within the UK is stunning. I don't know how far back in the UK history you would need to go to find something.
It's actually never happened.
Wow.
Yeah, this is quite new. I mean, you had fissures of the Whig Party and things like that, and the Labour Party is a relatively new invention for how old the country is. Mm-hmm. But actually, something like this, where if people don't know what reform is, people know me for a lot of things. Nowadays, it's Butterworth's, right, on the Hill. Editor of Breitbart London National Post. But one of the things I did in life was I served as Chief of Staff to Nigel Farage for a brief period. And Nigel Farage led the country to leaving the European Union And he kind of wanted to retire after that and live his life and actually maybe go away and make some money because he hadn't, he had to give up so much to do the Brexit course. But, every time he was out, they kept pulling him back in. And he now leads this, you can't even say insurgent party anymore. It is a dominant party now. They dominate the media side. Tomorrow he's going to court because an illegal migrant on his way into Britain posted a TikTok saying that he was coming to Britain to pop Nigel Farage. And they caught this illegal migrant, and he's now getting sentenced tomorrow, and Farage is going to the court to face this guy in person, and it's going to be extraordinary scenes there. But look, we can be very excited about the fact that the Reform Party may well win 350, 400 seats, but they're not quite staffed up enough yet to actually hit the ground running. I don't want it to be a situation like the first Trump term. We're actually getting blocked and rolled by a lot of the deep state and the establishment and all of that. They have to pack the House of Lords. They have to have at least 5,000 people they can deploy across government departments. So, the next election isn't supposed to be until 2029, so we have to be a little bit patient. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But everything is looking better for Britain in the long term.
I asked this of Dr. James Orr again, and I'll ask it of you. Who's phenomenal. He's been on the show. Charlie interviewed him. Actually, you want to know an irony? I don't know if it's an irony, but it's noteworthy. Is that Dr. James Orr and Charlie, their interview was the last thing that played.
Oh, wow.
On the Charlie Kirk show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, before everything changed.
Yeah.
But anyways, Dr. James Orr, he's an intellectual leader, I would say, of the Reform UK movement. I was asking him this question, so I'll ask it to you. What else could possibly trigger an election?
Well,
do we have to wait for 2029? That seems like...
Probably not. Most parliaments recently don't actually run their full term. There are always internal fissures. There was in the Tory party, they had leadership election upon leadership election. People will remember that at one point a head of lettuce was Prime Minister. Oh, no, sorry, that was Liz Truss. But the Labour Party may well eat itself, right? They may well go to internal war. There has to, for the Parliament to dissolve, they have to pass legislation to dissolve it. And they're the majority in Parliament. So it would be sort of like turkeys voting for Christmas. But it may get that bad. Now, the only other thing that could possibly happen is the situation in the country gets terrible enough where the monarch actually instructs the Prime Minister to dissolve the Parliament. It did happen during the Brexit process. The Queen basically said, look, you can't govern, you have to go back to the country. We call it going to the country and asking for their permission to govern in a different way. It could, but will it be Charles doing that? King Charles is not my cup of tea.
He really likes Muslims.
And look, God bless him, he's not very well,
Oh, is it? Yeah, he's got cancer.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So who knows who's going to be the monarch in 1 or 2 years even.
My goodness, I genuinely hadn't thought of that yet.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So it would be his son?
Yeah, it'd be Prince William.
Yeah, Prince William, if that happens. That would, go ahead, Blake.
I was just thinking, it's really remarkable, So in that poll that shows Reform getting a big majority, it shows the Conservative Party down in 6th place. And that would be, the British Conservative Party is the most successful political party in world history, basically. They've been running England most of the time for 300 years, basically. And they basically blew it up because they decided to stake everything on infinite immigration and globalism when their own voters didn't want it. And they could have just stopped it at any time and been fine. But
Blake, you know what I call it? I call it Enoch's Revenge.
Enoch's Revenge.
And if you don't know Enoch Powell, ladies and gentlemen, if Jesus Christ was the first cancelled man, Enoch Powell was the second.
People are going to learn a lot more about him in the years to come, I think.
Well, listen, we are going to take a quick break here. We're going to keep Raheem if he'll have us, and we got Liz Wheeler joining us. Don't go anywhere.
People are out.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. One of the lesser known facts about the body is its ability to renew itself even in areas we once thought couldn't regenerate. This woman that I'm about to introduce you to is a witness, and it's all thanks to her work with Energized Health.
Mental clarity is amazing. I hadn't been able to basically feel my feet for about a year and a half. And I just realized last week, after the cat ran across them and they hurt, that I can really feel them again. I don't have pain in my back. I can get on the floor and get back up without help when I'm playing with my grandkids. The peace that I have since I started is absolutely incredible. I'm an entirely different person.
The man who helped her out is right there on your screen, John Jubilee, the founder and CEO of Energized Health. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
So let's talk about some of the areas where the body can kind of rejuvenate itself, and how does hydration actually help support that sort of healing?
Yeah, well, first of all, what a great story. So Terrence, a lot of people have neuropathy or they have nerve damage or poor circulation, and so what a cool thing that someone said, hey, that was a good feeling that my feet hurt because I had a cat run across those cat claws. But, anyone that has any type of, neuropathy, or sometimes what they call, drop foot, a dead foot, those type of things, the sleeping issues, the brain fog. When you get that healthy circulation going, Terrence, through that intercellular hydration, you really can reverse those things. And, and I love hearing about, not just parents, but grandparents, right? So here's grandparents. That lady said, Terrence, she's getting down on the floor, up and down off the floor as a grandparent playing with her grandkids. And, that's creating a legacy. When you can actually be an active participant in your grandchildren's lives, that's going to leave a legacy. Your grandkids will never forget that grandma or grandpa was getting up and down off the floor playing with them, Terrence. And there's an amazing medical study that came out that said longevity of life is basically now tied to one thing, which is strength. Strength. The stronger we are, Terrence, the longer and better we're going to live. And our muscles are 75% water. They're 75% water. So that's the power of intercellular hydration. It gives us our lean muscle mass, which gives us our strength, which gives us a long, amazing life.
And it's my understanding that this intercellular hydration that you talk about also can help us with our brain kind of getting those neurons and protons firing.
Well, 1,000%. You know, our brain is 70% water. Our brain is mostly water. And our brain and our heart are electromagnetic devices. They are electrical. And how come nobody would get in the bathtub and turn on their blow dryer and throw it in the bathtub? Because everyone knows water conducts electricity. You would get electrocuted. It's the same in your brain. The more hydration you have in the brain, the more electrical conductivity you have. So you have way more neurotransmitters and brain synapses firing in there. Terrence, the brain, there's three things in a human body that never age. Your voice always stays the same. The voice doesn't age. That's why you'll see some 80-year-olds singing just like they did when they're 20. Your eyes always look the same. Your eyes don't age. That's why they can use a retinal scan, because the eye never changes. And our brain actually never ages. It only gets dehydrated. If it gets dehydrated, that's when we lose our memory. That's when we lose brain function. So we can always get that back with our intercellular hydration.
Interesting. Quickly, in 20 seconds, folks who are interested, how can they find you?
Well, best thing to do now, guys, is go to my555challenge.com. We got a challenge coming up where we'll share the science with you. Chelsea and I, my wife is so fun, guys. She makes science entertaining. It's $5. It's $5. Come and just spend, like having a cup of coffee with John and Chelsea for 5 days. My555challenge.com.
All right, folks, it's right there on the bottom of your screen.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, joined by Raheem Kassam from thenationalpulse.com, as well as Blake Neff, another one of our producers here. And remotely, we are joined by Liz Wheeler, host of the Liz Wheeler Show podcast on Blaze TV. Check it out there. Liz, welcome to the show. And, it's just great to see you again. It's been a while.
Hi, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Man, it's gut-wrenching to see that opening, the montage of Charlie. Just hits you every day, doesn't it?
I know. Every day. And normally, I mean, right now we're in D.C., and we keep getting a lot of emails about this. And no, we did not change out Charlie's set. We are just in D.C. to honor Charlie. We're going to be at the White House tomorrow, where he is going to be awarded posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. President Trump is quickly returning back to the States in order to do that, so we really are grateful to President Trump. So we have not changed the set. We addressed it in hour one, and we're still getting notes. People think we have. We're at the Real America's Voice studio in D.C. It's a brand new flashy background. I can appreciate that. Liz, so I mean, we could start there really. I mean, tell us what this last month and a few days has meant to you. You know, how has it hit you? What are you seeing? I mean, I want to not miss the big E on the eye chart here and let you address that first.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I just want to say that you guys have done such an amazing job honoring Charlie's legacy and carrying forward. I mean, I think most people with us today understand exactly what you have shouldered by appearing every day live on this show and making sure that this show stays on air. And I just want to tell you how much I appreciate it. And I have an idea, as someone who also works on air, how difficult it is to go on air every day. So mad respect for you guys, and I'm sure that Charlie would be so proud of you. It has been, obviously, a gut-wrenching month. I mean, it not only was our friend assassinated period, which is gut-wrenching, but it's been extremely jarring, I think, for people who both knew Charlie and who didn't know Charlie personally, who just knew him because of his presence on college campuses and his videos that went viral all the time online. It's been very jarring for people to realize, a lot of people are realizing this for the first time, that Charlie was the one who was assassinated because the left knew his name. But Charlie was the most normal conservative of all of us. I mean, he was so generous and so charitable, so kind, so loving. He spoke firmly, but he spoke the truth in love. He wasn't bombastic. He wasn't extreme. He held all the same views, both political and religious, that we do. And that's the reason that he was brutally murdered. And I think for a lot of people, especially in this era of social media and this constant dopamine hit news cycle that we exist in, where people get desensitized to grisly stories, even violent stories, it is easy to kind of just read something nasty and move on with your day, see something kind of violent and move on to the next story that interests you. And for the first time, a lot of people realized, wow, this was not something that I can emotionally distance myself from because I can excuse this happening based on the behavior of the victim. A lot of people realized this could have been me and would have been me had these leftists who targeted Charlie known my name. And I think that it's why you're seeing the spiritual revival in our country too, because when you are confronted with evil, the way that we all were confronted, we saw this happen before our very eyes. And when you're confronted with evil, you realize it's not just left versus right, Republican versus Democrat bickering in our country, that we are engaged in a spiritual battle of good versus evil. And when you see that evil kill your friend, you turn towards the question, okay, if there's evil, there must be good. And what is good? And that leads you, of course, anybody seeking the truth with a capital T is going to find him, is going to find God. And it's been a really gut-wrenching month for me and for all of us, but it's also been really beautiful to see the good that can come from evil.
Yeah, well said. And actually, Raheem, you and I were talking about that in the break, because Raheem was actually at the memorial as well. And I mean, you were echoing some of what Liz just said to me. And again, I'm so close to this that it's healing for me to hear our friends tell me what they're seeing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So, I mean, if you have something to add to what Liz said.
I mean, I ran the Tunnel to Towers 5K in New York last week. I've done it for 5 years now, but this year I made a point of wearing the Freedom T-shirt and, running through the streets of Manhattan, having people coming up to me, fist bumping and saying kind words about Charlie. It was incredible. And I think not just the whole world has learned so much about him since that horrific moment. But I've learned more about him, and I've, you see the clips everywhere now, right? Constantly, and study them. And one of the things I've learned is trying to, what he did was trying to find that common ground with somebody as quickly into the conversation as possible.
So we agree. He would say that.
Right.
So he'd drill down and go, so we agree.
Yes.
Even if it was just the smallest shred of agreement.
Yes. And I think for the world out there, and people get frustrated, we get angry, we get all sorts of, with your neighbors and your colleagues, I'm sure, about politics and whatever. But my advice to you would be to mimic Charlie as quickly as you can, even if they don't want to. Find a point of agreement, and I think better conversations are had as a result.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things, Liz, that I wanted to talk with you about is this video that I saw. I must have had 5 different people on our team kind of bring it up, and I had been alerted to it actually in the very early days after Charlie was murdered about this Armed Queers of SLC group. I mean, this was something we were watching, and Blake and I were in different chats. We were seeing different people apparently know about things beforehand. And I just want to say, we have a unique position where we're not able to necessarily chime in on every different theory about the case because, I'm a spokesman for the org. Blake was an eyewitness. I was not there, thankfully. But this is, I think, something that you can speak into here. And you did a brilliant job with this video, Liz, and you're breaking down the Discord chats, and you're breaking down this group, Armed Queers of SLC. So I'm just going to play a couple of these clips, and I'm going to let you expound on them as we go. But again, I just want to reiterate, just because we're not chiming in, I understand that sometimes leaves a void, and other people are filling that void about this case, but rest assured, we're like a duck on the pond, right? We're steady on top, but underneath our legs are moving a mile a minute. So let's go ahead and play this cut, 79, from Liz Wheeler.
There was a Discord group chat in which Tyler Robinson admitted guilt for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And Kash Patel told the United States Congress that there were at least 20 other people in that Discord group chat with Tyler Robinson. That means at least 20 other people in that Discord chat knew in the immediate aftermath, at the very least, what Tyler Robinson had done. And of course, the question is raised, did they know ahead of time? Did they aid and abet Tyler Robinson? Did he have any accomplices?
Liz Wheeler.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, I think I can say, as someone who's not part of the active investigation, that when you're part of an active investigation, you are limited in what you're able to say. And I think most of us in the country recognize that, Andrew, and appreciate what you're doing behind the scenes. I'm in a position where I can dig into any of this research, and we have been doing deep dives into this research because there is, at the very least, circumstantial evidence that the FBI believes is strong enough that they have opened an investigation. This is public knowledge. It's not just me telling you what my sources told me. This is now public knowledge. The FBI has opened an investigation into whether there were groups or individuals who had foreknowledge of Tyler Robinson's plan to assassinate Charlie Kirk. One of these groups is a group called Armed Queers SLC, Armed Queers Salt Lake City. And this group, Armed Queers, I mean, the name describes their goals pretty well, but their goal is to train gay, queer, and transgender people to arm themselves and fight against capitalism and the American system. They are a communist group, a Marxist group, a Leninist group, and this is not me describing their ideology. This is not me inferring what their ideology is. This is their own words describing their ideology as a Marxist-Leninist group. They abide by... Go ahead. What's your question? Because I have a few things.
This is really important stuff. We're gonna go through the breaks with you, Liz.
Sure.
So if you're streaming, please keep, and Real America's Voice, please stay with us. I'm gonna quickly tell you about Tax Network USA. The government needs more money, and that would be your money that they're coming for. So if you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. So don't let the IRS target you. Call the professionals at Tax Network USA. Their tax lawyers and enrolled agents are are experts in powerful programs that may even help you eliminate your tax debt altogether. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion with a B. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few $1,000,000, they can help you. In just one phone call, you can start the process, stopping the threatening demand letters, stopping the aggressive collections, and resolving your tax matters once and for all. But you have to act now while you still have options. For a free consultation, go to tnusa.com. That's tnusa.com. We'll be right back. All right, more with Liz Wheeler here. Liz, I'm actually going to play a clip from that same video that you posted about the Armed Queers SLC. Let's play cut 80.
There's another group in Utah called Armed Queers Salt Lake City. This was reported on by the New York Post. They are a group of LGBTQIA identifying people, and the purpose of this group, and this is a quote, is to train gay, queer, and transgender people to arm themselves and fight against capitalism and the American system. This group, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, scrubbed their online presence. They deleted their Instagram account, and according to the New York Post, the FBI is investigating whether they had any foreknowledge or any association with Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Blake, I will never forget, in the immediate aftermath and some of our chats, you were showing me screen grabs of people that seemed to have foreknowledge, and this is something I cannot get over.
There were some really dark ones. I know one of our staff members actually found one. It was on TikTok, I believe, and it was just this person like, oh man, I don't know if we have it ready to go. They might be able to send it to me, but it was like this girl just like, Charlie's gonna like see some, like learn something tomorrow. Some very ominous thing that's playing this ominous music, and it's just doing this scan past this person's eyes. I don't know if it was a man or a woman. Common problem with this group. Yeah. And they were like, and they would just like glance to the side repeatedly. And they were doing that, and it was deleted as soon as the attack happened.
Yeah, but we've sent these to the authorities.
No, these have been sent on. We've made sure the FBI is aware of this.
Yeah.
But I spoke with one of our staffers, and she's told me something did seem up before the event. It just like the vibes you were seeing on TikTok. It was just a little bit darker than usual. Yeah. And it just would not be shocking if someone at least had some heads up on this.
Yeah. Well, and there was people that were saying like something big is going to happen tomorrow. You're going to know it when you see it. I mean, there's some very dark, nasty things that we discovered in this. Liz Wheeler.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the post that Blake's talking about. We also pulled these offline. It wasn't just one or two. I believe there were at least 6 to 7 different posts of people that, and it seems more than a coincidence to me, that were signaling foreknowledge of some kind of violence. Like Charlie doesn't know what's coming. And, there was a song on Spotify called, The Assassination of Charlie Kirk on that day, on September 10th, that just doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. I'm glad the FBI is taking this seriously and investigating this, because when you deep dive into this group, this Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, again, the connections between the people running the group and the other groups they're associated with and the crimes that they've been tangentially close to, it doesn't seem like it's a coincidence. It seems like something that I can't say, it's likely that this happened, but it seems like there's circumstantial evidence that points to the possibility that there were people that were in knowledge of this, especially given what the mission of this group is.
Yeah, well, and when we welcome back radio, Liz, I'm going to play another piece of your tape talking about the UN, because there's a weird connection to the UN, believe it or not, with this group, and Liz, you'll explain it. But the questions that to me are the most pressing is who knew what, when, how many people knew it, and what are the future intentions of this group? Because everything I can gather from this is that if there's people in this network that have been radicalized, financed, trained, whatever, that were part of radicalizing this individual, how many others are there? And are we really safe until these people are brought to justice or indicted the way they should be? I understand that you've got to sort of measure once, cut twice when it comes to an investigation, but this is stuff that I sit alone at night pondering. This is like the thoughts that are going through my head every night, which is why I wanted to have you, Liz. So we're going to welcome back our national radio audience in about 2 seconds. to the Charlie Kirk Show. More with Liz Wheeler, host of the Liz Wheeler Show on Blaze TV. Check it out there. Liz, I'm going to play another cut from this video that you published and put out. It was tremendous. Again, so many of our team members were like, please look into this stuff. I'm like, we are. But let's have Liz be the one that explains it to us for some obvious reasons. Let's go ahead and play cut 81. This is about the ties to the UN. 81.
Data Republican published a thread on X saying that this group, Armed Queers Salt Lake City, is not only an independent group, this group has actually gotten money and support from the United States government, from the State Department, and from the UN. The leader of Armed Queers SLC, her name is Ermaya Fanayan, was recognized by a State Department affiliated NGO called Utah Global Diplomacy as a recipient for the 7 for 17 award for advancing the UN's 17 sustainability goals.
So we are helping finance armed militias of queer people?
Yeah, evidently. And I'd like to make a correction to something that I said in that video, too. The leader of Armed Queers, SLC, Ermaya Fanayan, I called this individual she. Well, my mistake. Ermaya Fanayan is actually a biological male who transitioned in high school. And, it's funny, when I saw the name Ermaya Fanayan, my reaction to my producer when we first saw this name is like, that sounds like a fake name. Well, it is a fake name. This individual is a biological male who identifies as a female, so it's a he, not a she. But this man who identifies as transgender, who is the leader of Armed Queers SLC, was given money by, it seems shocking to even say it, a U.S. government agency, the State Department. They give money to NGOs. This is the whole Mike Benz exposing exactly how our tax money goes through the State Department and gets disseminated out to these NGOs that are really just radical leftist political activism organizations. And this is another example of it. I mean, Utah Global Diplomacy, this NGO, is giving money to Ermaya Fanayan. And this is the thing, Andrew, if I may dive into a little bit of the connections between Ermaya Fanayan, this group Armed Queers, and some of the other violence that we've seen, the left-wing violence that we've seen around the country. This is where I think it gets especially fascinating. If you go back to July in Texas, in Alvarado, Texas, you remember the shooting that happened at the ICE facility. Now, this was the first shooting at the first ICE facility in Texas, not the Dallas one, the Alvarado one. Now, the individual who was arrested for that crime was a man named Benjamin Song. He's a 32-year-old man, and he's a member of two different organizations. And it's important to understand that these different leftist organizations, while they seem separate, just wait, because I'm going to tie them all together, because they are tied together. He was a member of a group called the Socialist Rifle Association and another group called the John Brown Gun Club. And he's the one who was charged for that shooting. Now, the woman who was charged as his accomplice is also a member of the John Brown Gun Club. And we'll get to that one in a second. But the Socialist Rifle Association is really important because this group has up to 10,000 members across the United States. They're an openly communist socialist group. Their mission, like Armed Queers, is to arm themselves to overthrow the ruling class, they call it. They define this culturally, not economically. They want to defend against fascists and Nazis. There have been members of their group who've said any attempt to disarm quote-unquote workers must be frustrated by force if necessary. The logo of this group is a trans flag with an assault rifle. 4 of, I think, the dozen leaders of this group go by they, them pronouns. This group, Andrew, this is where it's critical. This group on Reddit years ago, the Socialist Rifle Association, this group lied about Charlie Kirk. And like I said, many years ago, and said that he called for the lynching of trans people. So the vilification of Charlie Kirk by these radical, violent, militant trans groups has been ongoing for some time. Now, this particular group, the Socialist Rifle Association, has been tied to many violent crimes in our nation, crimes that we're unfortunately very familiar with. The bombings of the Tesla dealerships, this, of course, before the July 4th ICE attack in Alvarado, Texas. Now, this group, the Socialist Rifle Association, I would describe as a front group for even more violent groups like Antifa. And the funding for these groups, whether it's Antifa, whether it's Armed Queers SLC, whether it's the Socialist Rifle Association, you can draw the funding back to one source, which we'll get to in a second. So if we're talking about Antifa, and I know this is a little complicated, but this is how they design it, Andrew. They design it so that it's confusing, so that they can obfuscate exactly how they coordinate with each other and where the money comes from and who's in charge, and so that it looks like it is their favorite narrative is to claim that they're a decentralized network. They have no leadership. They're a shadow. They're the wind. Well, that's not true if you look at their association. So the Socialist Rifle Association has overlap with Antifa in the sense that the Socialist Rifle Association has been photographed many times with Antifa Black Bloc protesters.
Yeah, I'm gonna have, let me pause you really quick. We're gonna keep going in the break. Hang right there. More with Liz Wheeler in just 1 second. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Liz, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. This is important. I'm riveted.
No, you're good.
Please continue.
Okay, so again, follow along because I know this is complicated, but this is how they intend it to be. They want us to be confused, but once you see this, you can't unsee this. So the Socialist Rifle Association has a chapter in St. George, Utah. That is the location where Charlie's alleged assassin, Tyler Robinson, was cohabitating with his, transgender lover, Lance Twiggs. When the Socialist Rifle Association chapter in St. George, Utah, was asked if Tyler Robinson was a member of their group, they denied it. They said, no, he wasn't. But then, when the Socialist Rifle Association chapter in St. George, Utah, was asked if Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson's so-called roommate, this transgender lover, was a member, they refused to confirm or deny that based on their policy of confidentiality of members of their group. So, again, that's circumstantial evidence. That doesn't confirm anything, but it does make you think, okay, why was their response to the question about Tyler Robinson being a member different than their response about Lance Twiggs? If he wasn't a member and he wasn't associated, why didn't they outright deny it the way that they denied Tyler Robinson being a member of that group? If I'm the FBI, I'm looking into that. Now, here's where the Socialist Rifle Association becomes more intertwined with armed queers. Going back to that man, Benjamin Song, who was convicted after the ICE shooting in Alvarado, Texas. He was a member of the Socialist Rifle Association, but also a group called the John Brown Gun Club. The John Brown Gun Club is essentially Antifa, but they have ties, Andrew, to Armed Queers. Armed Queers Salt Lake City co-hosted, they called it an educational workshop. It's really a militant training weekend with the Elm Fork branch of the John Brown Gun Club. That's the same group, the perpetrators behind this July 4th Alvarado ICE facility shooting. And the founder of Armed Queers, this biological man with the made-up name, Maya Fanayan, pretending to be a girl, he appears to have promoted this collaboration between the John Brown Gun Club, associated with the Socialist Rifleist Association, and Armed Queers on his private Instagram. You cannot, when I say you cannot make this stuff up, it's obviously more than a coincidence. You have these multiple groups: Armed Queers, Socialist Rifle Association, John Brown Gun Club, Antifa members, which really just operate hidden behind these leftist groups so that they can claim they're a decentralized network. You have the social media posts of, 6 or 7 individuals in Utah in the month leading up to Charlie's assassination that seemed to signal foreknowledge. You have these very strange text messages between Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson, which I know there are some people that claim that they're fabricated. It doesn't seem to me that they're fabricated by someone on the outside. It seems like a question, if I were the FBI, I would investigate whether they were fabricated to cover for Lance Twiggs, because he seemed to be the one who had potential associations with these radical groups.
Yeah, and on that, a lot of people, there's a lot of speculation online. I know that some of these digital evidence that they have looks like it was correspondence intentionally sent to cover for Lance Twiggs. So I'm aware, we're very aware of that as well. I want to show you something else from Utah. This is the Salt Lake Tribune, put up 99. This is Salt Lake Tribune, and they said this is a cartoonist who's since moved to Portugal because of because of Trump or whatever. and it's a guy named Pat Bagley, and he did a drawing here. This is the original.
For failure to honor their oaths to protect and defend the Constitution from the dictatorial whims of a malignant clown.
And it's called the Hole in the Head Gang, and it's a wanted poster that includes Mike Lee. Looks like John Curtis.
I think it's their whole congressional delegation.
Exactly. Burgess Owens, et cetera, et cetera. And there is this very conspicuous red scarves around each of the characters, which is troubling. This was posted on October 7th, so the 1-year anniversary of what happened in Israel, but also within a month, less than a month after the assassination of Charlie Kirk in the state of Utah, they published this. So something, Liz, to me is awry here, and there seems to be this very malignant vein of violent fetishization at the very least, and obviously outright violence, depending on who's perpetrating it. But Liz, I gotta go at this point. We could keep you into the next break. I don't know what your schedule is, but we're about to welcome back radio. But I think that was a really, really important breakdown that you just gave us and gave our audience to connect all these pieces. So if you want to stick around, we can do. Sure. Let me know. Okay, great. We'll do a few more minutes with Liz Wheeler. We will be right back. We're going to welcome back radio.
Great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against your values. So in today's economy, where you spend your money is super, super important. Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most wireless providers on a budget, Patriot Mobile has access to all 3 major wireless networks. You can even add 2 numbers to on 2 different networks on one phone, something the other guys can't even do. So stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, you're going to want to stick with these guys. Sanctity of life, supporting our veterans. Switching is simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. You go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Again, that's patriotmobile.com/Charlie or 972-PATRIOT. Call that right now. And if you use the promo code Charlie, you get a free month of service with that. So please check out our partners there. I want to play this clip for you, Liz, and get your reaction. I want to bring you in as well, Raheem. Let's go ahead and play cut 100 from Erin Burnett at CNN. She's describing Antifa and these radicalization networks, and she's carrying their water. I don't know why, but we can discuss it after. 100.
And obviously, I'm not going to sit here and defend anybody who considers themselves part of an Antifa movement, such that it is. But such that it is the operative part of that sentence. Antifa is far from a major sophisticated terror organization like Hezbollah, Hamas, or ISIS. In fact, it's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which have had national leaders, unlike Antifa. There is no organized hierarchy to the group. And according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
So, Liz, I want you to relate this back to what you were just talking about. All these disconnected, seemingly disconnected groups, but they aren't disconnected. They're sort of decentralized on purpose.
Yes, exactly. And listen, the mainstream media, CNN, Erin Burnett, they're beyond just stupid at this point. They're propagandists for not just the Democrat Party, but this. I mean, that graphic that you showed, that cartoon, it's demonic. That's what it is at this point. So listen, Antifa wants you to think that they are a decentralized network, that they're a grassroots, organic group of citizens who just want to raise their voices in opposition to government policies or yada, yada, yada. And the mainstream media is only too happy to parrot exactly what talking points they are given. But this is how Antifa operates. They operate behind the mask of a whole host of radical leftist groups. Many of them have actually quite innocuous names to even hide that they are leftist, but they hide behind these groups, these leftist activist groups that will stage what they call training workshops, where Antifa members come and get training, or Antifa will collaborate with these groups for joint marketing and joint resources, joint transportation and mobilization. They essentially are the parasites, intentionally, on these leftist groups so that they can get funding and leadership and direction and mobilization without actually ever having to report it, so that they can just fade into the shadows when anyone comes to investigate what they're doing. But Andrew, here's the thing. Going back to the Armed Queers group for a second, the founder of Armed Queers, Ermaya Fanayan, is also an organizer at PSL. That's the Party of Socialism and Liberation. You may recognize the Party of Socialism and Liberation. It's a communist political party here in the United States, because they were the primary organizers behind the violent anti-ICE riots that we saw out in Los Angeles just a month or two ago, when we were told, again, that was also organic and grassroots. It was not. It was staged. It was funded. It was organized. There was collaboration. And the Party of Socialism and Liberation, this kind of fringe communist political party, isn't just an autonomous unit. It's not just a group of people. It's funded by Neville Roy Singham, this almost billionaire. He's an American citizen, but he lives in China, in communist China, because he's a communist. And it's his money, Andrew, that goes through all of these left-wing groups to fund the violence that we're seeing in the United States, whether it's the anti-ICE riots, whether it's the Students for Justice in Palestine, this pro-Hamas stuff that we see on college campuses, or this radical trans violence that we're seeing.
Well, yeah, and it begs the question, why are we allowing this, right? Because we can see the impact that it's having on our culture, the violence, this rise of left-wing violence. And by the way, it should not go left unsaid, rather, that the bullet casings found with Tyler Robinson included Antifa slogans. So, just because there may not be black bloc in the wardrobe here of Tyler Robinson or the trans lover, doesn't mean that they aren't influenced and inspired and radicalized by these same ideas that are floating around. Raheem, I want to bring you in here really quick. What is with this rising, it seems like this tendency, it's like the talking point went out to Democrats. Why are they saying that Antifa doesn't exist now, or it's not like a real thing? I thought we were so past this. I mean, we also had Jimmy Kimmel said the same thing. He said, Antifa doesn't exist. On air. It's like he didn't learn his lesson. What's behind this?
You know, the wonderful thing in that Erin Burnett clip about where she's equivocating is I'm old enough to remember when people were going on CNN claiming that Hezbollah wasn't a terrorist organization. And she uses Hezbollah there as an example of a real terrorist organization. As if all terror factions and groups are the same. As if what we're talking about here, and I take Liz's point, really, about the way they hide behind lots of different groups. But it's kind of like a blockchain of radicalization is what you're seeing out there, right? And there doesn't need to be central party leader. It's not a political party. It's not a major corporation. This is a group of deeply disturbed individuals who have grown up being indoctrinated to hate their country, and in most cases to hate themselves, and to sort of invoke Charlie's empathy here. We hate the sin, not the sinner, right? We are almost called to have some level of sympathy towards these people, because think about the families that they grew up in. Think about the lives they had to grow up in. If you are raised in the United States of America in the years 2000 forward, yes, there's been hardship. Yes, there's been financial crisis. Yes, we've had 9/11. Yes, we've had terrible wars overseas. But you are living the best life of anybody in the entire world. You are more privileged than anybody in the entire world. You have access to more capital. You have access to more innovation. You have access to all these things. And for these people to want to tear down that system, I mean, Erin Burnett doing what she's doing on CNN right now actually harms those people more. She's driving them underground. She's helping them stay underground. And if she was really, truly dedicated to the cause of normalization instead of radicalization, then she would call it out for what it is. But CNN has been, for so very long, like much of the mainstream media, a key facet in radicalizing these people.
Yes, I totally agree. By the way, I'm going to, it's one after the other here, guys. So here's Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, saying that Antifa doesn't exist. 105.
First person I ever heard use the word Antifa was Donald J. Trump, when he was going on about how there were good people on both sides in Charlottesville. That's the first time I ever heard anyone use the term. So now it's this amorphous thing, and if nobody's really Antifa, then everybody could be. And the reason you can't find them is because they're just that crafty.
No, you are contributing to a strategy of
He's just a liar.
hiding
He's just
in plain
a liar.
sight.
Put up the B-roll. He did a pose in 2020. He's posing with Antifa, the anti-fascist handbook by Mark Bray, who
is a Rutgers professor who just fled to Spain.
Didn't they stop him?
No, he ended up getting through.
Hopefully he doesn't come back.
Well, hopefully he's not still on payroll, Rutgers. We are on that case like white on rice.
It's a despicable thing. It is just calculated lying here, where what they do is it's exactly he's fueling it, because what they do is they do keep it distributed, they keep it amorphous, which is how the left operates in generally. The left benefits from entropy. They benefit from really widely distributing things. And we saw that in 2020, where no one needed to send a central order to do riots or after the George Floyd thing. They just kind of all knew, and it distributes much more easily throughout their networks.
Well, they do have a loose network, and maybe, Liz, this is a good point for you to make, but they do have a loose network of foot soldiers, right? I'll never forget that Time Magazine article about how it was by Molly Ball, right, where they talked about after the election, everybody was surprised because the foot soldiers weren't, they weren't dispatched out into the streets to riot. And everybody was surprised, but that's because there are captains in this loose network that either say go or don't go. Here's the signs, here's your money, show up here or not to show up here. It's loose, it's disconnected.
Well, I think it's a little tighter than that, actually, because a lot of it comes out of the unions and the union networks. There is formalized structure here. We've just sort of accepted it. We don't dig into these people in these places.
Yeah. Well, and there is, I think, probably, and Liz, maybe this would be a good point for you, is there is a difference, and these things do sort of bleed one into the other, and there are gradations of extremism, right, from starting maybe at the union organizers all on the way down, and there might be some people that are more radicalized and they happen to be in a union, and they happen to be part of these sort of foot soldier networks. 2 minutes to you, Liz.
Yeah, let me go back to Raheem's point from before, because I think this is actually really critical in understanding why this demonic hatred, this assassination culture, as Charlie called it, has become so mainstream on the left, that this is not a fringe viewpoint that a few people hold. We've all had friends on Facebook that we thought were just normal but kind of leftist who were celebrating Charlie's murder, and it's just so gut-wrenching. But Raheem mentioned that these people who are now these Antifa members have been radicalized. They've been brainwashed, not just to hate you, but to hate themselves. And in my book, Hide Your Children, I wrote this 2 years ago, I write about the indoctrination of children that happens in public school from a very low level. And I said, listen, critical race theory and trans ideology pack a 1-2 punch, because critical race theory comes in and tells these young children to hate themselves based on the color of their skin, black or white. You're either an oppressor or oppressed. You're disgusting. And then trans ideology comes in and says, but we're going to offer you salvation. We're going to offer you redemption, because otherwise you can't be redeemed because it's inherent to your skin color. If you put on the mantle, this identity of transgenderism, if you become one of the oppressed, the LGBTQIA, then you can be redeemed from your evil identity. And I got some heat, Andrew, after the Covenant School shooting for saying, just accurately describing the transgender ideology as not just damaging and anti-biology, but for describing it as a violent, inherently violent, revolutionary ideology that intentionally targets vulnerable youth to turn them into kamikazes for the communist vanguard. And I hate, it's gut-wrenching for me to even say that's what we've seen happen since I made that warning, because that's really what the transgender ideology is all about. It's about targeting these children, telling them that they're horrible, and the only way they can be redeemed is by essentially embracing the devil. And then once they're captured, they're used as human suicide bombers, essentially, to assault the right.
Wow. I think well said, Liz. We've got a quick break coming up in a second, right, guys? Getting a little confused. I think we have a break. We're going to keep going in the break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. I'm going to play this clip here. This is it's a little bit of a longer clip, but it's like the talking point went out about how we're just going to act on the left like Antifa doesn't exist, guys. 106.
No Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa.
Like, I don't even know what Antifa is. There is no group.
It's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
It isn't an organization. It is in many ways mythology.
It's not like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers, sort of defined terrorist organizations with leadership that leads violence.
It's not a highly organized movement. It's a moniker. It's not a unified group like the Proud Boys are.
Things like Antifa are things that are thought up.
It's all in this guise of going after Antifa, which is nothing. There's no organization called Antifa.
Nobody's a member of Antifa because it doesn't exist. They are just declaring into existence something that doesn't exist.
There is no Antifa organization, so maybe that's good for social media, but it really is non-existent.
They exist on the internet in chat rooms and in 4chan and Discord and places like that, where they run discussion boards, trade tactics, documents, things like that. But none of them are called Antifa.
None of them are called Antifa. A little shout out to Tom Elliott, from Grabien, who put that montage together. Really powerful seeing it all the talking heads that spew this radicalization. And they really are giving a sheen of legitimacy to a network of radicalized individuals that have, like Mark Bray, the professor at Rutgers, are justifying violent activity, illiberal activity, preemptive violence. And Mark Bray, in his book, The Antifa Handbook, which Keith Ellison is holding, I looked into this, he actually advocates for fists, knives, guns, heavy weaponry, if necessary, to essentially deconstruct the Western capitalist system. He has completely given up on debate, open dialogue, these sorts of things. That's what the whole handbook is about. It's about violence. And Rutgers University is employing this guy, as far as I know, right now, today, even though he fled to Europe once after Charlie's assassination, this became more of a hot topic. So this guy is such a coward that he advocates for a violent political system. And then the second he gets called out on it, he's such a coward, existing in the world that he was advocating for, he flees from it because it's a garbage system. It's a garbage idea. Nobody wants to live in that world. So shame on you, coward Mark Bray. You flee to Spain and you stay there. And I hope Rutgers University will do the right thing and permanently fire this garbage human for good. Can you just stay in Spain? Good riddance to you. And by the way, there was a whole group on campus that tried to launch a petition against our Turning Point chapter there, completely lying and defaming them, saying we were inciting violence. So New Jersey, Rutgers, I want to know what your explanation is. I am not going to let go of that story. I'm a dog with a bone. I put a whole thing on X over the weekend. So I'm not going anywhere. It seemed like you wanted to say something.
No, there are several things there that I think require further explanation as well. I mean, a lot of the left really believes, they think they're still fighting the Spanish Civil War, which is probably why he's fled to Spain of all places.
I thought about that too.
He does think, that's where this whole thing comes from. But so many of the groups on the left are Antifa today. They don't have to be called Antifa to be part of Antifa. This thing that we've legitimized and allowed it to happen, it reminds me of the way sort of Thatcher dealt with it. And by the way, it would be Margaret Thatcher's 100th birthday today.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I just had to shoehorn that one in.
You have to.
There's so much there that we're not unpacking yet, and we've got to do it.
Well, let's do it. We've got one more segment with Liz Wheeler and Raheem Kassam and Blake Neff. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Final segment of the day. It's and we have a little surprise for tomorrow, I should say. So we did not change the Charlie Kirk Show set.
You'll keep asking. We assure you.
The emails keep coming in. We got it's all there. We're just in DC for the day, and tomorrow we're going to be in in a different location, which we will announce soon. But anyways, I want to wrap this up. I think this has been a really important conversation because I think it's important that our audience understands how these networks of radicalization. Yeah, Antifa it's not like it doesn't have a board. It's not like a Delaware company. You know, that's not what we're suggesting. It is an ideological movement with many branches. A lot of them have Twitter handles, by the way, like Portland or Chicago, New York. You don't always know who's running those Twitter handles or who's financing, what networks are sending money or not sending money, but they are kind of hive mind. And by the way, Liz, this goes back to some of your main points from the top of the hour, that they are a loose connection of networks that might be connected to the John Brown Gun Club or Armed Queers SLC. But they are all sort of like-minded. Maybe they have different focuses, but this is what's happening. And when you see a graphic like this, it's one that I keep harping on, but I want to throw it up again. It's here in the chat. It's the groups that are most radicalized for violence. Liz, this is a really shocking, guys. If you could find that, it's the 18 to 39-year-olds are that are self-described as progressive. Liz, yes, this is the graph. Look at that one node on the left, that blue node up at 30% of self-described self-described liberals say that violence is an acceptable form of political intervention, that it can be justified. 30%. And meanwhile, you look at conservatives of that same age group, and they are the most peaceful of any of the cohorts. Liz Wheeler, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I think the question that we have to ask when we look at that graphic, which is quite shocking to behold presented visually like that, is why? Why are 18 to 39-year-old men who identify as leftists, usually they're not the most masculine examples of men either, so why are these individuals the most violent? And the answer is indoctrination. They're not born inherently violent, so they are being groomed into this violence, into this ideology. And the way that they're being groomed is multifactorial. It's through the public school system. It's not just universities. It starts early. It starts as early as primary school. The public school system, certainly colleges and universities. Obviously, TikTok has played a large role here. I know I'm going to get a lot of flack for saying this, but there's also a violent subculture of the video gaming world that is, and Tyler Robinson's actually a good example of that, that is desensitized to violence because of the violence of the video games that they're playing. There are also a generation of young men who have been poisoned by Big Pharma, and that impacts the way that their consciences operate. So they are vulnerable youth ripe for this indoctrination, and they're, of course, military-aged young men. So the people who are organizing this violence know that they're the ones most likely to carry it out.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what you were saying, Raheem, that, and Blake, I want to hear from you, too, in the last few minutes we have here, but it reminds me of what you're saying. You live in this amazing country. Yes, we have problems. Charlie was very honest about those problems. He was calling for an economic moonshot to get the next generation bought in, to have skin in the game of the American dream. All those things are very important, but it doesn't negate the fact that this is still the land of opportunity. You have to seize it. You have to believe that you have the opportunity to engage. And that was really the message that Charlie was preaching to young men, is that you have the initiative, the ability within yourself to take ownership of your own life. And I think there is this propensity to veer into nihilism where you just don't feel like you can. And then you end up becoming disengaged with polite society, you become dissident culture, whatever, and you get violent.
On Columbus Day especially, I remind myself, we actually have an article up about it on the National Pulse, of why I'm here. What attracted me to America is I've left a country that has this politics of envy at its core. In the United Kingdom, if you earn money and you do well, people sort of sneer at you. They go, ooh, that's a bit gauche. It's a bit much. Why don't you calm down? In America, if you do very well, people go, dude, that's so cool. Like, how can I help? Like, I want to get involved. I want to do something like that. There's a whole different culture about it. And, I'm not just a commentator in this conversation about extremism. I was a counter-extremism practitioner as my first job out of college. I advised the British government, advised the British Parliament on radical Islamic terrorism and extremism on college campuses. And the hallmarks of what's going on the left today bear the same hallmarks of how young Islamic men were radicalized in the early 2000s.
That's fascinating. I would love to hear more of that. Blake, do you want to take us home? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we only have 20 seconds left.
I know.
I'm going to throw out one thing. Some of them are radicalized, but a lot are just bad people, and you should be wary of, there are a lot of people who are malevolent, resentful, acquisitive, entitled, very negative energy, and they like the left because it gives them an excuse to vent all of their bile.
It justifies
We'll
their
be
bile,
back tomorrow from a new location.
Liz
And
Wheeler, thank
tune
you.
in. Charlie's getting the Medal of Freedom.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Liz.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is October 13th, 2025, Anno Domini. Guys, if we can get that live shot up of Air Force One or whatever the pool feed is giving us right now. President Trump holding incredible, historic, just absolutely historic trip today to the Middle East, just departing, and we're told Air Force One is going to be departing in just a few moments here as special coverage continues on Real America's Voice. We're picking that up, of course, from the Human Events Daily side. We'll be covering in for the next hour, bringing guests in to talk about this historic deal and potentially a reset for relations in the Middle East. There you see President Trump signing in at the Knesset, there with Bibi Netanyahu and the speaker. And what we've seen are scenes that in many cases, and look, I was on the early show today with Bannon. We did a special overnight broadcast. This is biblical. Folks, what we're seeing is biblical. A potential restructuring of the Middle East, a potential restructuring of geopolitics, and a return of the United States to the world stage. For so many years, the United States had receded, had been seen as weak, certainly in the face of the Biden administration. Now with President Trump, this is peace through strength. We are seeing peace through strength in action. And notice, President Trump was able to achieve this not by conducting military raids against Hamas, not by conducting drone strikes in Gaza. No. He was able to get it done through diplomacy. And the absolute real credit here goes to that diplomatic team, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, Steve Witkoff, and then Jared Kushner coming in kind of as the closer for President Trump, along with his daughter-in-law, Ivanka Trump, them holding this incredible meeting there in Tel Aviv and then Jerusalem with the hostages as they were released. I believe 20 living hostages were released. Then President Trump flying to Egypt, where he's currently on the ground now, and we'll get you that live shot in just a second, where Air Force One is about to take off. President Trump just wrapped up speaking there at this incredible meeting. 27 nations gathered together to hear President Trump, and then the photos, the conversations, being there with every single one of the world leaders. America's preeminence is now reestablished on the world stage. What do I mean by that? The United States, Joe Biden would run around telling everyone, I'm the leader of the free world. I'm the leader of the free world. And it's like that old line that if you are the king, you don't have to run around telling everyone you're the king. President Trump is the leader of the free world, and he doesn't need to tell anyone. You could see, because he doesn't run around telling them. They come to him. This is an unequivocal win for President Trump. This is MAGA world peace in action. It's MAGA world peace in action. The end of the war in Gaza. The end of the response to the horrific October 7th attacks. 1 year and 1 week, exactly 1 year and 1 week from that terrible morning. All right, we've got that shot up in the box. These stairs are there. President Trump, guys, take that full screen if the President Trump is there. And we're told President Trump boarding Air Force One and wrapping up this historic visit. Now, President Trump's plan, you look at the itinerary in terms of logistics, you look at the itinerary in terms of what's going on. There we go. There's that full screen shot. Look at this. Absolutely incredible. You can see President Trump, 8-hour flight to Tel Aviv, 4 hours on the ground, then flying Tel Aviv to Egypt, Sheikh al-Sham, holding a roundtable of meetings, another speech there to the Arab leaders, the Muslim world, and now returning. And why is he coming? He's not spending the night. Why is he coming back so quickly to the United States? Why is he headed back here so fast? I'll tell you why. Because tomorrow, at the White House, President Trump will be awarding Erica Trump the posthumous Medal of Freedom, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, there at the White House. And I'll be able to tell you that we are very honored that Human Events Daily, as well as the Charlie Kirk Show, will be broadcast from the White House grounds tomorrow. So we're going to be there, of course, for the ceremony, and we will be broadcasting this show directly from the White House tomorrow. And hopefully I'll be able to get some of the working out the logistics, but I want to be able to get some of the crew on and maybe some special guests who are there in attendance. And then the medal ceremony will be taking place after the end of Human Events Daily tomorrow. So look for that. It's going to be a historic day. And how amazing is it that the President of the United States showing the the true significance of Charlie Kirk and the true significance of what happened by flying all the way back from a historic peace deal, meeting with Israel, meeting with the Arab world, but now flying all the way back, Air Force One and the entire entourage, just so that Charlie Kirk can get his Medal of Freedom on his birthday. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice. Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here, Human Events Daily. Incredible, historic day. President Trump making his way back now to Washington, D.C. from the Middle East. And ladies and gentlemen, look, I got some news I got to tell you. So people say, Posobiec, how can you be out there? You're broadcasting live at 2 a.m. for an hour and a half. Then you're back on the morning show. Now you're up in the afternoon. How do you do it? I say I couldn't do it without my Blackout coffee. Blackout coffee is here with Human Events Daily, and I want it to be home with you as well. For years, Blackout coffee has been my coffee of choice, and I know so many of you have missed it, and just like I have. And so now is your chance to restock. Now is your chance to resupply. This isn't just coffee. It's America in a cup. Blackout Coffee was founded on Christian values rooted in family and built on the belief that hardworking Americans deserve better than, that random corporate swill out there. Blackout Coffee is a family business that roasts every batch right here in the United States of America. 2 roasts you got to try. Morning Reaper, a smooth medium roast that kicks off your day without any bitterness. And for the dark roast lovers, I got to tell you, one of my personal favorites is Brutal Awakening. Brutal Awakening is a bold, rich roast with deep flavor that'll keep you sharp and alert. It's perfect for serving friends and family around the holidays. Because let's face it, The best gatherings start with the best coffee. So here's the deal. You go to blackoutcoffee.com/Poso and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Support a company that supports your values, American jobs, and fuels your freedom, one strong cup at a time. And I just got to say thank you to the folks over at Blackout Coffee, because if I had not received my resupply last week, I definitely would not have been able to perform this historic day the way that we have. Now, I want to bring in, so President Trump taking off there, Air Force One. Looks like, logistically speaking, he'll be landing here. It's about an 8-hour flight. Air Force One is able, of course, to fly higher, fly faster. They're given full flight clearance across all airspace. They had a fighter escort, by the way, on their way into Egypt. So I imagine he'll have one again, probably throughout various areas of the CENTCOM AOR as he makes his way across the Mediterranean, and looking to touch down in about 8 hours. Let's put about 10 p.m. Eastern here on the East Coast, and then tomorrow participating in the Charlie Kirk Medal of Freedom ceremony. I want to bring in here longtime Trump advisor and political strategist Roger Stone. And Roger, we're looking at these historic, incredible scenes here. What are we to make of this? We were told that Trump was going to give us World War III, but instead he's given us MAGA world peace.
Jack, I think you hit this right on the head. This is a return to the policy of peace through strength, as advocated by Dwight Eisenhower, supported by Ronald Reagan, and as President Trump pursued in his first term, where not only do we not start any new foreign wars, Trump being the only president in modern times who can claim that, but now solving some of the world's worst, skirmishes, worst wars, and so on. This guy's record is extraordinary. Not just this incredible peace deal, which kind of brings back the Abraham Accords, which they again told Trump he could not achieve in his first term, but with the able assistance in that case, as in this, of Jared Kushner, achieved both historic agreements. This is absolutely historic. So there is no greater title that history can bestow than that of peacemaker. And Donald Trump now adds this historic agreement to his decision, to his ability to get a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, solving the issues between India and Pakistan, getting Thailand and Cambodia to stop fighting, Armenia and Azerbaijan, Saudi, Syria, Lebanon, all coming in under the Abraham Accords for better relations. Donald Trump is an incredible peacemaker. I am not happy that the Norwegian-based Nobel Peace Prize Committee elected to give their award to Maria Corina Machado, not so much as a criticism of her, but other than to say the right thing to do would be for her to ask, or maybe have Marco Rubio ask her if President Trump can give her the award. And then she should hand it back to the president. He deserves this award, even though I thought those elitist, globalist freaks at the Nobel Peace Prize Committee would likely not give it to him.
Well, Roger, I think there's no question there. You know, looking at the way that the president has really restructured, I think, geopolitics and world relations. This reminds me of, and I know you'll appreciate it as well, this reminds me of something that Nixon said when he was in office, where he said the best way for the United States to support Israel is for the United States to have strong relations with Israel's neighbors. Roger, yes. What did he mean by that, and is President Trump following that dictum?
Very famous clip. I mean, Nixon went out of his way to improve U.S. relationships with Egypt, with Saudi particularly, with a number of nations in the region. Israel was not happy about it at the time, but Nixon felt strongly that the United States had to have better relationships with everybody concerned if there was any way to bring peace, and we could play the role of peacemaker. This is what Jimmy Carter did at Camp David, one of the few laudable things that he did. So I think that this is just an extraordinary historic occasion that shows that Trump really is a world-class world diplomat. He's negotiated all of these settlements with very able assistance from Steve Witkoff and obviously in this case Jared Kushner. He's doing an amazing job. Marco Rubio really is a surprise standout in this cabinet. I always liked Rubio's hard line against communism in this hemisphere. He's been very tough on Cuba, very tough on Maduro, who is a Marxist narco thug. Very tough, I think, increasingly on Honduras. I mean, the Chinese communists are on the move in this hemisphere, too, as well as the more traditional communists. Marco has been hardline, and he has very faithfully executed the president's worldview, the president's America First foreign policy, rather than that of the neocons.
Well, you know, Roger, it was amazing to me. So a week ago, we held the Antifa roundtable in the White House, and I'm there with Andy Ngo and Katie Davis-Court and Savannah Hernandez, my colleagues from the Post Millennial and Human Events, and there's this moment where I look to my left, and you mentioned Secretary of State, so I can see the hallway. I'm looking down past the East Room into the Executive Mansion hallway, the foyer there on the north side. And I see the Secretary of State standing there, and I remembered that he was not going to be in the meeting. And I remember that I also saw the Vice President, who of course didn't end up coming on camera, the bearded Vice President, also standing there in the hallway, and he had his arms crossed, but I could look at the two of them, and they had a certain glint in their eye, or perhaps a certain twinkle in their eye. And it looked as though they had good news for the commander-in-chief. And then, of course, as everyone could see, Secretary Rubio came in, whispered in President Trump's ear that we were close to a deal. The president made Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, was incredibly gracious that she gave her seat to Secretary of State Rubio so that he could do that. It was an incredible move on her part, complete understanding of protocol. And you see this as a working White House. And what can I say, Roger? It was incredible to be a fly on the wall to that moment in history.
Yeah, that little soundbite goes down along with that moment that Andy Card, who's then a White House aide, later I think Secretary of Transportation, whispered in George W.'s ear that the 9/11 towers, that the towers had been hit on 9/11. This is as historic a moment. This is an extraordinary breakthrough. We have to hope that obviously both sides keep their obligations. The freeing of these hostages today is a testimony to the strength and the persistence and the negotiating skill of Donald Trump to bring disparate parties together in the name of peace. It is amazing. They gave Barack Obama the Nobel Peace Prize. But the only real accomplishment he had, Jack, was killing more human beings with drones than any president in American history. I really think the president deserves this award, and I would hope that Maria Corina Machado would consider accepting it and giving it to the president, bestowing it to the president.
Yeah, Roger, that's an incredible idea. So she'll get it there, and then I would suppose she'd have to bring it to. He could invite her to the White House, perhaps, and have the ceremony there, and invite the Nobel Committee as well. Why don't he? And it would certainly be a coup. But this is a diplomatic coup, because what we're seeing now is the return of the United States to the world stage, and the United States, of course, had retracted and retreated from the world stage and sort of faded into the wallpaper with Joe Biden and his allowance of globalist interests and European interests to really take the lead, specifically as pertains to Ukraine, Russia, but then also as pertains to the Middle East. And we saw that in no less an example as the disastrous withdrawal, the retreat from Afghanistan and the killings at Abbey Gate. Incredible scenes, folks. We're going to be getting more. We're going to get more live coverage. We've got Roger Stone here providing insight into us as to how all of this went together. This is your front row seat to MAGA world peace. It's Human Events Daily continues our special coverage live on Real America's Voice. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Roger Stone.
In the dead of the night, when the world is sleeping, Real America's Voice is live. This Monday, 2 a.m. Eastern, history takes flight. Donald J. Trump arrives in Israel, leading a high-stakes mission for peace and the long-awaited release of hostages. After months of war and heartbreak, a breakthrough, a ceasefire, hostage releases, and the first steps towards a lasting Jerusalem Accord. Steve Bannon leads Real America's Voice live coverage, joined by powerful voices from Jerusalem as the world watches this historic moment unfold. From conflict to compromise, from division to deliverance. This is leadership on the world stage. This is history in motion. This is Real America's Voice. RAV presents Trump's triumphant mission to Israel. Live coverage begins this Monday at 2 a.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
Talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're, of course, talking about these incredible scenes coming out of the Middle East. We're looking at President Trump on his way back now from the Middle East aboard Air Force One. Folks, we're not able to do this special coverage 24/7 all around the world without you supporting us. And the way you can support us the best is supporting our partners. So I want all patriots right now within sound of my voice to go to patriotmobile.com/POSO. Give them a call if you like at 972-PATRIOT, and you will now receive a free month of service with promo code POSO. Look, we all know that in today's day and age, you need cell phone coverage. You need to have the ability to connect, to participate in today's social life, to participate in cultural life, economic life. The best way to support us is to make sure that you're supporting people who support your values. And you can do that with Patriot Mobile. So go to patriotmobile.com/POSO. Again, patriotmobile.com/POSO. Support our ability to continue this coverage for you, not only of the special peace deal here today, but then tomorrow we'll be at the White House and covering the Presidential Medal of Freedom to my friend, the guy whose show used to come on right before here, Charlie Kirk. I want to bring back on Roger Stone now. Roger, President Trump made some comments just a few moments ago in Egypt. He said, they said World War III was going to kick off in the Middle East, but that's not going to happen on my watch. So President Trump, he has this incredible ability to simply directly state the obvious, and even though you're not supposed to, and drive right towards it. Roger, do you believe that President Trump's moves here will see a return to stability for the region?
Look, I think there's going to be bumps along the way because that's how world affairs are. But at the end of the day, I think he has achieved what could become a lasting peace. This is an amazing act of strength. And now, obviously, the president probably will turn his attention to getting a final resolution on the struggle between Ukraine and Russia, which is, that's the kind of the biggest hurdle yet to be resolved. So I think the president is on a roll here that is really quite extraordinary. He's demonstrated that he completely understands what President Theodore Roosevelt said when he said, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." He's projecting American strength as opposed to deploying American troops abroad.
Well, and Roger, that's specifically it. So President Trump has shown that you can use economic power, diplomatic power, and the cultural power, his own cultural power, as well as his role as the president of the United States, the man in the bully pulpit, to be able to bring these disparate groups together and use this true diplomacy without the need for going to conquest the way the neocons would have, or by becoming subservient to these transnational organizations and international superstructures like the UN or the World Economic Forum, the way that the neoliberals, the Biden, Obama era would have us do. Instead, what President Trump, and I think you can see that specifically in those meetings there in Israel, but particularly in Egypt, where he's meeting with the world leaders. And it seems that each of them has some personal statement that they want to make with him as they're meeting with him. They're received very warmly. And I think you can really tell that this is a man who clearly has relationships with all of them, that he's built with all of them. And that's because, Roger, he spends so much time, specifically when he's on Air Force One, making phone calls to these world leaders and building those relationships. Roger, I think a lot of people, they're asking us, does the president ever sleep?
No, it's really his energy level is really something to behold. Now, he was always nocturnal. I've known him 50 years. He never slept for long periods of time. But now he's keeping up this superhuman physical schedule, rushing back from this very important announcement and the release of the hostages and his visit to the Knesset for Charlie Kirk's memorial and to give him the Medal of Freedom, which I very strongly support. I'm still in shock about the vicious political murder of our ally and brother Charlie Kirk, but it shows that he keeps his word. His energy level is extraordinary, and by the way, not only do I think he not sleep, he doesn't like when others do, because he will sometimes call you at 2 o'clock in the morning and say, you weren't sleeping, were you? Not me.
No, never, Mr. President. Absolutely not. And I actually remember just an anecdote that I've shared before. When we were on that trip to Anchorage for the meeting with Putin, we fly all the way back from Anchorage. We're on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base, and we're waiting to be let off. And typically those movements are pretty quick, but then we see the Secret Service sit down. I say, we've been traveling all day. What's the Secret Service sitting down for? Those guys obviously know something is up. Then Caroline Leavitt comes back to where we're sitting and says, sorry, folks, we're going to be a few more minutes. The president is on the phone. It's 2 a.m, and he's still on the phone with world leaders, and he doesn't want to have to hang up and reconnect. So we're going to wait here until the phone call is done. Roger, we sat there for another 45 minutes because he just couldn't stop working.
Well, look, he was the most successful developer in Manhattan real estate for a reason. He's a deal maker, and he can be very charming when he needs to be, and he can be very tough when he needs to be. And he has, as you know, Jack, he has that great quality, which is a great asset in the conduct of foreign affairs, unpredictability. And when he threatens to use American power at extreme levels, shall we say, his adversaries don't know whether he would do it or not. But as he's told me, if there's a 10% chance that I would attack Peking, for example, or Moscow, if it costs me, then that's enough to keep them wondering and keep us at peace. So he understands the whole unpredictability. Nixon used this very successfully in the Vietnam conflict, sending Henry Kissinger to the peace tables in Paris to say, Nixon's a right-wing Republican lunatic with his finger on the button. If you guys don't give us a deal, he could just nuke the whole lot of you. It was what Nixon called his
That's
mad
exactly right. Roger, we're coming up on a break. I understand you have to run. Thank you for your time today. I know we grabbed you on short notice. Where can people go to follow you and get access to everything you're putting out?
They can go to stonezone.com, stonezone.com, my hot Substack at stonecoldtruth.com, and then on the radio every day, 8 p.m. Eastern, WABCRadio.com's The Stone Zone. That's at WABCRadio.com, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 nights a week. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Roger. Historic day. Right back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
In the dead of the night, when the world is sleeping, Real America's Voice is live. This Monday, 2 a.m. Eastern, history takes flight. Donald J. Trump arrives in Israel, leading a high-stakes mission for peace and the long-awaited release of hostages. After months of war and heartbreak, a breakthrough, a ceasefire, hostage releases, and the first steps towards a lasting Jerusalem Accord. Steve Bannon leads Real America's Voice live coverage, joined by powerful voices from Jerusalem as the world watches this historic moment unfold. From conflict to compromise, from division to deliverance. This is leadership on the world stage. This is history in motion. This is Real America's Voice. RAV presents Trump's triumphant mission to Israel. Live coverage begins this Monday at 2 a.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Jack. Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're looking at live shots out of the Middle East right now. We're also going through this incredible situation, President Trump securing a historic peace deal, an end to the war in Gaza, the return of the hostages, and normalization, hopefully, for the region. I want to bring on now Human Events opinion editor Kenny Cody, because, Kenny, you've been tracking some of the response to these events from President Trump's critics and detractors and others. What are they saying about this, Kenny? Certainly, this is something that's just an objective and absolute good that everyone has to at least give the president credit for, right?
Well, the fact that they've been campaigning on peace in the Middle East, how we need to, free Palestine, we need to do all this stuff, and during this foreign policy, they can't even give Trump the proper credit he deserves. We've got people like Elizabeth Warren, Abigail Spanberger, who's running for governor in Virginia. We've got Nancy Pelosi, Ron Wyden. They're all saying how great this peace deal is, how great it is for our world. We've got, Israel saying, blessed be the peacemaker that is Donald Trump. But these congressional Democrats in our own country who have been using this war to placate and try to morally grandstand on the American people and calling us murderers, calling us advocates for genocide, have been using this war to politically prosper. Now this war is over, they can't even give proper credit to Donald Trump. They'll acknowledge that there is peace. They'll acknowledge how great this peace deal is, how historical that this moment is in our world, but they refuse to say President Trump's name. They refuse to give credit to the Trump administration. And I've got just a three-word answer or a three-word request. Say his name. Say President Trump's name. I want these congressional Democrats who have been using this war to fundraise, they've been using this war for their political campaigns, get on social media, get on television, and say, thank you, President Trump. Just say his name. Say any Trump administration official's name or the president himself's name when you're talking about this peace deal, because he brokered it. He's the one who stayed up all those countless hours, all those countless minutes, all of those sleepless nights advocating for this peace deal to be had. All you have to do is say his name. And I challenge Democrats, I challenge the left, get on social media, get on television, and get in your emails and say, thank you, President Trump. Just say his name. That's all we're asking.
Well, it's really amazing, right? And this is something where, of course, the polarization that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks really comes to play here, because you've got something where President Trump is able to come in, and this was something, Kenny, that he directly campaigned on. He said, I will end these wars without putting American troops in harm's way. And he's done it. He's done exactly that which he campaigned for. He said, I'm not going to need to put American troops in harm's way. I'm not going to need to deploy soldiers and airmen and all of this. He said, I'm going to end the situation in Gaza, which was one of the biggest ones. Now, obviously, also Ukraine, Russia is out there. But the fact that they won't even say his name, they'll say it's a great thing that it happened. It's an incredible thing that it happened. But they won't name the man who did it. I think it's just something that's going to fall on deaf ears, honestly. I think this is so big and so historic, and President Trump being front and center in all of it. You've got people cheering his name in Tel Aviv. I don't think they're going to be able to win this one, man.
No, I don't either. I mean, when you have Western leaders who are giving him credit, the people in Israel, all those in the Middle East that are saying thank you, Donald Trump, for being the peacemaker in this situation, if the entire Western world and even some of the Eastern world are going to give him credit, I think the Palestinian prime minister actually got in a press conference a few minutes ago or about an hour ago and nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize. If you're having these people who are giving credit to President Trump and asking him literally to get the award on earth that is given to the most peaceful person, even though the committee is corrupt and will never give it to him in his lifetime. If you're having these people get on there and say he deserves credit, you're having newspapers who have his face on the front calling him blessed the peacemaker like the Jerusalem Post did today, they're going to be forgotten. These Democrats are going to be forgotten as just petty little babies that will not give credit where credit is due to the peacemaker that is Donald Trump. And this is exactly what he deserves. He deserves the acclaim. He deserves, and also at the same time, Democrats deserve to be kind of exposed in this regard. I'm actually glad this has happened. I don't really want the acknowledgement from the Democrats, because all this does is let them be known as the divisive people that they are embracing violence, they're embracing war, they're embracing this division, and they're slowly becoming, very quickly becoming the party of violence, becoming the party of war, and now they're going to be the party of pettiness, since they can't even give credit to the man that has made this happen, the administration that has made this happen. Biden couldn't do it. Obama couldn't do it. No president of the last few decades could have peace in the Middle East like Trump has got to the start of this phase one, to the rest of these phases to fall into place, and for every country in the Western world to give Donald Trump credit for the peace that he has brought to the Middle East. The fact that the Democrats in his own country cannot give him the credit and his enemies overseas are giving him credit is mind-blowing, but it should be noticeable to us, be noticeable to the American people, and be noticeable to voters when they go to the ballot box next November.
That's such a good point, Kenny Cody. The idea that you have foreign leaders in parts of the world that are no friend of the United States are giving President Trump the credit for this, but his own countrymen, his own fellow countrymen in the political opposition simply won't admit it. It's really fantastic. Kenny, while I have you, I did want to also ask about something I said earlier today that I think is important, and I think you'll agree with me, but I want to get your thoughts on it, that one thing that I'd like to hear more of, and of course this is the phase one part of the deal, so there's different phases that come in. I want to see protections, and this is on a personal level, in any deal that comes out, I want to see protections for the Christian population in these areas. That's something that's very important to me, and I think it's very important to a lot of Americans. And look, I'm not saying it has to be U.S. troops on the ground, but we know that there were a lot of Christians that were affected by this war. We know that there were churches that were hit. We know there was damage that was done to a lot of these areas. There were Christians who died in some of these bombings. It just has to be said. And Kenny, do you think that we're going to get that level of protection for Christians in any part of this?
I think at some point we will. You know, like you said, we're just in phase one. I think Trump, more than any president of our lifetimes, is protecting the Christian religion. He's protecting Christians around the world. And we're seeing it happen in so many countries. I mean, if you look at Nigeria, there's literally a genocide in Nigeria going on of the Christian population. You're having it in so many countries. The Christians are being eliminated, and Christians have been killed in the crossfire and directly within these bombings between these two countries, between these two entities. And if we're able to see Christians prioritized in so many of these countries, because they're either targeted or they're forgotten about in a lot of these foreign conflicts, especially in the Middle East and overseas. So I do want to see some guarantees. And I think if any president can do it, if any administration can come and realize that there is a genocide of Christians, there is an attack on the Christian religion, not just in the United States, not just in the Middle East, but all over the world. And like I said, in countries like Nigeria, there should be inherent policies, inherent provisions, and inherent protections for Christians in any peace deal that the United States has with any foreign country. If we're going to come in and broker these peace deals, we're going to find peace in the Middle East. We're going to find peace in the Ukrainian-Russian war. If we're going to broker this, if we're going to be the peacemakers within these foreign conflicts and be the mediators, there should be protections for Christians, because oftentimes they are in the crossfire and they're directly attacked. Whether that be, you know, like you said, some entity stepping in, some funding, whatever that might be. Like you said, we don't necessarily want U.S. troops on the ground, but there should be some provision, some agreement that if we come to this peace deal, we agree to mediate, we agree to be the mediator between two or more entities, there should be inherent protections for Christians within these peace deals. And I 100% agree with you, Jack.
Incredible. And Kenny, when we look at it too, look, I people have to understand that we look at this with clear eyes. We understand this is the Middle East. We understand that these conflicts go back thousands of years, as the president has stated. And in many ways, this perhaps will be a lull, but hopefully it is a way that a structure can be put in place whereby in the president, and you see this as President Trump's ability as a businessman to understand that when there are economic interests, when there are business interests that are able to be brought to the fore, that this is something that it truly can be win-win for everyone out there. I don't know. Maybe we need a new book when President Trump is out of office. Call it the Art of the Peace Deal. The Art of the Peace Deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what makes Trump so great at this, is that he considers all these aspects. He doesn't necessarily concentrate on solely the war aspect, the economic aspect, the foreign relations, the trade aspects. He considers every single impact that could be had either by this war continuing, and then you look at the harms, or you look at a peace deal and look at the benefits in a cost-benefit analysis. He takes that approach to every single thing that he does, and that's what makes him so good at these foreign relations. And if there is one thing that President Trump is good at, that he has carried over from his first administration, is being good at these foreign relations, being good at being the mediator, and being good at being the peacemaker, as he has been the last few months and this week especially.
Kenny Cody, go give him a follow over at humanevents.com. We'll be right back. Final segment here, Real America's Voice.
In the dead of the night, when the world is sleeping, Real America's Voice is live this Monday, 2 a.m. Eastern, history takes flight. Donald J. Trump arrives in Israel, leading a high-stakes mission for peace and the long-awaited release of hostages. After months of war and heartbreak, a breakthrough, a ceasefire, hostage releases, and the first steps towards a lasting Jerusalem Accord. Steve Bannon leads Real America's Voice live coverage, joined by powerful voices from Jerusalem as the world watches this historic moment unfold. From conflict to compromise, from division to deliverance. This is leadership on the world stage. This is history in motion. This is Real America's Voice. RAV presents Trump's triumphant mission to Israel. Live coverage begins this Monday at 2 a.m. Eastern, only on Real America's Voice. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some RAV fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop RAV, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love RAV for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live on this historic day here in the United States, but we're also covering what's happening across the world, the Middle East, that region, and beyond. We're joined by former DOD official Dan Caldwell to go through some of these not only historic scenes, but also an understanding of where perhaps we may be moving forward. Dan, thanks so much for joining us today.
Jack, thanks for having me on. And by the way, happy birthday, United States Navy.
That's right. Hooyah, Navy, from a Marine Corps buddy there. Happy 250th Marines, by the way. I hear Camp Pendleton is going to be an incredible, absolutely incredible performance there, and I believe the Vice President is going to be leading it. So the highest ranking E4 that we've ever seen. The scenes that we're seeing out of the Middle East today. You know, there was talk over the summer of a wider regional conflict. There was talk of Israel, Iran, Lebanon, Syria, completely embroiling the region into a much wider war. And here we are just a few months later, 3-4 months later, with news of a massive peace deal. It seems that those who wanted the wider war have really been kind of pushed into a corner. What do you think is going on there, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there was a collective recognition in the United States, in the region, particularly among the more moderate Gulf Arab states, and, elements of the Israeli government that recognized that a broader regional war would be disastrous. And what we were talking about is really a war that probably would have led to multiple failed states, whether it was Syria once again lapsing back into civil war, whether it was potentially Lebanon, and things are still kind of tenuous there, going back into civil war because of efforts to disarm Hezbollah, or potentially the Israelis trying to stay in the country, and then attacks on countries like Qatar. Is that really was an enormous risk to not just our partners in the region, whether they're the Gulf Arab countries or Israel, but also the United States, because that would suck us back in. And so that's why I think that this deal was so important. There's so many reasons why this is important, but it did take us back from the precipice of something that would have been really bad, not just for the region, but for the United States. And I think, look, I'm somebody just like you who's advocated that we need to retrench more from the Middle East. It doesn't mean we completely pull back, but that we shouldn't be as involved there. But I think that if that happened with 40,000 American troops in the region, it would have been inevitable that we would have gotten sucked back into another major war. So again, that is something we shouldn't ignore here, is that this pulls us back from the brink of yet another generation of our friends and their families suffering in that region.
Well, that's exactly right. And there were people who, and I remember this, that you go back to the summer time frame, and there were people who were saying that President Trump needs to go all the way in. And this is after that Operation Midnight Hammer. People were saying he needs to go all the way in, go deeper, full on regime change in Tehran, which, of course, would have spiraled all the way out of control. It would have required not only the use of those CENTCOM forces you mentioned, but probably the call up of many, many more, the same way that we saw in Iraq. And of course, Iran is a country that's a several magnitudes larger than Iraq. And so you had National Guard troops that were being called up in Iraq for 22-month deployments. Yeah. All of a sudden, these guys who thought that they were just weekend warriors, suddenly you got a tank unit that's out there, barreling towards Ramadi, and people were really kind of asking the question, 20 years later, was it worth it? Was it worth all the blood and treasure? Now you're looking at Iran, which is a much larger piece. Now, that being said, though, Dan, Iran, of course, notably quiet, I would say, over the past 48 hours in terms of all of this. How do you think the view in Tehran is looking at all of these scenes play out?
Well, so it's important that and I know you know this, that, not all these countries are unitary entities, is that they have factions. And within Iran, there's hardline factions, there's more reform, moderate faction. There's not, like a faction of Jethroian Democrats, but they're not united in their what they believe should be the foreign policy of Iran. But you're right to note they're very muted. And in fact, I do think there were some members of the Iranian government that made positive statements, is that in their mind, they want to have better relations with certain states in the region, particularly the Gulf Arabs. And they don't want to be seen doing things that would cause problems for those countries, and therefore, once again, put distance between them. That's something that really started to happen during the Biden administration, is that Iran repaired its relationships with Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. And they saw that Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region were supportive in wanting this to happen, and they didn't want to be seen undermining it. Is that in a lot of ways, it's of their interest as well, too, for this to happen. I would note, and I think it was a mistake for the Iranians not to go, the Iranians were invited to Sharm el-Sheikh, is that there are a lot of people in the region that do want to bring them to the table, and President Trump has talked about this, and try and work out a deal where not everybody's going to be best friends, but Iran is less of a malign influence in the region, and it's not causing some of the problems that we've seen them do over the past couple decades. That doesn't mean that we delude ourselves into thinking they're going to be our friends or that they're going to be a democracy. President Trump certainly doesn't believe that. He used military force against them. He killed Soleimani in the first term. But it recognizes that, to your point, it is not our interest to have a regime change war, which, as you were getting at, it really would turn into a civil war, is that it would turn into a massive failed state that would create problems all over the region, not just in the Persian Gulf, but in South Asia and up into the Caucasus regions, most likely as well, too. It borders Turkey. It would be a disaster for us. So the alternative is dealing with Iran and some of these improving relations that they have with other countries in the regions isn't necessarily a bad thing. And again, that's why President Trump several times over the last 24 hours has talked about trying to do a deal with Iran now that we've struck their military sites.
Well, that's exactly right. And of course, that will be I think, and as we've said, this is phase one of the deal. And we know that President Trump is looking towards his relations towards Iran quite strongly. And I'm just going to say it. I'll put my chips in. I think we see a sit down between President Trump and the leaders of Iran before he leaves office. I think that's something that's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to go all the way to Tehran or they'll find some middle ground, maybe Qatar itself, by the way, or Egypt like this. But I would say that the path is now open for a meeting between the United States and Iran, our political leadership, President Trump, and the leaders of Iran, maybe not the Ayatollah, but certainly the political leader, and a potential real opening of those relations there that we just haven't seen since the days of the Islamic Revolution. Last word to you, Dan Caldwell.
Yeah, I'd just say a famous neoconservative during the Iraq War said, amateurs go to Baghdad, real men go to Tehran. Of course, they were talking about war. But as a peacemaker, real men go to Tehran, and I think President Trump is the person to do it.
I totally forgot about that quote, but you're right. That's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. Real men go to Tehran. Dan Caldwell, where can people go to follow you and get everything you're putting out?
On X, at Dan D. Caldwell, that's the best place to follow me. Get my musings on various things from Metallica to world events.
All right, Metallica GNR joint tour potentially rumored for next year. We'll see. Axl Rose sounds like he's got the pipes back, man. I saw some videos recently that sounded pretty good. So we'll see. We will see. Metallica opening for Guns N' Roses, first time in I think 40 years. Dan Caldwell, thank you so much, man. Look,
Thanks,
folks,
Jack.
Today is a historic day. Many of us spent hours, years working towards this. All I got to say is, I said earlier, just in the back of my mind, keep thinking about it. Charlie would have loved to see this. And I think somewhere, somehow, he's looking down and smiling right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission, Jalea Shore.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gervin.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill. We got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good.
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gura. It is Monday, the 13th of October, in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. Thank you for being here. President Trump has once again made history, this time by brokering a peace deal between Israel and Hamas. The remaining hostages released earlier today, and the deal, Phase 1, has been officially signed. I'll discuss that in detail coming up also. The Schumer shutdown nearing 2 full weeks since taking effect, all because the Democrats aren't getting their way. And while the Democrats hold the American government hostage, the Trump administration working hard to find ways to make sure our troops get paid and others as well. More on that then later. Anti-Semitism has seemingly been on the rise in recent years. No doubt that the October 7th attacks, in large part, responsible for that. There is no doubt that our Jewish friends are being attacked just for being Jewish. We address that as well. All that and more coming up. For now, I want to circle back to what we're seeing in the Middle East. It is historic, no question. It is an historic day. President Trump was in Israel earlier. If you were here on Real America's Voice, you saw it all beginning at 2 o'clock this morning. He is overseeing the end of the war in Gaza and to help greet the 20 remaining living hostages held by Hamas. Not only that, President Trump then went to Egypt to watch the signing of Phase 1 of the 20-point peace plan that both Israel and Hamas agreed to. A plan that will also see the withdrawal of troops from Israel and Gaza to a predetermined line. And now that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire and a hostage deal, the White House is shifting focus to its next diplomatic goal, expanding the landmark Abraham Accords, which normalized relations between Israel and several Arab states. During President Trump's first term, his bold foreign policy delivered historic peace through these accords, bringing Arab states into normalized relations with the nation of Israel. A breakthrough the establishment said for years, for decades, was impossible. Here with me to discuss this further is a former special assistant to President Trump, retired Army Colonel Derek Harvey. Colonel, nice to see you.
Great to be here, Steve.
Let's just start with this. Your impressions of this day thus far. You watched much of it. I know you were sitting there watching it with the rest of us. What are your impressions?
Well, we would not have been here today except for the foundational work and the relationships built by President Trump in the first administration and over the last 4 years where he has stayed engaged. And he has been a juggernaut, and his personal strength has really pushed this forward. Direct engagement, making the calls, sending Jared. It's a great day that we got the hostages back. It's really unfortunate that we had to have this day, that there was an October 7th, and that Hamas had started the war and taken so many hostages, butchered so many people, and created so much devastation around the region. But here we are, and the next steps are going to be really, really difficult, and I could address that if you want, Steve.
Yeah, let me just stop for 1 second, because I want to go back to Donald Trump's first administration when he put together these Abraham Accords, deals with the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan, all establishing normalized relationships with Israel. That was the first major step, something that we were told couldn't be done then as well. It all happened in the late summer and fall of 2020. This is building on that success. I mean, that was the first key component, correct?
It was, but the beginning of the Abraham Accords started in February and March of 2017 when Jared Kushner and some others on the national security staff engaged with the president. And then in March, we had an engagement with the Palestinian Authority's leader, Abbas, who came to the United States. And after that meeting, it was very clear that this approach of making a deal with the Palestinian Authority was out of reach because they were just not going to do anything to bring peace. So that's where it solidified the president's idea, which was we're not going to do what had been done for 50 years, try to deal with the Palestinian Authority. We're going to work to create an environment for peace, put pressure on them, and deal from the outside in. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, as major engines of this. But although Saudi Arabia didn't sign on, they were very positive about the effort. And here we are today. The work began really in February and March of 2017.
Yeah. So here we are building upon that now. And again, it began early 2017 in the first term. It was rekindled here in the second term with a war that had begun during Joe Biden's administration. Many people thought, well, Donald Trump can't get this done. And yet here we are seeing these hostages released, the ones that are alive. Terribly sad that many came home in caskets that are now in a motorcade, if you will, coming back. The real question a lot of people keep asking, can the peace be maintained, Colonel? And that's a question for a lot of us. We've watched this our entire lives. There'll be a war, then we'll settle down. Then there'll be a war, then it will settle down. Are we finally at a breakthrough point with the Abraham Accords, with what the president has done here today? And look, he is being praised by world leaders. He's being praised on MSNBC and by Democrats, remarkably today, who cannot help but admit the truth. This is a huge deal. But can we maintain the peace?
We have a road forward for peace. The pressure on Qatar and on Turkey not to re-engage in supporting Hamas and its virulent, hateful ideology and its desire to eradicate the Israeli state and the Jewish people. That engagement with those countries is going to be incredibly important, and keeping the United Nations from trying to continue and foster refugee status, recognize that Gaza, it can be a state, but the United Nations cannot enable it to build tunnels and rearm and use the wealth of the United Nations and donations to make it a terrorist state rather than a great place on the Mediterranean for tourism and for life to go on in a modern way. That's part one. Part two is whoever's going to be providing security has to disarm Hamas, and there has to be a denazification-like program there. And I'm afraid that what I've seen in Iraq, in Afghanistan, with United Nations in so many places around the world, that you're going to need a tenacious, strong, will-powered force to disarm and keep peace in Gaza as the first step. In the Arab states, whether it's Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, they're not up to the task in my view, and neither are the Brits or the French or the Italians or others, because they were not willing to do what was needed in either Iraq or Afghanistan or even in other United Nations deployments. So that's going to be the long pole in the tent, in my judgment.
Yeah. You know, in fair review, the United Nations was created to do exactly two things, in my estimation, primary things: stop war and prevent genocide. The organization has been a miserable failure since the 1940s at either of those. The United Nations has not stopped a single war that I'm aware of, not stopped a single genocide. The United Nations involvement is usually detrimental to the outcome to a country or to a region. Derek, when I speak to these people, they think the United Nations is a failure. Your thoughts?
Well, it has been a failure, not just for that, but the fact that it has enabled terrorism. It has protected some of the worst violators of human rights. And they put countries like Sudan, for example, or under Muammar Gaddafi, Libya, and others on the United Nations Human Rights Committees, and given China, a major violator of human rights and international protocols, such a large role. So you can't really look to the United Nations. You have to work around them. And I think that's what President Trump is going to have to do.
Does the United Nations have any value going forward? It's a serious question, Colonel. The amount of money that is pumped through the United Nations, and again, it fails at preventing war, it fails at preventing genocide, it fails at preventing death on this planet. That's the mission of the entire United Nations. That was the vision, and it has been a complete failure. Is it time to move on, to move past the United Nations? Obviously, they can't do it. The Americans did. Where do we go from here?
Well, that's a very difficult question about how to move forward, but you have to sidestep and move in another direction, maybe work with different organizations and be willing to be engaged and resource those with partners who actually want to do the similar things. I think the president sees an international opportunity in the Middle East region for a new way forward, and he's building a coalition of like-minded, and it's going to be his leadership And I think bringing other people along that see the opportunity and the benefits in bringing their countries into this, that is going to make the difference. This is a sidestep of the United Nations in a way, and it's going to have to also at some point bypass the United Nations role in providing particularly UNRWA's support to Gaza and in other areas in Lebanon and the like, because they have just not delivered. We have an opportunity. And I think the president and his team see this as a chance. And I think Mohammed bin Salman and MBZ and the United Arab Emirates see it too.
That leaves one major conflict still to be dealt with, not the genocides going on in Africa, which need to be dealt with as well. But the Ukraine war still stands out as the one place Donald Trump has not been able to make traction the way he would like. Does this give him any momentum there, or are they completely unrelated?
Although they are unrelated, it gives you an idea of the president's approach. And just because we have not made significant gains since the Anchorage summit, the president and his team remain engaged, and it provides momentum, and international momentum does matter. The war, with Putin is, in transigent stage. Not sure how we break out of it, but the president, just because you don't have immediate success in Anchorage or with other engagements we've had, we're only 9.5 months into this administration, and we do not have an auto pen president sitting back, unable to engage. And that's the difference right now. And the international community seems to be swinging behind President Trump. Look, you had Macron there, you had Starmer there, you had such a large group of European and Arab leaders, from the Indonesia, etc. So there is an opportunity. The president is changing the dynamic through the power and force of his will alone.
Last word on this, as we reflect on this historic day. Again, coverage began here on Real America's Voice, 2 o'clock this morning. We've been covering it straight through ever since. How important is this for the United States on the world stage? How important is this for Donald Trump as he continues to broker deals, whether it's for trade or for peace, or to put America first going forward?
Well, I think it just reinforces the image that America is back, that it has credible, engaged leadership, and that matters. And if you do have success in the Middle East region, that will importantly allow the United States to refocus its energy, its intellect, and its resources to the most consequential geostrategic threat that we have, which is China. And that is an important element. If we can redirect our focus from the Middle East to China and not be bogged down in the Middle East region like we have been for several decades, it will be a net positive.
A net positive. What a remarkable day. Makes me proud to be an American, Colonel. We're getting things done. America is doing big things again. Incredibly important, sir. As always, thank you for your perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Coming up after the break, I'll continue this discussion of the peace deal in the Middle East, as well as the Abraham Accords, the hopeful expansion. My good friend and former Congressman Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, up next on America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
he has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and...
As we have been discussing, and is this focus today of this historic day, President Trump once again making history by brokering the peace deal between Israel and Hamas, a 20-point deal currently in phase 1. The remaining hostages released early this morning. Good news there. 7 at once, then 13 more. This deal does not only affect the relationship between Israel and Hamas, but also with Israel and other Arab states throughout the region. As I said earlier, President Trump implemented the Abraham Accords in the last year of his first term. Now he is back in sealing the deal to ensure peace in the Middle East for as far as he can see. However, one concern that has many people worried is that of Iran, a country that denied their invitation to the signing of the deal in Egypt. They said no thank you. Earlier this year, President Trump issued an airstrike on an Iranian nuclear facility, as you know, after multiple failed attempts to get them to come to the negotiating table in regards to nuclear facilities. So the question today is, should we be concerned with Iran amid these peace negotiations, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and everything else? Here with me to discuss this, former Congressman and Executive Director of the American Constitutional Rights Union, Lieutenant Colonel Allen West. Colonel, nice to see you again.
Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Steve.
First, as I asked Colonel Harvey, let me ask you, what is your impression of this day? I know you've seen much of the coverage and the coverage leading up to it. It is a big day for President Trump, for the United States, for Israel, for the Middle East, maybe for the world. Your thoughts?
No, all the above. But I think the most important thing is for all of those people that said Donald Trump was an isolationist and the America First policy meant America retracting from the world. You see him consistently engaging with the world and coming back with these big foreign policy diplomatic wins, like what we just saw with the Israel-Hamas ending that conflict. We hope for a long term, not just in the near term. But without a doubt, this shows a restoration of American relevance, American power, and American foreign policy strength. That's the most important thing that I think we see today.
All right, and so what is the concerns I discussed just a moment ago? Mm-hmm. Can we hold the peace? We've had, hopeful moments before. The Camp David Accords, all the way back in 1979. We had hopeful. We hoped for peace then, and there's been a lot of trouble since. Does this get it done? Is this different? I know that Donald Trump has used the economic leverage that he has in the United States to help push some of these deals through, as you know. Is this a more stable peace, at least from what you understand of the 20-point plan?
We have to see, because first of all, when you look at Gaza, it's not just about Hamas. They have not changed their charter. I don't think they will change their charter, which calls for the eradication of the modern day state of Israel and the murdering and killing of Jews worldwide. But you also have 6 or 7 other Islamic terrorist organizations that operate there in the Gaza Strip. And we know that, are they going to be a part of this peace agreement or not? So I think that's a long-term concern. But the biggest thing that I think we must see that can make this different from the Oslo Accords or anything that has happened previously, will finally the countries, the Muslim nations, the Arab nations in the Middle East say, we are turning our backs on Islamic jihadism and terrorism and Islamofascism? Will they finally stand up and say, we're going to make sure that you know, being at Al-Qaeda, being at ISIS, being at Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Al-Quds, Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, the entire panoply of those groups, will they ensure that they never have enough oxygen to survive? And will they go in and take a protectorate status in the Gaza Strip and make sure that they eradicate that threat?
All right, so about the wild card of Iran. Obviously, they don't play nice with the other kids in the sandbox, fair to say. They're not respected or well-liked by any of the countries in the Middle East that I'm aware of. They are a volatile and dangerous regime. And if they continue to meddle, what do you think the reaction might be from some of those Arab neighbors?
Well, I think first and foremost, Iran has lost a lot of relevance because of the actions of Israel and, of course, the United States of America. And I believe that you will see a lot of these other Gulf Cooperation countries, Cooperation Council countries who are Sunni stand up and say, no, if Iran steps out of line again, we'll let the Israelis and the Americans do exactly what they did previously, because we don't want to see that threat. We know that Iran they're behind the Houthis. They're in Yemen, and the Houthis in Yemen have been firing rockets into Saudi Arabia. So I think, yes, without a doubt, you see Donald Trump trying to build a coalition of these countries. But I have to tell you, the country that is the second greatest sponsor of Islamic terrorism after Iran is Qatar. And so hopefully they are going to change their tune as well.
Well, yeah, and that brings me to this question. We've aligned ourselves closely in this regard with that nation of Qatar. They were at the table during the conversations in Egypt that finally brought this process to a signing. Did we make a deal with the devil?
I think we may be. I know that we saw Secretary of War Hegseth sign an agreement to allow the Qataris to have an air base out in Idaho, or a facility whereby their pilots can be trained. I think we need to have a conditions-based approach with Qatar. We don't need to give them everything up front. And we need to see what happens in the next 30, 60, 90 days, 120 days, as far as what's going on with Qatar. Just the same as we need to make sure we have that conditions-based relationship with the new Syrian president, because we still see Christians being slaughtered and their villages being burned there in Syria. So I think it's very important that we offer the carrot, but we have the stick ready.
Yeah, and we have no accountability for those atrocities in Syria that you just outlined. Talk about genocide. There it is. By definition, we'll keep an eye on that one, too. Lieutenant Colonel Allen West, always a pleasure, my friend.
My pleasure. God bless. Take care, Steve.
God bless you, Colonel. Up after the break, the Schumer shutdown nearing 2 full weeks now since taking effect. And as the Democrats continue to hold the U.S. government hostage, President Trump and his administration are ensuring that American soldiers get paid and others get fed. Details straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
the ongoing federal government shutdown now in day 13. The Senate on recess until Monday the 20th, a week from today, and 800,000 federal workers are currently furloughed. President Trump has found the funding to keep essential services open and to pay our military, but Democrats keep blaming Republicans. Senator Chuck Schumer went on MSNBC over the weekend defending federal prosecutors for not charging New York Attorney General Letitia James, saying the Justice Department shouldn't be used as a political weapon. Yet, his party is using Congress exactly that way. Here's what he said.
They use the prosecutorial department as a political weapon. It is a disgrace, and every American, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, moderate, people should be forcefully rising up against this.
Yeah, he's quite something. This is a perfect example of the two-tiered political system. If the DOJ can't be politicized, can Congress? Apparently, according to Chuck Schumer, it can. President Trump has been warning about China's unfair trade practices for years and advocating for decoupling since the 1980s, stating in his post on X back in 2013 that nobody wanted to listen. He responded this weekend to China's new attempt to decapitate export control on rare earth elements with a 100% tariff hike on Chinese imports effective November 1st. This brings China's tariff rate to 130%. China controls 70% of global rare earth mining and 90% of processing, crucial for F-35S, iPhones, Teslas, and defense systems, and poses a national security threat. Trump's tariffs aim to force Beijing to reconsider its economic coercion, exposing China's long-standing trade violations. The president is urging U.S. allies to block cheap Chinese imports, protect supply chains for critical defense and technology materials, and ensure long-term U.S. economic and national security independence. Experts have stressed decoupling from China's rare earth grip is vital. It's essential. It's mission critical for public health, defense, and for high tech as well. An explosive New York Post report has exposed socialist New York City mayoral frontrunner Zohran Mamdani's campaign for pocketing nearly $13,000 in illegal foreign donations. That includes 175 checks from overseas addresses, including one from his own mother-in-law in Dubai. Federal, state, and city laws strictly prohibit non-U.S. citizens from contributing, with violators facing hefty fines or possibly worse. Mamdani's team is clinging to $7,190 in non-refunded payments. Mamdani has raised over $15 million, shockingly, including nearly $13 million in taxpayer-funded matching funds. He holds a commanding 46% in the polls, with Andrew Cuomo at 33%, but climbing. Republican Curtis Sliwa at 15% has no chance, and Eric Adams at 10%, but he's dropped out of the race already. Although Mamdani faces only $13,000 in illegal contributions, it is enough to cause trouble, highlighting Democrat double standards. Rules for thee, but not for me. Surprised? Me either. Buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year. And Birch Gold can help you own it by converting an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-shielded IRA and physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans on qualifying purchases. And if you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. How about that? With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my listeners and viewers, I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text America to the number 989898 for a free information kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of the month. Again, text America to 989898. Do it today. Oh, and by the way, look at that beautiful coin. That's one of them right there from Birch Gold. You want one? Text America to 989898 and you'll be well on your way. All right, coming up after the break, I'll discuss the October 7th attacks and how they relate to Jewish Americans who are often victims of anti-Semitism. More on that coming up on ABL.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
Anti-Semitism has been on the rise in recent years. There's no doubt that the October 7th attacks, in large part responsible for opening up that can of worms. The Anti-Defamation League, or ADL for short, finally released results for polls conducted this summer in which participants were asked various questions about their experiences of being a Jew in America after the events of October the 7th. One of the questions asked had to do with verbal abuse, in which 14% of the participants recognized they had experienced some sort of verbal attack due to their Jewish identity. Things ramped up in the digital world as 41% of participants stated that they got abuse online, such as social media and other forums. There is no doubt that our Jewish friends are being attacked just for, well, being Jewish. And while there are associations like the ADL to give voices to those affected, more can be done. Here with me to discuss is Conservative Caucus President Jim Pfaff. Jim, nice to see you today. This is a growing problem. It's become almost trendy You know, you set up Rent a Riot on college campuses. You target Jewish people for being Jewish. You make them hold up in libraries. You've normalized violence against Jews because of what's gone on in Israel. Thank you for being here. What are your thoughts?
Well, there's no doubt that this is really related almost directly, if not absolutely directly, to the same thing that's happening with the Antifa riots in Portland, stuff going on in Chicago. Our national field director, Chad Caton, is on the ground in Chicago right now dealing with that situation and helping expose what's going on. He was in Portland recently with my friend Nick Sorter. There is a funded and directed effort on the left to create chaos in this country. It's interesting that the Portland thing has popped up recently, but the real problem is the so-called pro-Palestine movement efforts that have been continually putting people in violent harm, particularly Jewish people, for 2 years now. And it is entirely a political effort, not designed, as they had said, to stop a genocide, but really to actually potentially create one because of this whole, move Israel from the river to the sea attitude. Now they have nothing left to do, but I think you're going to still see this linger. I think it's a very big problem, particularly on college campuses, and it has to be addressed directly.
Yeah, I think that there's this element clearly in this country, Jim, who are not satisfied with what has happened. And in fact, I heard some social media commentators, conservative commentators allegedly, blaming Donald Trump for a genocide in Gaza. I actually heard that over the weekend. I'll not repeat names because I don't think they deserve the publicity. But pretty shocking to me that people that pretend to be conservatives are celebrating the idea that Donald Trump led a genocide. How outrageous.
You know, the origin of that, and I'm glad you said it because it was in my mind to bring in here. There is a contingent of people, even in the MAGA movement, conservatives, people on the right, I guess you could say, who, because of their concerns about going to war, have made what's going on in Gaza a cause célèbre against Jews, because there has been this absurd idea that somehow Israel's running what happens in this country. And there's no doubt there's influence, but they're our ally. We've been standing with them, and I think rightly so, in the Middle East. And that doesn't make them perfect. It doesn't make Benjamin Netanyahu perfect or any of them. But the real problem that we see, and I am going to continue to speak out against on the right, are people who have this anti-Israel sentiment that is entirely an evil one. Yes, be critical. Nobody does things right. We don't do things right. But Israel is a legitimate democracy in the Middle East. It's been the only free country until some reforms are beginning to emerge in the Middle East. They've been the only place for freedom for people in that whole area. We are right to stand with them. And those on the right who want to eviscerate them, I think is absolutely absurd. You know, that Israel needs to stay strong. Donald Trump has proven the methodology by which you do that without compromising reality and without, going into a place of non-criticism, which previous administrations have done to some degree. So I think we've set the stage here, hopefully, to stop this effort on the right. But it does exist. I count it anti-Semitic, and it can in some ways help support the violence that's happening on the left, which would be just an absurd alliance.
Yeah. On the other side of that, to be fair, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, is usually wildly left. Maybe they've decided to come back into the fold of clear and common sense thought. I mean, the ADL routinely attacks conservatives. They have for my adult life. Maybe it's time for them to reevaluate. Take a look in the mirror, as they say, and say, wait a second, who are we standing with? That might be a realignment that would be of value, don't you think?
Don't expect that to come from the ADL at all. The Anti-Defamation League has gone as radically woke left as the ACLU, which was always a left-wing sort of organization, but back in its history actually did do a lot of good for civil rights. They've gone off the radical left deep end. I'm not going to put any trust in the Anti-Defamation League coming around. That's not going to happen, but they do have to admit reality. They do claim to be against anti-Semitism. So, yes, when good things are happening, apparently right now they're willing to get on the right side. But they're going to run right back into it. And sadly, there are some people on the right who may give them some reason to be critical again. But to throw that on all of us on the right here, I think is absurd, because it's mostly been the Republican Party, conservatives in general, who have been the greatest friends of Israel, and Democrats have left that place a long time ago.
Yeah, three organizations, the ADL, the ACLU, and the Southern Poverty Law Center, all suspect for their wildly left leanings and always painting conservatives as somehow are the villain in all of this. Jim, I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, I just want to reassert what Israel did. We're finding out, or we're realizing now on the back end of everything that's happened, what Israel did to protect themselves after October 7th was, in my opinion, almost entirely without blame. There are probably some areas where you could be critical, but I have to say this: it reasserts the reality that sovereign nations have a right to protect themselves when they are being assaulted by others. And I would say that those on the right who are unwilling to be supportive of what Israel has done and not to see the positive outcome that came about it and see their part in it. Of course, this is Donald Trump's win, but without what Israel had done, we wouldn't have gotten to this peace either. So it's just a reassertion that peace through strength is an important agenda item for us to one of our presidents and one of our administrations. Yeah. And we need to take the lessons and move forward with them from here.
It's a foundational item, Jim, I would suggest. Thank you for being here today. Greatly appreciate your input.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
Let's talk about your health, shall we? Microplastics. May sound like a buzzword, but unfortunately these devious tiny particles are just as real as you and me, and their detriments to your health are barely getting recognized, but it's coming to the forefront. Because the team at TWC recognizes microplastics as deterrents to one's health and is happy to help customers in addressing the health effects associated with them. We're going to talk to him about it. Here with me to discuss, Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health for the Wellness Company, Dr. James Thorpe. Doctor, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
Let me go over a short list here where you find microplastics, these tiny little microscopic beads. Toothpaste, laundry detergent, dishwashing soap. It collects in water. It collects in wildlife. If your fish are swimming in fresh water or the oceans, these things are collecting not just in their gut, but in their brains, you and me as well. Pollution's a real concern to me, far more concerning than climate change hysteria, I can tell you that. You guys are taking a deep look at it. Tell us about microplastics and how detrimental they really can be.
Well, it's a real concern. There's a publication by Cox and colleagues just in 2019 noting that just ingestion of food and water alone, Steve, gives us anywhere from 39,000 to 52,000 microparticles of plastic per year. And this doesn't even include what we breathe or what we wear. If we add what we breathe, that may go up to about 130,000 products per year that the average.
So hold on right there. You're telling me these microplastics are small enough to be airborne?
Yes, not only airborne, but wearing clothes, synthetic clothes and jewelry can increase your toxicity as well. So this is a great concern.
All right, I mentioned the brain, but it's also the blood, liver. Now you tell me the lungs. I mean, this is a problem. We saw a staggering number which estimates that the average person consumes between 39,000 and 52,000 plastic particles each year through food and water and air, and up to 121,000 total. It's just remarkable. That's terrible. These microplastics, where are they all coming from?
Well, as you know, they're coming from things that we come in contact with, things that we wear. It's coming from plastics that we put water in that are contaminated in our water supply, our food, our air. So they're coming from many, many different sources.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that people are focused on climate change when you have contaminants in our environment. And what impact do they have on children or adolescents or adults or elderly people? Because they probably have a different impact on different age brackets, I would guess. What medical conditions have been linked to the presence of microplastics in the body of people young and old?
A lot associations, no proven causations yet, but certainly we're worried about inflammatory diseases, potentially autoimmune diseases, potentially cancers, potentially atherosclerotic disease. Plastics have been observed to be in plaque in the arteries. So this is something, hormone disruption as well. They've also been found in the placenta as well, and maybe getting through to even the fetus and fetal development in the pregnant woman.
You said no cause and effect, but as you sit here discussing this with me, I cannot help but ask, if it lodges in the brain, these microplastics, could it have impact on Alzheimer's or dementia? I mean, could it be associated?
There could be an association there, but nothing is proven by for certain concrete causes and effects. But it's a great concern, no doubt. And this is exactly why we at the Wellness Company are taking this seriously and rolling out the Plas Detox.
All right, tell us about this product, because you have taken a step forward to remove these microplastics from my system and yours. What is it? How does it work?
Yeah, there's really 4 components. And again, we don't claim it's not FDA approved, but these are natural substances. For example, calcium glucuronidate, lycopenes, which is in many vegetables, also chlorella. These are substances which are known to bind and to detox substances and excrete them from your body.
Important stuff. Doctor, I think that these are the conversations that we have to be having. Environmental concerns, maybe Alzheimer's, maybe other diseases that become more prevalent during your lifetime and mine. Maybe there's a connection to all this plastic in the environment and those that we're ingesting. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
And remember this, folks, Make America Healthy Again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today. You can order these products and so much more. That's twc.health/voice. If you use the promo code VOICE, you're going to save 10% and get ahead of this. I find that just outright frightening. All of this stuff's in our environment. What about autism? Does it have a relationship? Questions that are worth asking. No cause and effect, but questions worth asking. That's why you're here. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us just how wonderful America is, plus your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Do you think that President Trump will get recognition for the peace deal between Israel and Hamas? What do you think? We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day here because I want to put a smile on your face before you go on your way. It's a thing I like to do for you. Today's story comes to us from Sacramento, California, where bystanders heroically helped to lift a helicopter and rescue a trapped paramedic. You heard me right. The Reach Air Med helicopter had just begun liftoff as a patient was being transported to the hospital, but this routine excursion quickly became a matter of survival as a mid-air emergency saw the propeller stall and unfortunately led to the chopper crashing near State Route 50. Immediately after landfall, the helicopter started billowing smoke, and drivers on the highway promptly pulled over and ran to the wreckage to scout for survivors. And when one was found, the crowd, about 20 people, hunkered down and lifted the helicopter to securely cut off the seatbelt of the trapped paramedic. Having a common goal is the theme of the story. And those who helped in ensuring the trapped paramedic was retrieved safely is certainly an awe-inspiring feat that reminds us of what makes America wonderful. It's the polar opposite of people who stand there with their cell phones and roll video and do nothing. Stand up. Help people in crisis. Be an American. And that, my friends, makes America wonderful. All right, your question of the day. Do you think that President Trump will get the recognition for the peace deal between Israel and Hamas? Pessimistically optimistic? No. Because it would be an admission from the left and career politicians that Trump is the best and that they failed. All right, Ken Hartman has this from everyone in the world except the left. Except, I got to be honest with you, I saw praise on MSNBC. I saw praise from Democrat lawmakers. Maybe hell has frozen over. I'm not sure. We should check after the program. Lori Coward writes, I recognize him right now and have for the last 10 years or more. Best president ever for peace, freedom, and justice. Dee Dee writes, I don't know, but it's comforting to know that other countries respect him, and boy, do they. Did you see all the red hats when he got to Israel? Rebecca Martin has this. We, the smart people, know everything he has done. The stupid never will. John Hogan, by Nobel? No. By the world? Yes. Again, the Nobel Peace Prize, the nominations have to be in by the 31st of January. We'll see what happens next year. If it doesn't happen next year, it has no value ever again. I will say this, though. The woman that won from Venezuela, she said the Nobel Peace Prize belonged to Donald Trump. She did say that. So I commend her for telling the truth. Steve Robinson writes, he will be by Americans of rational thought, obviously not by the Democrats. So here we are on a very historic day. The last 20 hostages, first 7, then 13 more, released. Donald Trump in Israel for a remarkable address along with Bibi Netanyahu. And then off to Egypt to watch it get signed. This has been a remarkable day. It started at 2 o'clock in the morning here, if you missed it. Stephen K. Bannon was here from 2 in the morning. He must have taken his vitamins because he got up, he did it, and he did it well for all those overnight hours. And Donald Trump, honestly, a 79-year-old man, flies around the world, is up at 2 o'clock local time to give a speech, to greet world leaders, and then to fly to Egypt to watch it get signed. It is pretty remarkable. All right, joining me now, the host of Bowling is with me. Bowling, Eric Bowling, of course, joining me now. Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Gruber.
All right, so look, this has been a huge day. Bannon out there at 2 in the morning. I tip my hat to Bannon because he was a machine overnight getting all the information out. And Donald Trump, 79 years old. Does he ever quit? It is remarkable to me, Bowling. I hope that I can, get out of bed and walk around the block at 79, for Lord's sake, right?
Yeah, he's really got the energy, honestly, Gruber. But wow, how he was so much in his element in that speech in Israel. It was incredible. It was just fun to watch. And I'll tell you what he did do. For me, my takeaway was, he's going around the room. Who helped bring this? Now, this is a monster. It's a huge, huge pat on the Trump administration's back, on Donald Trump. Probably the only American world leader that could get this done. Got it done.
Sure.
Left is in shock right now. And as you pointed out earlier, there are those on the left right now going, wow, I never thought it was going to happen, but it did, certainly not in my lifetime. We're talking, some would say 500 years, some would say thousands of years, but he may have brought peace to the Mideast. If Hamas and Iran play ball, hopefully they will. But when he went around the room, it was interesting. Lots of props to Witkoff, but Witkoff likely won't run for anything after this. He'll just go off into the sunset. But then it was interesting how he framed Marco Rubio. He framed, Pete Hegseth doing much better than anyone thought he would, our great Secretary of War. And then he went to Rubio and said one of the best, maybe the best Secretary of State of all time, and then went back to him another time. It's almost like Trump is kind of quietly maybe elevating Marco Rubio. Everyone wants to see J.D. Vance, and I think J.D. Vance is the odds-on favorite to take over MAGA. But it certainly feels like Trump has a place in his heart for Rubio as well. Post-Trump presidency.
Well, look, Rubio at Charlie Kirk's memorial was remarkable and a full-throated explanation of Christianity, and got a lot of great applause for that. But he's also been very hard-nosed. He's been on point. He's been from place to place. He's unapologetic America first. And so I tip my hat to Marco Rubio as well. It's been a great run for this president, for this Secretary of State, for this country.
He could do it, and he did, and he did it in great fashion. Let's just hope the Arab world sticks with the agreement that they're signing as we speak. Yeah, anyway,
agreed.
Gruber, great talking to you. We'll see you tomorrow, brother.
All right.
And I won't give you grief about the Michigan Wolverines costing us a lot of money over the weekend. We'll just believe it at that. All right, folks. 4:00 Monday, the market closed. Good day in the market. Let me explain a little something to you what happened on Sunday, yesterday, late in the afternoon. Trump Truth Social that don't worry about China, we'll work it out. Now, Friday, the market crashed 900 points, 800 in the NASDAQ when Trump said he was going to slap 100% additional 100% tariff on China, top of the 45% they already have. Market crashes. Over the weekend, Sunday, he said, well, we might pull that back, and you see what you got. You got 600 points higher in the Dow, 500 points higher in the NASDAQ. Gold, look at the gold, $124 an ounce higher in one day. And it was good news. See what we're saying? Gold is going up when it's good news and bad news. Silver, let's take a look at silver. Everyone's talking about silver now because people are talking about silver being $50 an ounce in silver. $50. These are record highs here. For some reason, the one oil is up a touch, but crypto didn't play along. I'm not really sure why. Crypto, Bitcoin, they're saying up, but it was about 116,000 on Friday. It got down to 105,000 over the weekend, that Bitcoin price. Another $10,000 lower, came all the way back. So I guess basically a break even for the day is good. Ethereum, XRP, across the board, a little bit higher. Nothing crazy. All right, folks, today, President Trump was in Israel addressing the Israeli parliament, as we all have heard all day long, where he announced the historic dawn of a new Middle East. After his address, he met with the families of hostages and then flew to Egypt for a global summit on his Gaza peace plan. Here to give us more detail is our own RAV, Chief White House Correspondent, Mr. Brian Glenn. BG, President Trump, given standing ovation. What a warm welcome, certainly in the Israeli setting, at least. Your thoughts, your reactions.
It was. What a warm welcome he had there in what their chamber would be to what our house is in Congress. But what's really interesting, I think, was just organized chaos. When he arrived, though, we've all seen the images, and some question the security protocol that the Israelis had in place for all of this. That's down from when the hostages were delivered from the Red Cross to President Trump walking in and greeting the Israeli leaders. But what a great day. President Trump getting extreme praise from the Israeli government. And, of course, President Trump is, I said this before, Eric, I always thought he would go down as the peacemaker of all time of the presidents. Of course, this is probably, I guess, war number 8 that he's actually solved. They acknowledged how significant he was in this particular peace process. Then you go over to Egypt. And, of course, that was a very different, I think, meeting as well as it was with Israeli, because that's the money part of it. Mm-hmm. That's who is going to help financially rebuild Gaza.
So I'm glad you're going here. I'm glad you're going here because you listen to the analysis all day long, and they talk about who's got influence. But if it's something that I'm not sure how long you've known Trump. I've known him for literally 35 years. I know the guy, and here's what I saw. I saw a builder. I saw a contractor, right, talking about yes, we're going to bring peace in the Middle East, but a lot of his focus was on what happens next, right? And so there's got to be a rebuilding of the whole region. And that is a massive undertaking. And I think he's placed himself, not only because he's on the chairman of the board of the rebuild, but also I think he was talking to these various groups and, funding sources that he may just be the general contractor of rebuilding the whole Gaza Strip.
Well, I think you laid it out perfectly. He even he said a couple times during his speech, the amount of debris that needs to be cleaned up and how much wealth these countries have in order to help remove the debris and then rebuild Gaza. So I think you're spot on with that assessment. Now, and it did feel like both meetings were very separate as far as it didn't feel as warm from a Trump side with the Israelis as it did.
Can we do this real quick? Because I noticed something. During this, in Israel, in his speech, he mentioned Bibi, and he gave him really a lot of props. Great president. Now that great wartime president. Now it's over. He can be a nice guy, etc. And then he mentioned something about bringing Bibi to Egypt, and the word is, and I believe Axios was reporting that Turkey said, "Don't you dare! Don't stand down on that idea," because they didn't want it. So there's still a little tension there in the Middle East. The question is, does it hold? But go ahead. I'm sorry, I digress.
No, you're absolutely right. And I watched a lot of media coverage on this today, kind of popping around everything from CNN to ABC to CBS. I watched them all. And they did praise President Trump overall for being the deal maker here, to really bringing everyone together. But they were very clear as well, saying, look, this deal is all but said verbally, but not a whole lot of, substantively signed, like Hamas hasn't completely signed off on this. There's not 100% guarantee that no shots, any further shots will be fired. So they were a little pessimistic on that side. But as far as giving Trump praise, I got to give it to him. The media was very fair. Matter of fact, President Trump said that several times. Now, what I'd like to talk about just for 30 seconds is how silent the Democrats have been in regards to this peace deal. We heard for 2 years, Eric, and we had those Democrats, putting their finger in our face going, we want to, ceasefire, get peace, stop, bombing Gaza, all of that. And so when it happens, you would think there'd be some type of celebratory gathering in front of the White House. In front of our own studios, we have seen nothing but protest in front of our studios. Palestinian flags, banging pots and pans, those bullhorn sirens, constantly 8 to 10 hours a day. So when we finally get peace, Eric, I thought, you know what? They're going to come out. They're going to, almost show as a sign of support to the media, who's mainly in this building. Nothing. Crickets. So I ask you, Eric, was that fake outrage by the left and by Democrats about how much they're behind the Palestinians, or was it just that they were against President Trump?
It probably was both. Clearly, I've said on this program and elsewhere that if Trump declared that air and oxygen is wonderful and beautiful, Democrats would say, well, it's not really that good, and he's wrong. Here's the thing. So they've been calling for peace or at least some sort of ceasefire in the region for decades, whatever. And they just can't handle that Trump is the one who is able to negotiate. I don't even think Obama or Biden even legitimately tried to solve the Mideast conflict crisis that's been going on for decades and decades. They're ticked off at Trump. Before they give him credit, they're kind of back in their mind because they're psychotic, hoping it doesn't stand.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right on that. And you said Joe Biden, I thought about this earlier, about the travel that he just had, all the long hours we've been putting in here as a network as well, covering this, which, by the way, we've done a great job. Can you imagine Joe Biden trying to...
Am I losing you?
Yep. I've got some different audio in my ear, by the way, to let you guys know. But can you imagine Joe Biden trying to pull this off, Eric? Can you imagine him just trying to take the flights by itself? It seems like it would be absolutely impossible for Joe Biden just to physically travel on this trip, more or less bring all these countries together.
He'd have to have a layover. He'd need a layover from D.C., I don't know, maybe go fly to Miami, layover for a night, maybe find another flight eastward. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine anyone having global respect for the man. First of all, I don't think the Israelis even trusted Joe Biden. I mean, he was handing over cash left and right to Iran. That didn't make any friends, certainly with the Israelis, not even in the Saudis in this case. So I think Saudis were a major player. Obviously, Turkey was a huge player in this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but this thing kind of had stalled for a while until Erdogan visited the White House. Remember, he was in the White House a couple weeks ago. And then immediately thereafter, the peace kind of got itself together, so to speak, and it may have been brokered by Turkey.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, Witkoff did an amazing job, and he got praise, and Marco Rubio got praise as well. Talk about foreign policy, if we could just shift gears for a second. Tomorrow, we have Argentina here. We got Milei here, going to meet with President Trump a little bit later in the Oval Office. And then let's fast forward to Friday in the Oval Office for the third time. You got it. Zelensky makes his appearance at the White House.
What are you going to wear? What is
I've got to go out and get a new suit because apparently, according to Zelensky, I always just wear the same suit. So I may go out and wear some kind of clown suit on Friday to prove that I actually have something else in my closet.
I got a great jacket for you. I got a massive "Make America Great Again" jacket. I may be able to overnight it to you and get it to you
we may want to do that
by Friday. It's incredible. It cost me $2,000 to have made. It's incredible. I was looking for the right reason. I will it to you for the event for sure if you wear it. But
44 regular is my suit size. But think about what he's pulled off in the last week. World peace, and then of course we're fast forwarding. He wants to get this war ended in Ukraine as well. He said that for a long time. This has been a much more complicated process than he originally thought. I think he gets the war ended sooner than later, I should say. But I'm sure Zelensky's going to beg for those Tomahawk missiles. That's what he wants now. That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, and he wants to be able to use them, I guess, the way he wants to use them rather than with any sort of handcuffs on them. Brian, did I hear this right? That the reason why I don't have a podcast microphone here today is because it went to D.C. because when J.D. Vance will be hosting the Charlie Kirk show tomorrow morning. Did I hear this correctly?
I think I heard a little birdie say that to me earlier. When I got in the studio, I was talking to some colleagues here. I think that's what they said. So, hey, you've got some pretty good guests coming up. Maybe a little Kash Patel action as well. We'll see.
That should be really, really good. When does Trump come back, Brian?
He comes back tonight, technically, at around, I think it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., something like that. He'll probably sleep in for a couple hours, get up, have some, have a Diet Coke, and he's back at it, cranking out tomorrow. We've got the Medal of Freedom award going to Charlie Kirk. That's tomorrow.
That's right.
He's got that tomorrow afternoon as well.
His birthday.
It's a full
Charlie
day.
Kirk's birthday.
Yep, on his birthday.
Yeah.
So terrific. It's a full day at the White House.
BG, always good to have you, my man. Always good talking to you, brother.
Yeah, likewise, I appreciate it.
We'll talk to you soon. We'll get the audio out of your ear next time. I appreciate you, Brian. Thank you.
You're good.
All right, folks. The new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive change. We're talking about them all day, right, when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system as well. The reality is, however, that there's only so much that the government can ever do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, that has to start at home with each and every one of us, and that's where this great company, the Wellness Company, comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications, guidebooks to assist in the proper use of those medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, this is really cool. I want you to look at this. This is the edge. Check out that chart right there. Just a couple of weeks, 3 weeks since we launched. That's stacked. That's our line, the yellow-orange line going up. That's stacked against the average brand new YouTube channel where most obviously their growth crawls. Ours is exploding. came out swinging. 18,000 plus views already, 5 times the growth of a typical startup channel. And this one right here, over 1,200 subscribers because of you guys, right? You guys, real people, not Russian bots, locking in because they feel what we're building here on The Edge. The Edge isn't about hype, it's about discipline, risk, and the fire that separates talkers from doers. If that hits you, if you're built for pressure, stop watching and act. Tap, subscribe, or open your phone right now. Put your camera right up to that QR code. It'll give you a little yellow dash. You press that yellow dash, and you will subscribe to The Edge. It's free. Never get marketed for anything. You'll just get the latest downloads and uploads from the podcast and the shorts. Or you can go to youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Click it, view it every day. Every sub fuels our movement. Thank you for subscribing right now. We will be right back. 2 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
Mike Sessions, former CIA covert operations officer, now CEO of Portman Square Group. He also has a daily podcast, a great podcast, by the way. You should also watch this one, The President's Daily Brief. It's called. Happy to have Mike Baker back on the show. Mike, good to have you, my friend. Let's talk a little bit about Ukraine, because so much has been going on last couple of days. I guess Trump has agreed to allowing Zelensky some more missiles that he's been asking for. I think it's up in the air as to whether or not Trump is going to okay their use aggressively or defensively. I think right now it's defensively. Maybe he's going to okay. I think Zelensky wants the aggressive. What the dynamic is changing here? Like Ukraine's getting a little more, let's say, ballsy or gutsy, knowing he's got Trump behind him, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, look, there's no doubt. And you're right, there's not a complete clarity around this yet. Look, the Tomahawk system, it's been around for quite a while. I mean, we've used it, for decades, and it's very effective. It's got a long range with 1,550 or so miles. And what that means is if if there's not guardrails on this, meaning if the administration doesn't say, okay, we want to okay the use of these for particular targets, and the Ukrainian military is left to its own devices, that 1,550-mile range on the Tomahawk opens up a couple thousand at least potential Russian military targets of significance. And so that is why Putin is now sitting up and taking notice and issuing threats and saying, well, this is an unjust escalation, coming from the guy who invaded a sovereign nation. So it's a fascinating situation. But as you pointed out, it is a significant change in the relationship dynamic between the White House and Zelensky. And, look, they've created just through their own homegrown munitions industry, particularly the drones, they've created a lot of chaos within the Russian infrastructure inside of Russia already.
You remember I remember the Tomahawk. They used Tomahawks when Trump bombed the Syrian air base with the Russian military who was staying on the air base. They also used Tomahawks when we were in Iraq. And the beauty of the Tomahawks, they can be fired from ships, right? So they can pull up right along the seabed, and just boom, and they get plenty of access. There's a new kind of like area unfolding in this whole Ukraine-Russia thing, is that Washington, our intel departments, CIA, will provide intel on Russian energy infrastructure like production and refining. That must, because if there's anything Russia cannot afford to lose right now, it's their energy production, because they have to sell it to China to finance their wars.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing because we've been providing support, obviously liaison support to the Ukrainian military for some time. So, the fact that we're providing targeting information shouldn't surprise anybody.
Can you tell us the difference, Mike?
One of the surprises is that China is supplying targeting information to the Russians, right?
Can you just, before you jump in there, tell us the difference between, how is it? What kind of intel were we supplying? And if we had the Russian energy infrastructure intel, why would we hold it back from Ukraine if we were going to be a sharer of intel with them?
Right. Well, I mean, during the previous administration, look, there was, top of mind was always fear of escalation. Right. And so there were certain internal sort of arbitrary red lines that were drawn as to what we can and can't do. And so there was sharing of information, but up to a point. And so I think that door has opened up wider, and now we're sharing more information about specific targets that really requires some more sophisticated capabilities. And so that's an interesting development. But as I pointed out, it's also interesting because you've got the Chinese regime under over there saying, well, we're just really all about peace. We just, we not picking sides. We're just trying to find a peaceful world. And look, their involvement in being the number one consumer of Russian oil, their involvement in providing other economic support, in providing components for dual use purposes to Russia, has really kept the Russian war machine ticking along. And now there's good intelligence that shows that they're also, meaning the Chinese regime, they're also providing targeting information for potential targets inside of Ukraine.
A dumb question. Why the hell are we doing it? I mean, it's not our war. I mean, this seems like it could piss off Putin more than if we were providing with arms or money.
Yeah, no, you're asking a really important question that, frankly, has been asked by a lot of people over the years, and other people have pushed back. You can argue both sides of this, right? It's not our war. Why are we bothering? What's the point? And then you can argue the other side is, well, okay, well, so you're just going to let Putin invade a sovereign nation, and Godspeed. What happens happens, because we live in a bubble. Look, that from my perspective, that's the problem. The world has shrunk, and everything's interconnected. So we no longer have that wonderful benefit of saying, look, we're surrounded by water. Let's just focus on ourselves.
Why not?
Because what happens out there?
Why not? I'm serious. Why don't we? So we have oceans on two sides. We have two countries that are fairly friendly to us on our north and south. Why the hell are we wasting blood and treasure on any other foreign conflict? Any of them? I mean, look, negotiate peace, but I don't know why we're supplying arms, money, and intel to any side of any conflict that's not actually we're not a primary player in.
Well, yeah, and again, I see that point, and I see that look, You can make that argument. It's a very isolationist argument, and that people have over the generations said, why would we even bother? The flip side of that, the other side of that argument is that the world is very interconnected, and we can't just pretend as if what happens in one location isn't going to impact us. We have to pick and choose, though. It would always be much better if we're angling for peace, like what's been taking place in the Middle East right now. That push to say, like, enough's enough, just stop on all sides. Let's try to find some way for a path towards stability and eventual prosperity for the people there. That's a great thing. But, it's not necessarily the world that we live in. And, administrations will have a different view from time to time on what is in the national security interests of the U.S. And in this case, I think they've made that decision that,
it strikes me, Mike,
supporting Ukraine is in the national security interest.
The bigger risk of Russia taking over Ukraine and then maybe fancying taking over, I don't know, Poland, Belarus, whatever, it isn't to us, it's to Europe. And Europe certainly has the firepower, the money, the intel to do what we're doing so we wouldn't have to.
Well, up to a point. I don't disagree with that. Look, they have been pushed by this current administration, by the Trump administration, to do more, and that's a very good thing. Right? That's one of those great policies. Look, you can love Trump, you can hate Trump, but you have to call balls and strikes. And one of the good things that they've done is get the European Union, getting NATO to take on and shoulder more of this responsibility, and they should continue to do that. But it's not true that without the U.S. involvement up to this point, that Ukraine could have still been in the fight the way that they are. They needed the U.S. support.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not sure what it's going to get them in the long run, but we shall see. That remains to be seen. Mike Baker, always good having you. Again, President's Daily Brief is his podcast. Good having you on, Mike.
Take care, man. I'll see you soon.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
In May, my mental clarity is amazing. I hadn't been able to
basically feel my feet for about a year and a half. And I just realized last week, after the cat ran across them and they hurt, that I can really feel them again. I don't have pain in my back. I can get on the floor and get back up without help when I'm playing with my grandkids. The peace that I have since I started is absolutely incredible. I'm an entirely different person. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring in one of the lesser known facts about the body is its ability to renew itself, even in areas we once thought couldn't regenerate. Here to tell us more about this is founder of Energized Health, Mr. John Jubilee. First, I'd like to say, John, you look really good. Obviously, you've been working out. You look terrific for like a 45-year-old guy. So tell us about this idea of regeneration.
Well, first of all, thank you. And full disclosure, 65-year-old guy. So thank you for that. But you know what's beautiful is, there are tens of thousands of people, Eric, that got their life back. They never thought they'd ever be able to run again. They didn't think they'd be getting up and down off of a floor playing with their grandkids. People that, have neuropathy like that young lady that you saw right there, their doctors tell them you can never reverse nerve damage. You cannot reverse neuropathy. Obviously, at Energized Health, we will say contraire. We reverse it thousands of times. And so it's just such a beautiful thing that we get to do is to help people to have the real life so they can have, and did you notice what she said? She said, I have more peace. I have more peace. So when you have your physical health and you feel awesome and amazing how God designed you to, even the peace, the contentment of your life is accelerated and improved.
I read somewhere that even proper hydration, even cellular hydration, will ease certain types of anxiety. And I think a lot of people are walking around right now with all that's going on in the world with a ton of anxiety. Is that right?
Well, it really is, and we have hundreds and hundreds of case studies, people that were on anywhere from 2 to 5 psychotic medications. So whether they had anxiety or depression or whatever their challenge was, because the brain is it's supposed to be the most hydrated organ in the human body. And the brain is electrical, as is the heart. They are electromagnetic. And so the more hydration you have, the more conductivity you have. And so we have seen so many people that develop new neural pathways and brain synapses, and they reverse their anxiety, they reverse their depression just because of the intracellular hydration. The increase of hydration increases all of that healthy flow of the brain of all those electrical currents that God made that brain to flow in.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So how can someone learn more about the healing process and take the first steps to restore the body from the inside out?
Well, this is a magical window, by the way. So as you know, we only do about a half a dozen of these a year of the 5-5-5 challenge. So I would encourage people, guys, just make a $5 investment in yourself and come and spend, about an hour a day. Think about it just like sitting down with a cup of coffee for an hour with your best friend who's only going to tell you the truth. And just so happens to be, my wife is so fun, guys, she can make science entertaining. So she's really fun to sit down with. But we'll sit down with you for 5 days on the 5-5-5 challenge. We'll share this breakthrough science and see if this can be the last thing that you ever do to get yourself healthy at the cellular level. It's my555challenge.com. And it's because it's 5 days for $5. We guarantee you'll lose 5 pounds of fat.
That's great. That's amazing. My55challenge.com. John Jubilee, thank you for your time, brother. It's great stuff.
Thank you, brother.
All right. See you again soon. All right, folks, Antifa exists. Antifa is real. Let me just say that one more time. Antifa exists and Antifa is real. At every turn, the left has tried to pin things down as conspiracy theories. The list is long by now, the list of things they claimed weren't real, but in fact turned out to be actually very, very real. From Hunter's laptop is Russian disinformation, remember that one, to COVID coming out of a lab in Wuhan, their track record of so-called right-wing conspiracy theories, not so very good, to say the least. The latest one, Antifa isn't really real, they're trying to tell us. And the leftist machine has enlisted everyone on their side to refute the claim that Antifa actually does exist. But the truth is Antifa exists and it is real. And it's one of the biggest threats to this country. When President Trump announced that he would be declaring Antifa as a terrorist organization nearly a month ago, we knew it would go like clockwork. The entire leftist machine would rise up against the defamation of one of their own with their own arms, being called out, having an entire administration come out against you. It's clear their time is up.
Antifa beats journalists. Antifa attacks our police stations. They attack our courthouses. They dox our law enforcement officers. No more. They are a terrorist group, and we are coming after them.
Of course, it only took days for them to send the message out to the various arms of the left-wing cabal, coordinating the same message. There's no Antifa, they said. Antifa isn't real. It's just a figment of the collective MAGA imagination. Even one of their favorite propagandist clowns is on the mission.
You understand, there's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. This is no different than if they announced they rounded up a dozen Decepticons.
This isn't new, by the way. Even back in 2020, when Joe Biden was running against President Trump, and he could still stitch together a sentence, well, Joe got the memo.
Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left.
FBI director.
This is a left-wing
problem. White supremacist. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia.
FBI director Christopher Wray should never have been his FBI director. This is their playbook now, folks. It's not an organization, Antifa, so they're calling it an idea, because they don't have an actual leader. If it's real, who's their leader, they keep saying? Well, it's almost as if the left studies the propaganda from the likes of Al-Qaeda and Hamas. Wait, does it do that? Because that's precisely what terrorist organizations do. Antifa, being a terrorist organization in nature, doesn't operate in a predictable way. So they use that to their advantage, and the left buys right into it. Because let's be honest, the de facto head of Antifa is Barack Obama, who said this just days ago, essentially summoning his Antifa army.
Like many of you, I've become increasingly concerned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe. All three of you have been fighting the good fight and rising up in the face of significant challenges to try to strengthen democracy. And so you're setting an example for all of us in the United States, in the UK.
That dog whistle, authoritarianism, says Obama. He knows what he's saying and who he's talking to. That's a call to action, and that is one of Antifa's leaders, maybe the leader, in fact. And he's speaking directly to Antifa. That's a fact. Obama, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, these are Antifa's leaders. Here's Chuck Schumer just this weekend.
It is just such a hallmark of tyrannical, autocratic dictatorship societies that they use the prosecutorial department as a political weapon. It is a disgrace, and every American, I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, moderate, people should be forcefully rising up against this.
Tyrannical, autocratic dictatorship. He knows what he's saying and who he's speaking it to. Every American should be rising up forcefully, says Chucky Schumer. These Democrat leaders know that Antifa directly responds to their words. Democrats essentially have an army doing their dirty, violent bidding for them. These are some of the faces, these mugshots. This is the army that they're speaking directly to. Who funds them, by the way? There are manuals, guidebooks. They'll have a flag, even a logo. The legacy media, well, they do their job too. Watch.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa.
Like, I don't even know what Antifa is. There is no group.
It's not even like far-right groups like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Compared to right-wing extremists, Antifa-linked violence is rare and limited.
It isn't an organization. It is in many ways mythology.
It's not like the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers, sort of defined terrorist organizations with leadership that leads violence. It's not a highly organized movement. It's a moniker. It's not a uniform.
That we could have gone on and on and on. Clearly marching orders and talking points received. And the big cover-up, something we know the left is bad at, given that whole what you see is not what you really see with Dementia Joe for 4 years. Now part of their strategy is to dress these violent ghouls in inflatable animal costumes. These people are not just liars, they're twisted liars. Antifa's real. Antifa exists, and the organization is part of a terrorist or mafia-like network. It's broken down into cells that coexist but don't interact with each other. But it's all with the same purpose: inject Marxism, destroy America. And it's nondescript for a very specific reason. So they can claim it's not an organization, and idiots like Jimmy Kimmel can say it's not an organization, so how could it be real? But an idea or mythology, which of course is a load of crap. But all of these Antifa cells are the same, by the way. Rose City Antifa, for example, has a distinct social media presence, a formal leadership structure, training materials, the works. And their excuse for violent protests is that they claim to be anti-fascist and authoritarian, like Obama warned against. Both things that don't exist, but it's their excuse for even existing, let alone being disruptive and destructive, sometimes deadly. But let's be clear, Antifa is not actually anti-fascist in any way, shape, or form. Instead, acts in a manner that is rabidly exactly like a fascist. Antifa is literally the most fascist organization to exist in America in almost a century, since before World War II. And yes, due to their love of destroying property and their love of violence, Antifa, by definition, a terror organization. And let's not pretend this is about free speech. It's not, because free speech is never violent, ever. And violence is never free speech. Antifa exists. Antifa is real. Their goal is to destroy our progress, to keep illegals here, to keep criminals on our streets, inject socialism into our country, and therefore destroy America. And it's time to take them down. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Talking to Mad Dog about Banana Ball. You ever seen Banana Ball? If you haven't seen Banana Ball, you don't know what you're missing. It's absolutely awesome, great entertainment. It's good baseball, but also really entertaining. All eyes are on the Middle East this weekend as the remaining 20 living hostages were finally released from Gaza. Trump had his hands all over this one, and deservedly so. Take a listen to his remarks.
This is not only the end of a war. This is the end of an age of terror and death and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East.
It went on for quite a while. He was really in his moment, and deservedly so. He brought, at least for now, peace to the Middle East, something people have been trying to do this for thousands of years. Kamala Harris decided to weigh in, attacking Israel and claiming they committed genocide. Listen to this insane woman.
Both former Secretaries of State Hillary Clinton and Antony Blinken have commended President Trump for the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Do you agree with them? Should he be commended?
Look, I don't think that we should hold in credit where it's due. I mean, first of all, let me say about that deal, I really do hope it becomes real and that the hostages are out, that Gaza is no longer being treated with such brutality of force.
A lot of folks in your party have called what's happening in Gaza a genocide. Do you agree with that?
I think that, listen, it is a term of law that a court will decide, but I will tell you that when you look at the number of children that have been killed, the number of innocent civilians that have been killed, the refusal to give aid and support, we should all step back and ask this question and be honest about it. Yeah.
Oh, they edited out that little in the middle of that interview. They stopped and did a couple of shots of Fireball in the middle of that. I'm just kidding. Is she drunk? I'm not sure. Donald Trump stepped up and brokered peace, yet nobody on the left wants to admit it. CNN trying to somehow make it seem like Joe Biden had something in the world to do with this. They're grasping at straws. Take a listen.
And I know the Biden administration on its way out tried to get to a deal. It did not. What do you think is the difference here in this moment that put the Trump team ahead?
Yeah, the framework that has been put into place in this 20-point plan that the Trump administration has implemented builds on the framework of the Biden administration. And of course, there are a few differences in the plan, but it was always a phase 1, 2, and 3 approach. First, a ceasefire. Then the second phase was a return of the hostages. And then the third phase was more on the governing and what does governance look like in Gaza. And there's some differences.
And that's still a question mark right now.
That is absolutely
right?
still a question.
Wait a minute. Biden, the guy who shipped money to Iran that was funneling money to Hamas to kill Jews, was set a plan in play to broker peace in the Middle East. Are you nuts? Are these people absolutely lunatics? Just give the man credit, or don't. But don't give Biden credit or Obama credit. Those two were the worst thing for peace in the Middle East. They fortified Iran, made Hamas and Hezbollah and all the lunatics who want to kill Israel and the United States, gave them backing, support. Stop. Don't give Trump credit if you hate him, but certainly let's not pretend that any Democrat in the last 20 years has anything to do with peace in the Middle East. Like CNN, Antony Blinken tried to give the Biden administration credit for Trump's ultimate success, where they failed in the Middle East. Trump responded. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Some of the top Biden administration folks who were there, like Antony Blinken, seem to want some credit for the peace deal. Blinken says it's good that President Trump adopted and built on the plan that the Biden administration developed. What do you think about that?
Everybody knows it's a joke. Look, they did such a bad job. This should have never happened. This wouldn't have even happened. That was weak leadership, terrible. And the same thing with Russia, Ukraine. If just a decent president, not a great president like me, not a great president. If a decent president was in, you wouldn't have had the Russia-Ukraine. And this is, I would say, even more so. This was bad policy by Biden and by Obama. Remember when Bibi came and he begged that you not do what they were doing with Iran? You remember that, right? Begged them. And they wouldn't even listen to him. Everything they did was the opposite of what we should have done.
He's right. It's almost insulting. It is insulting. I mean, these people have, they're garbage. These are swamp dwellers. I mean, I don't know if the Republicans would do the same thing if Biden or Obama created peace. I hope they wouldn't. I hope they give credit where credit was due. It's like calling balls and strikes. Just call freaking balls or strikes, or leave the baseball field and don't call anything. Just don't call a clear strike. Call it, a ball outside the strike zone, please. One Democrat who shockingly gave Trump his flowers was Hillary Clinton. Perhaps for the first time ever, Hillary said the right thing here, actually praised Trump for getting it done. Listen.
It's a really significant first step, and I really commend President Trump and his administration, as well as Arab leaders in the region, for making the commitment to the 20-point plan and seeing a path forward for what's often called the day after.
Okay, since your moment of honesty and clarity, Hill Shady, will you now admit that Trump beat you in 2016? We'll wait to hear that answer. As usual, CNN's coverage of this historic deal has been all over the place. Network continues to talk out of both sides of its mouth, so to speak, but the truth in this case is truly hard to hide. Take a listen to this discussion about the scene in Hostage Square in Israel.
And, of course, endless applause for President Trump. Endless applause for President Trump.
And when I was there, I even saw people wearing Make America Great Again hats in that crowd over at Hostage Square.
Wolf Blitzer. At least Wolf tried to call a strike right down in the middle. Other news, Kamala Harris did a weekend interview with MSNBC. She called Trump a bunch of names and made several idiotic remarks. Listen to this dangerously insane woman who for 4 years was literally one heartbeat away, as they say, from the presidency.
For the Comey and the James indictments, your fellow Californian, Adam Schiff, is on that list. So right now he's of 2 of 3. Do you believe that these are about getting convictions, or is it actually about sending a message to anyone who might speak out against him to make clear to folks that they shouldn't do it because there might be consequences?
I think he has a vengeance campaign, which is I think really exposing the petty nature of who he is and his deep level of insecurity, that he feels that he has to use the power of the federal government and the United States Department of Justice to go after people who have disagreed with him, or as prosecutors who have used a combination of the facts and law to prosecute him.
The definition of hypocrisy is claiming other people do the same thing that you've been doing. She literally talked about using the Department of Justice to go after your enemies. They did that for 4 years or more under Trump, maybe 8 years when Trump was either running for president, or running again for president. They used the DOJ and everything he had, the lawfare that we went through, folks. One of the reasons why he won is because every American realized that if you can do it to a former president of the United States, you can do it to any one of us. You don't like where our politics lie? Maybe you're going to go after us. Maybe you can't throw us in jail, but you can certainly bankrupt us while we try and defend ourselves in legal fees. And that's what they tried to do. All right. You're amazing. Every one of you is amazing, because last time, a couple minutes ago, you rocked it. Look at this, The Edge. That chart right there is The Edge. Just a few weeks since we've launched, 3.5 weeks since we launched. Stacked against, we're in the orange, stacked against that blue line, which is the average new channel on YouTube. Most pages crawl like that. We came out of the box running and continued swinging. Almost 19,000 views now already. 5 times the growth of a typical startup channel. 1,200 subscribers right there. How about that chart? Real people, not Russian bots or Venezuelan bots, locking in because they feel what we're building on The Edge. The Edge isn't about hype. It's about discipline, risk, and the fire that separates talkers from doers. That hits you if you're built for pressure. Act right now. I'm going to ask you to do this. Open your phone. Just put your camera right at that QR code. Open it up. You press the little yellow button. You're subscribed. I will never hit you up for anything other than you get the latest videos. We're killing it, folks. We are crushing it. We want you to be part of it. Or you can always go to youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/EricBowlingTheEdge. Every single click, every sub means a lot to us, to this movement. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Alrighty, voicemail time. We love this time. Well, Mad Dog, we got a few voicemail. Again, folks, thank you. Keep sending them in. Keep sending them in. I get hundreds and hundreds a night, and I get through as many as I can. You guys are awesome. Mad Dog, you got one for us?
I do. Viewer has some comments about Shifty Schiff.
Do it.
Hi, I'm Cindy. I'm just watching this on TV, and it's Thursday, and they got Shifty Schiff on. Bad-mouthing Trump, bad-mouthing everybody. You know what? He's treason. If there is a word for treason, with all the things he's ever done against Trump and against this country, he should be, he should be shackled, paraded up down the street in his underwear, pulled out of bed, had his family pulled out, what he's put other people through just because he didn't like their political views. But now because he knows now, with all the crap he pulled, he's going to start this big thing. So that if something comes down, he's going to say it was all BS and, Trump made it up again. No. This guy needs to be treason. Let's say treason. I think it's death. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. All right, bye.
Okay, bye. Yeah, it is. One of the penalties for treason is death. Another one is 20 years behind bars. Imagine her idea of having Shifty Schiff run, stripped down to his underwear and shackles and walk through the streets. I'm not sure I want to see that guy stripped down to his underwear, just saying. But I would like to see him behind bars. I'd love to see that. I don't think we're going to be able to be executing him for treason, but we can maybe lock him up for about 20 years, stop becoming a senator and any other aspirations he may have. How about another one, Mad Dog?
This viewer has some thoughts about Antifa.
Hey, Eric, this is Greg down in Florida. Love your show, man. Hey, I was thinking about this Antifa thing. Why can't we just send the Proud Boys in there and take care of business the easy way without the cops, without the military? Just go in there and just let them go at it.
Well, you know what? We don't want to condone violence, of course. Wink, wink. But the Proud Boys, they would probably take care of business really fast. You look at some of these clowns that are protesting. They're obviously professional protesters. They're not there really because they believe in the cause. And with the Proud Boys would certainly clean things up. We know a few of those Proud Boys very personally. Gavin is a close friend of mine, actually, who co-founder of the Proud Boys. How about another one, Mad Dog?
This next viewer says election was stolen from the president in 2020.
Do it.
Hi, Eric. Hey, David Fahey here from Washington State, Arlington.
I'm just wondering, I haven't heard. The election was stolen from Donald Trump in 2020, correct? So restitution. If I make a crime, I got to pay restitution. They should just give him his 4 terms as restitution, right? Right. Have a good day. Bye.
So here's my thoughts on this, and this is a good question. Should Trump get restitution? They stole the 2020. Should he get another term? Maybe add the 3rd term. My thoughts are, by stealing the 2020 election, I think what happened was Trump got so, let's call it, pissed off in those 4 years. And then when he was reelected, the left was like, what the heck's happening? You're bringing back the guy we told you was so bad, orange guy bad. He wins, and then all of a sudden the left goes, he really is liked by the American public, and that's why he's getting his way with everything right now. So I think the combination of being told he lost an election he believes he rightly won, which I believe too, made him so aggressive when he came out of the box on January 20th, 2025. Remember, that was a Saturday. He started signing executive orders immediately. I don't think he would have the motivation to really change things. I think he realized that he's got 2 years, 4 years max if he holds the House and Senate, but in midterms, 2 years to get business done. And I think what happened was those 4 years off really gave us a president who was hell-bent on making sure things are going to work for America, make America great again in term 2. All right, guys. Warham's coming up next. Bannon's been at it. He works all night. He works all morning. What an amazing place to be. Stay on Rav, and we will see.
Period of time, like I think nobody's seen before. And we had tremendous stop, as you know, in Israel. And now we're in a country where a friend of mine is a very powerful leader. And my friend is right here, the president, but also the general, you know. Sometimes usually I call him the general because he's both, and he's good at both. And they've done a fantastic job. And they have very little crime, you know, because they don't play games, that's why. They don't play games like we do in the United States with governors that have no idea what they're doing. But they don't have crime. I ask about crime, and they almost don't even know what I'm talking about. So it's a great tribute to this man. He's done a fantastic job in bringing this country together, and the United States is with him all the way. And they had a very important role with Hamas. In fact, the general was right here, was very instrumental because Hamas respects this country and they respect the leadership of Egypt. So he played a very important role. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
It's a tremendous day for the Middle East. And you can see that this is probably the greatest assemblage of countries in terms of wealth and power maybe ever assembled. And it's just an honor to be a part of it. We're going to be signing a document that's going to spell out a lot of rules and regulations and lots of other things. And it's very comprehensive, but we've already signed documents in the Middle East and having to do with Israel and Hamas and just about everything else, and it's really working out incredibly well. The hostages, as you know, were let go on time, on schedule. The very sad situation of bodies, which was always a sad situation, and they're being sought out, and they're working with many different people, finding some were brought in and some were not. And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all. And frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane was so great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent. Today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room They didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world. We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. So you have Armenia and you have Bahrain, you have Canada. It's so great to have, in fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worthwhile. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the importance. Where's Canada, by the way? Where are you? Where are you? He knew the importance of this. He said, I want to be there. So many people have done that. They called. I mean, they heard about it. And these are not people that can do that very easily. They have pretty big schedules to put it in mind. The most powerful people. And I appreciate you being here very much, Mr. President. Fantastic. Fantastic. So you going back?
I'll go back. I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Oh, did I start?
It's good. I started.
He said he
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 13 October in the year of our Lord 2025. It is both Columbus Day and it is also the 250th anniversary commemoration of the birth of the United States Navy. Patrick K. O'Donnell is going to join us. I want to make sure that even given everything we did with Navy 250, that we don't miss the actual date itself. And Patrick, the best combat historian of his generation, is going to join us here this afternoon. So the president was in Israel for 8 hours. And then he went to Egypt, and I think he ran over the clock there. So he's now airborne. I believe we'll be back at the White House around midnight to focus on two pressing priorities. Zelensky, our favorite guy here at the White House, writing back in Netanyahu, is going to come to the White House on Friday, and they're going to have a quite important meeting where they're going to talk about really America's commitment to this war in the Bloodlands, and particularly potentially Tomahawk missiles or other offensive missiles. Anyway, the whole discussion and strategic discussion about the kinetic part of the Third World War, which we're deep into, will be discussed then. Between now and then, when the president gets back, a pressing concern is the actual breakout of blatant economic warfare by the Chinese Communist Party against the United States of America. This comes with a letter the Chinese Communist Party Xi sending notifications to countries about component parts and about trade restrictions and controls. A big part of this gets down to rare earths, particularly heavy rare earths. that are used in our industrial process, and people have argued that, particularly with magnets and these other things, that President Trump thought they worked out a rapprochement or an accommodation back in June with Scott Bessent and Peter Navarro and our trade representative, that we had worked out a rapprochement. The Chinese Communist Party does not look at it like that. They look at this as a leverageable moment. And this is quite serious. You got guys on CNBC today and in the Financial Times saying, hey, we should have stockpiled these things. Yes. And we talked about this on Breitbart Radio. In 2015, when in the East China Sea was shut down by the Chinese Communist Party, not the South China Sea, the East China Sea was shut down, and they shut down rare earths. They threatened rare earth shut-off to Japan for its industrial process because of an issue with fishing boats that were really PLA spy boats, vessels. It got pretty gnarly on air rights and navigation rights into the East China Sea, and the first time the CCP used rare earths. And if I remember correctly, I think we had a guy named Eric Prince and others on the show. We were doing the Daily Show at that time. Had him on the Daily Show. We said this is a very big deal because the Japanese could actually vapor lock on manufacturing. That's what the president faces when he gets back. The reality of the two major conflicts on the Eurasian landmass. One, an advanced military conflict, bloodier than the first couple of years of World War II. That would be in Ukraine, with no sign of abatement. And President Trump, the empathetic President Trump, which Kurt Mills, I think, today on the Overnight Show did such a great job, and President Trump listening, taking an hour, as tired as he must have been, to spend an hour with the hostages' families, hearing their heart-rending stories of what they went through as hostages over the last year. President Trump clearly very moved by the slaughter, and that's what it is, the slaughter in Ukraine, with, I think now, getting close to 2 million dead and wounded on the Ukrainian side, 1 million to 1.5 million wounded on the Russian side. These numbers are just horrific. Something else that President Trump is going to see that I think is going to be a quite big issue, and, you know, Kurt Mills is a quite controversial figure, but I've known Kurt now for 10, 15 years, and one of the smartest guys around. He said, hey, because Dave Bratton made this brilliant point about transparency. And over the next couple of days, you're going to see transparency, both on the hostages side of what they really went through, but also as people start getting into Gaza. And the footage we've seen coming out of Gaza is pretty horrific. Kurt Mills referred to it as the world's biggest crime scene. And what's going to happen, because a lot of the media, or some of the media, haven't been into certain areas of town, there's going to be, I think, as Kurt said, a cyclone of media, and we're going to have to see how it falls out. So on that front, there's a lot more to come. President Trump has to deal with really two wars, one an economic war with the Chinese Communist Party, which they're looking for a diverted America, because it's one of their basics of their philosophy of military endeavor, is a enemy or an opponent that is totally focused on something else. They have a history of striking at that moment. I know the people around President Trump are quite aware of this. Of course, Friday was Zelensky and Tomahawk missiles. So once again, a day that starts off with a historic day. And the historic part of this, to be blunt, was what happened in Egypt. And people should take this. You know, President Trump has a very strong personal relationship with Erdogan. Now, I'm not a fan of Erdogan's, but the president thinks very highly of Erdogan. So highly that the president of the United States, now we know the story, the president of the United States en route, and once he got to Israel, got General El-Sisi on the phone, and he's very close to El-Sisi. You saw at the beginning how highly he speaks of El-Sisi, and this comes from the fact that El-Sisi is really the first international figure he met in the 2016 during the UN when we were in the race against Hillary Clinton, and President Trump's the first person he met, and they got along famously. In fact, El-Sisi canceled the meeting with Hillary Clinton, said, don't need to see her. I think this guy's going to win, and I like the cut of his jib. He convinced El-Sisi to invite Netanyahu, who had not been part of this. I think that was part of political reasons. El-Sisi just can't be seen having, given the controversy of Egypt's relationships with Israel in the past and driving peace deals. It's quite controversial. Sadat was assassinated for his role in that, so he was not invited The president worked El-Sisi, and El-Sisi gave an invitation. Now we know from reporting from major news sources is that Erdogan was in the air from Turkey coming in, and Erdogan said, hang on for a second. Let me get this right. Netanyahu's been invited. Well, here's what we're going to do. And to the president of the United States, El-Sisi, if Netanyahu comes, I'm out. And since the Turks are providing the security force for Gaza, you see where I'm going on this? Am I telegraphing this too much? A total reordering of the Middle East happened today, not in Jerusalem. It happened in the resort on the shores of the Red Sea in Egypt. What did President Trump say? We're going to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds in back of us, and this is now the new geographic center of the world. He has a very strong relationship with Turkey, with Erdogan, with Egypt, with El-Sisi, with the family that runs Qatar, very close. He's given them an Article 5 protection for Qatar. And, of course, MBZ in UAE, you could tell in the spring meeting. I think MBZ and probably President Trump have the strongest relationship. Those four relationships are all stronger than the one he has with Netanyahu. I know Seb Gorka, my good friend, Dr. Seb Gorka, I've worked with for years, think very highly of. We do come down on differently on this topic. And he said my comments today were risible about Tel Aviv Levin and the Israel First crowd, but them's just the facts, Doc. Just a fact. It's very obvious what's happening here. A Palestinian state with 2 million Palestinians is being created in the Gaza Strip with Gulf Emirate money and Turkish arms. This is the Turks who would not come to a meeting if Netanyahu was there. Think about that for a second. Short break, back in a moment.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
I want the audience to remember this and remember this day. The nations of the earth, including the most powerful nations in Western Europe, all of the most powerful nations in the Arab and Muslim world, gathered today on the shores of the Red Sea and signed a document. In that document, they 20 points of a peace plan. The sign the entire time was peace in the Middle East. This peace plan calls for huge commitments of capital to be invested into the war-torn. Well, it's not war-torn. Let's say what it is. It looks like Dresden in 1945, right? It's really repulsive what Gaza looks like. And as people start going through there, as we say in the Navy, I think you should stand by for some heavy rolls. Because I think on this topic of transparency, what happened to the hostage is terrible. We still don't know about October 7th, and the reason we don't know about October 7th is Netanyahu's government has blocked any attempt to have an inquiry, a formal inquiry, and to get to the bottom of it. And as an American citizen, I think we should all demand that we know exactly what went on until we buy into any more of what's happening over there. But with the most powerful nations on earth signing a document, a deal, a 20-point deal, with huge commitments of financial resources to rebuild, a commitment that the 2 million Palestinians will not leave Gaza, They will not be driven out into the Sinai to live in tents or die, or Ethiopia, or, the Horn of Africa. All those crackpot ideas, and they were crackpot ideas, have all been thrown aside. In addition, there's a working of a security guarantee, which looks like would not have American troops, which obviously we would oppose dramatically. We don't need to do that. There is going to be some coordinating factor from Doha, from CENTCOM. In fact, the admiral in charge of CENTCOM, if you saw today in the footage at the Knesset, they had 3 or 4 American generals, an admiral and a couple of generals there. They are, I think, the CENTCOM commanders or the heads of CENTCOM and aspects of the Secretary of the War Department. Pete Hegseth was there. That will be part of this, but it will be you got to call it what it is. It's kind of an Arab or Muslim legion that will provide the security coordinated by Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, and the Caliphate. And we know what Erdogan is about the Caliphate. Those are just facts. Netanyahu was not invited. Not in the room, not in the deal. When the negotiation of those points took place, Ambassador Dermer, and Ron Dermer is a good man. If you ever know him, he's a good man. He's obviously one of Netanyahu's top guys. He's been ambassador here. Really knows Washington, knows the Trump, knows Jared very well, knows Witkoff, knows MAGA. A good man. He was not really part of the negotiations. They really weren't looking for Israel's inputs. And I hate to be so blunt about it, but there's so much happy talk coming out of the Israel First crowd that just doesn't face reality. Reality is you got yourself a two-state solution, and not just a two-state solution, but a two-state solution with big-time muscle back of the Palestinians, big-time money from the Gulf Emirates, and big-time security from the combination of Muslim and Arab nations who we've been selling arms to and training their military for decade after decade after decade, including a NATO member, I might add, which is Turkey, that will seize up. The same Turkey that at the very mention that Netanyahu was even coming, had been offered an invitation, told him in the air, if that is the case and Netanyahu's coming, I'm turning my jet around even though I'm in Egyptian airspace. I want you to contemplate that, to what reality is. That's reality. And people can put the spin on it anyway, but what's going to happen in Judea Samaria is not going to be any more Israel, if the historic homeland and heart of it, of which I've said, hey, there's a compelling argument there, and this is why on a Christian state, which I say if you don't have a Christian state, within 20 years, I'm not sure you're going to have Israel. Joel Gilbert today, independent filmmaker, a very smart guy about the region, and obviously he said some things about Gaza and the Palestinians that are maybe not backed up, and he got called down a little bit by Kurt Mills. They got into it a little bit. That's fine. People have different opinions and maybe garner facts in their own way. But Joel Gilbert's he's more adamant than I am about the political defeat of Netanyahuism in this endeavor. And of course, Tel Aviv Levin is out saying about, President Trump said about the bombing was so central. Come on, man, knock it off. The bombing was to shut down any chance that Netanyahu would be able to drive President Trump to support regime change and to finish the argument totally of total obliteration. And also Netanyahu not learning his lesson, because what he did there was try to decapitate the Iranian command, particularly to kill the negotiators. He didn't want to negotiate a deal. They killed the negotiators. They targeted the negotiators. Witkoff couldn't go to a meeting because they were all dead, or at least purported to be dead. I think later it turned out that they all were not dead, but they were targeted. But he killed the Hamas guys weeks later without getting President Trump's authority or even a fare thee well. No indication until the missiles, I think, were airborne. That is, I keep saying, you got to go pretty far in the woods to hit President Trump's tripwire, and that's where it hit it. And the outcome of that is what you saw today. If you wanted the signal, that was by the Red Sea. If you wanted the noise, that was what's happening in Israel. It's a celebratory day, but the generations in 67 and 73 that built Israel and took on every Arab army that did sneak attacks from 48 to 67 to 73, they would have never found themselves in this situation. I understand, and particularly President Trump understands, because he spent an hour with the families just hearing their stories and sitting there and asking questions so he could hear more. A man that came off an 8-hour red eye and had to do one major evolution after the other. He cleared time and actually became very late getting to Egypt to hear their stories. At the end of the day, it was 20 hostages. And I realize Israel's celebrating, and I think that says more about the therapeutic society than the culture they in the United States used to have. Is what I'm saying hard and tough? Yes, it's hard and tough. That's one of the reasons I have people watch the film 12 O'Clock High. 12 O'Clock High is one of the hardest movies you'll ever watch about war, where they understand the sacrifices that have to be made, and quite frankly, the sacrifices that you don't get any say-so in. That you're just going to be, you are expendable, and you're going to be expendable. You're going to be expendable for a greater cause. Today did change. It was an inflection point in the Middle East, and you're not going to unwind it. You're not going to unwind it. So I think we have to be realists. But I stick by what I said at the National Conservatism Convention. I think I gave the keynote that wrapped it up, or close to wrapping it up. In the geopolitical world today, where President Trump has to deal with the bloodlands this week, and is America going to get engaged as a supplier of become an offensive combatant on the supply side, which changes. Russia's already said, hey, if this thing goes down like this, NATO's open season. That is going to be a major, major thing that will change this country's life and your life. But that even pales in comparison to what the Chinese Communist Party is doing. The Chinese Communist Party understands they have incredible leverage over us right now. We have said this now for years and years and years. If you've listened to the show, that we warned we have to decouple. And yeah, decouple may have a couple of speed bumps in it, but if you don't have decoupled, they're going to put a gun to your head one day when they think they've got you. And President Trump, I think, has already bounced off the 100% tariffs. But I might add, don't take it from Steve Bannon. Let's take it from the market of something that's been a hedge for 5,000 years, gold. Gold today blew through 4,100. I think it's 4,139. It's up $130. Blew through $4,100. That is a world of sophisticated investors saying, yo, I think I need part of my assets in physical gold, right? Because we are in very uncertain times, geopolitically, financially, and the market's telling you something. Of course, the stock market came back today because President Trump said, I'm not going to hit him with 100% tariffs. But the Chinese Communist Party is playing Smash Mouth here. They're playing Smash Mouth. That's basically the way they know how to play. And President Trump put out a Truth Social and said, hey, look, Xi had a bad day. He and I are friends. We're going to work this out. We only wish good to the Chinese people and to China. Of course, we in the war room always wish well to Lao Beijing, the Chinese people. But unfortunately, they're under the rule of the worst, most brutal dictatorship in modern history. And as I've said many times, I include the Nazis in that. I include Stalin. I include the Bolsheviks. I include Pol Pot. Let's throw the Imperial Japanese High Command. You know, you pick them. And that this week are the two major events. President Trump going back to Washington to work with Scott Bessent and others to deal with the Chinese Communist Party, and then to sit down with Zelensky. This guy does not get a second. This trip today was a day trip. He took a red eye, flew there to Israel first, total historic what he did in Israel, then goes to Egypt, then gets on a plane and comes back. He'll be there for the awarding of Charlie Kirk of the Presidential Medal of Freedom tomorrow. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
The U.S. Navy has always been the iron will of a proud and mighty nation, pushing forward through the currents and through the spray of raging combat and the fog of naval war. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the U.S. Navy is a tale of loyalty, sacrifice, and commitment stretching back 250 years. The Navy has never failed to hunt, kill, and to win. Through it all, the United States Navy has kept the stars and stripes soaring high and proud above. You've conquered raging oceans and braved ferocious storms to vanquish America's enemies. America's Navy never, ever gives up the ship. We own the skies, we stalk the depths, and we rule the seas. God bless the United States Navy.
Wow, I love that. And Real Clear Defense, which is one of the most prominent sites around, aggregation site, sister site to Real Clear Markets and Real Clear Politics, put up a special on our Navy 250, and Cleo Pascal, myself, and others talking about the geopolitics of the 21st century. I'm going to have Cleo's actually with Admiral Masso and others in Philadelphia at the parade, and also the dinner tonight for the Navy's 250. We've got my favorite combat historian, Patrick K. O'Donnell, joins us. Patrick, walk us through this. You've been in bed with the Marines. By the way, we're doing Marine Corps 250, although the Marine Corps is 10, I think, November. We're going to do the Marine Corps 250 this Saturday from Camp Pendleton. We're going to start with the War Room at 10 a.m. in the morning Eastern Daylight Time and go all throughout the day. You won't want to miss this. As one of the former Marines that knows Cleo very well and watched the Navy, said, tell Bannon the Marines are really looking forward when he does the men's department of the Navy. So we love the Marine Corps. It's going to be very special. I already know from the guys putting it on, it's going to be incredible. So Patrick K. O'Donnell, you've been in bed with the Marines. You know the naval traditions and the importance of the Navy in building the country. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, I have a great article in Breitbart on the front page today on the 250th anniversary of the Navy, which has some very humble origins. A fishing boat that was outfitted to attack the greatest Navy in the world at the time, the British Navy. And they went after the supply ships. And it's really a remarkable story. And that begins when Washington arrives in Cambridge in the summer of 1775. And to his utter horror, he realizes that his men only have 30 to 40 cartridges in their cartridge box. They could not repel the British if they attacked out of Boston. It was they were very challenged by the lack of gunpowder. First thing he does is actually takes the riflemen that come up and puts them out and demonstrates how accurate they are, these snipers. And then they start taking off British heads, keeping people down, their heads down. But then he has to come up with an idea on how to get more gunpowder. And he decides to go to the man that's actually guarding his camp, John Glover, who has a number of naval ships. They trade across the world. And Glover's mariners have their own ships that they've been trading, for years. And he decides to outfit one of his fishing boats with 4 guns and then go after British supply ships. And this ship is called the Hannah. It's the summer of 1775. And this is the humble origins of the United States Navy. And it's all done without congressional approval. Washington authorizes Glover to outfit the boat behind the back of Congress. And Glover who was broke. Exactly. And then there's a fascinating story because you are able to own cannons at this time, unlike, what Joe Biden said. And John Glover has a number of cannons that they used on their ships to protect themselves against pirates and other vessels. And, there's a kind of great get off my lawn story where in 1773, they help they create a smallpox hospital in Marblehead, and the loyalists in the town aren't having it, and they surround Glover's house. But he takes one of these 4-pound guns and puts it in the foyer of his house. As the mob surrounds the house, he orders the front door thrust open, and he has a torch in his hand, and he says, "Disperse." And the people, this crowd of loyalists with pitchforks and torches disperse. At the sight of
that's
this
quite Trumpian.
5'6"
That's MAGA.
John Glover, who has this now boat that's going out with 4-pound guns, 4 of them, and they then attack the, they have a letter of marque basically to act as privateers.
Exactly. Hang on. They were all freebooters and privateers, letters of marque. It's an amazing story. Here's I want people to keep in mind. The Royal Navy, as an institution, became one of the most powerful and important institutions in world history. It's the way that, and they started as freebooters. They started with Francis Drake and these guys just taking 20% off the top and giving the rest of the crown as freebooters. But they built an institution that changed world history and built the British Empire. This is how a small island nation became a global dominance. Really, a small island nation that didn't have a tremendous maritime history at the time. They kind of learned it. And then built an institution. That institution, when you have supply ships, the logistics of it, the coordination. If you go back and look at the Royal Navy at the time, it ran like a Swiss watch. It was so organized and down to everything. I mean, every move, the way the crews worked, the way the officers trained things, the way you had logistics trains, and you had the boats that would go and escort. It was highly sophisticated. And here, a collection of freebooters with a letter of marque from a government that doesn't really even exist, the Continental Congress in Washington, because the Continental Congress is broke. He's not even looking for it. If he goes and asks for money, they're going to say no. So this is, I'm going to beg forgiveness and ask permission. He tells these madmen, just put some guns, put some guns on the boat and just go out there and take them on.
They put the guns on the boat, and they go after supply ships. And the first ship that they capture is a ship that is manned by British sailors, and they are extremely excited to have their first prize. And they bring it into port, and they realize that the British have recaptured a ship that was owned by a member of Congress, John Langdon. And what happens is Washington is horrified, but the men, these Marbleheaders, have said, look, hey, we barely got it. This was a British ship that was a prize ship. And what happens is you have one of the first mutinies that takes place, and the crew literally mutinies on board. I tell the story in The Indispensables. And Washington quells it, and then they go back out and they start to hunt. But this is what's amazing about this story, Steve, is this is the beginning of sovereignty for we're not even a United States yet, a collection of states.
No.
But when you are starting to build and outfit vessels, you are creating a sovereign nation. A sovereign nation has vessels. The first flag is the appeal to heaven, and that comes from these ships as well. This is Washington's Navy or Washington's cruisers, and it's all done behind Congress for several weeks. And then eventually, on October 13th, today, 250 years ago, Congress makes the authorization to outfit armed vessels to go against Great Britain. And it's then that Washington reveals that he has his own secret navy, which then folds into
think about it.
The Continental Navy.
Yeah. After Lexington and Concord, after the siege of Boston, Bunker Hill, these guys are smart guys. It's just like the run-up to World War I before Pearl Harbor. These guys, this is 1775, folks. 4th of July, Independence Day, the Declaration, signing of the Declaration is not till next July 4th in 1776. And then immediately the largest expeditionary forces we have every year on we have Patrick K. O'Donnell on our 4th of July special to talk about what was already coming to Staten Island and the vast armada that was going to be there. Patrick, we got to bounce. I want everybody, Grace, if you can put this story up, everybody go to Breitbart. We're going to put it up for this amazing story.
It's also on my Twitter account at Combat Historian and PatrickKO'Donnell.com. The book is The Indispensables. It tells the story of the First Navy. And this is asymmetric warfare, Steve. This causes the insurance rates to skyrocket on all commercial vessels, and it's economic war against Great Britain.
If you want to read 2 books back to back that will explain the revolution to you like nobody's business, like you're reading a novel, Washington's Immortals, about that amazing regiment coming out of Maryland, and then The Indispensables, just incredible about the men of Marblehead, the cussedness and grit. We stand on the shoulders of giants. When you read these books, you're in awe virtually every page. Patrick K. O'Donnell, one more time, where's your social media? Where do people go get you?
At Combat Historian on X and Getter, and PatrickKO'Donnell.com. You can also order the books or bestsellers. We're almost at 2,000 5-star reviews for The Indispensables on Amazon.com.
Come on, man!
It's been a runaway bestseller
it's an amazing
for many
book.
years.
We got to get 5,000 5-star reviews. It's a classic. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Honored. Thank you, Steve.
To go from something you should be very proud of about your country, kind of the grit of the American, working man and woman building this country, to something that you're not gonna love. Here's what I don't get, Dave Walsh. They're telling me that if you backed out data center investment, that GDP would only be like 0.1%. I don't totally believe that. But everything, as you warned us on AI, on the AI bubble, or the AI job apocalypse, is driven by energy, and maybe water is a subset, but energy. What is going on? We got a governor's race in New Jersey that's going to come down, I think, to about energy and out of control energy prices that are runaway. And down in Florida, you still haven't sorted out that mess with Florida Power and Light, sir.
They're working on it. No, the data center AI thing, the tip of the spear in the country for the moment is Virginia, Northern Virginia, Pennsylvania, over to New Jersey and Maryland, north of Washington, where you've got the biggest concentration of AI and data centers. And now this battle and the growth of AI between ratepayers who are short of electricity in PJM, those states are in PJM, forward auction prices up by a factor of 10 times for electric power because of the existing shortage of electricity. Now you've got AI owners demanding gigawatt, 1,000 megawatt, 2,000 megawatt generation facilities to be built to steal electrification resources from ratepayers. So you got a big battle, and it comes to the fore in the electricity rates. New Jersey looks like going up by a factor of 4 times. Maryland by a factor of potentially 50% in the next couple of years, and even Pennsylvania, in a region particularly full of natural gas because of this domination now of demand on top of the existing shortage we've been talking about for 3 years due to solar and wind. The shortage now accelerated by AI and data centers.
Hang on 1 second. I want to hold you through the break. I want to get to this because this is what's going to drive people into bankruptcy. Birch Gold, take your phone out. Text Bannon at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Gold blew through $4,100 today, folks, and I mean blew through it. You need to understand why that is happening. Short break.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Birchgold.com. One of the big things the Chinese Communist Party is trying to do is de-dollarization, working with the BRICS nations, but also working with others to make sure transactions are now not converted into dollars. So they're trying to break the dollar as the prime reserve currency. If that happens, it will not be good. I am not saying we need to be the prime reserve currency. We have to, because tons of obligations internationally come with it. But if we're not going to have it, it should be through a national discussion. That is a decision made by citizens of the United States of America. That's not what's happening now. We're being driven into it. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Get it. Most importantly, talk to Philip Patrick. We first started working with him. Gold was $1,100 an ounce. The reason we came up with this concept to teach people about capital markets, to teach people about fiat currency, to teach people why gold's been a hedge for 5,000 years is because I said at the time, dark clouds are coming, and gold is going to be a hedge more than ever, but eventually it's going to become an asset class that central banks and money center banks are going to start buying instead of things like the euro. And guess what? Voila, we're here, baby. But you need to understand that. Don't take it from me. This show's not about me sitting here going, yelling and screaming at you and da-da. It's to give you information. So go check it out today. You need to do this for your family, yourself, your financial stability, your country, to be able to think through these issues like these deficits we're running. If you got an issue with the IRS, it ain't going to go away. IRS is going to look for every penny they got because we're running, I don't know, $1.8 to $2 trillion deficits a year. They're coming for everybody's money if they think you owe it. And I know you might have a different opinion. If you fail to file, you're late filing, or you've got a discrepancy with them, you got a letter with them, don't curl up in a ball in the corner. Reach out to Tax Network USA. They solved $1 billion worth of tax issues. Nothing you tell them is going to shock them. They've heard it all, and they know the guys to work with. 800-958-1000, and tell them Steve Bannon sent you. Get a free consultation. Do that today. Dave Walsh, one of these things is about energy and about the data centers. And quite frankly, I thought things like Florida Power and Light, I thought they had I thought they were set up as public utilities so they could get feedback from these folks called ratepayers, our schmendricks out there called American citizens, or in this case, Florida citizens. Why is that system not working? Why do they seem to be going down this decarbonization, crazy Green New Deal scam of these massive capital investments from the President of the United States against it, and more importantly, the folks in Florida against it, sir?
According to the State Office of Public Counsel, who I speak to periodically, a record number of interveners and complainers have stepped up about the present $10 billion rate case, an all-time national record high rate case that FP&L have pushed forward for the next 4 years, now reduced to $7 billion. So some progress is being made, but that's about building 130 more utility-scale solar farms at a cost of about $7 billion at this point for the next 4 years. The next 10 years, the three regulated utilities, Duke, FPL, and Tampa Electric, have a plan to build $49 billion worth of solar farms and utility-scale battery storage, which, if it were combined cycle, would cost less than half of that to build, natural gas-fired power that runs all the time. But no, they're opting for the far more expensive capital cost, 2.5 times more costly capital cost, solar and battery storage, to make more money through their rates. They get a 10.5 to 11% rate recovery on capital investments, and the more they invest, of course, the more they make. And they're opting for, between the two choices, solar and gas. They're opting for solar, which is very part-time here, 5 hours a day, and ruins reliability, and also ruins the opportunity for data centers and server centers unless they deploy some of the very large number of gas turbines that they've ordered already from GE Vernova, which is adding to the shortage of those. The fact that Southeast utilities have bought a record number of gas turbines in the last 10 months from the major three OEMs, but they're not deploying them for ratepayers. They're waiting for AI and data center clients to come along and then go ahead and use them. There's a shortage of gas turbines created by the utilities who have bought them up, waiting for AI to come.
Okay.
So it's a huge problem.
We got
complicated problem.
I'm gonna get you back. I'm going to get you back on here because we need to help the folks down in Florida get organized in this because it's unacceptable. Here's a question I got. If people know, I'm not a big Ron DeSantis fan on a national level. It's presidential timber. And we said this when he tried to challenge President Trump in that ridiculously failed effort to try to deny President Trump the nomination. But I think he's been a very good governor. Ron DeSantis is kind of a populist. Where's DeSantis in this? I can't believe with a governor like DeSantis we couldn't solve this thing in 10 minutes. Where's Ron DeSantis, the populist governor of Florida, on this, sir?
Well, to hold him to account, during his administration, the entire 7 years of it, every single submittal before the Public Service Commission for new capacity power has been for utility scale solar. Every single one of them has been approved going away by the Public Service Commission appointed by him. So he is certainly aware of this. If he's not, he's stupid, and he's not stupid. He's aware of it. Hang on.
DeSantis is a very smart guy. You're telling me he's bought into this whole solar madness? You're telling me he's bought into the solar madness, or is this because this is where the power companies are going to make more money?
This is related to the donations to PACs from the power companies. They dominate politics in Florida. Duke, TECO, and FPL dominate the state house, the state senate, and the governor through PAC donations. So they basically get their way on the capacity they control.
I'm going to have you back on real quickly. Social media, where do people go?
X Truth Social and Getter at Dave Walsh Energy. I'll be at the Wright Republican Club in South Florida in Collier County on Thursday evening at 5:30 on the same matter, and then next month in the heart of Florida Republican Women at DeLand up in late November. So we're continue to go around talking about this issue.
We'll push the Thursday one hard. Mike Lindell joins us by phone. Mike Lindell, give us a deal, brother.
All right, you guys got the towels, and we added the slippers. You guys get, there it is right there. The towels, $39.98. Once they're gone, they're gone. The slippers, $39.98. The premium,